Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. First, let's check to make sure that I sound all right, because this is a new camera and a new setup, and I've had to change stuff around. Definitely would not like it to break. Cool, okay. I do sound all right. What's up, Depraved Ambiance? Good to see you. So clearly there is a lot happening today. I did want to focus quite a bit more on what we were talking about on the space on Thursday when it was, Mike is a tad echoey, is it? Ooh, okay. That I can try and fix. Before you get started, is the PC term Türkiye-ish or Turkish? Or was that just for the country name? Technically, it's just the country name. Türkiye is like the actual country, but I call it Turkey. I am Turkish, and I still call it Turkey. Did the echo go away? I did move some stuff around, so let me know. Depraved Ambiance. Slight echo? Damn. Alright, hold on. If that did that, then... I wonder. That should actually reduce the echo a bit, I would think. That should actually reduce the echo a bit, I would think. You would just hear me again right now because I had it. Cool. Alright, that sounds fine. Yeah, I don't hear the echo now. That's good. Let me know if you guys comes back, and then I'll see what I can do there. Yeah, I don't hear the echo now. That's good. Ooh, let me know if I gotta mute myself again so that I don't actually make the echo. Yeah, it's definitely better than it was before. That's literally a 2 decibel difference in boost. 2 days ago, the Secretary of Defense, posts on his social media that women should not have the right to vote and that Trump should repeal the 19th Amendment and that women should be forced to obey their husbands. Well, I mean, like, they were saying that even before the election, simply, Steve, so, like, I don't know why that's a surprise. But, I do have something on that in a hot minute, actually. I did want to start off with Australia for a second, just because, it is quite relevant to everything that's going on in America, too, but we have a lot to talk about today. I mean, we have Trump's invading DC, we have Israel's invading Gaza again, there's this, like, the peace talks with Putin and Trump that are going to happen in Alaska, and there's a lot here. But yesterday in Melbourne, there was a Nazi rally. Shocking, I know. There was quite a lot of them, actually.
Good evening. 100 neo-Nazis hiding behind black masks have marched through the Bourke Street Mall, spouting hate and threatening violence. Powerless police could do little but follow the white supremacists who've declared Melbourne is becoming the Nazi capital of Australia. Crime.
Can we not allow that to happen? I feel like we should do something about that. 100 coward rally? Yeah, literally, like, I mean, it is illegal here to be a Nazi, so, like, definitionally, they are afraid of the consequences of being a Nazi, hence the masks. It's actually a crime. Also, Bulletproof Bullet invading Gaza again with everyone turning against them now is wild. I mean, they are literally insane in a death cult, so.
Reporter Gillian Lantouris.
Melbourne CBD at midnight, mirroring a bygone era.
Excuse me? A bygone era? It's mirroring America now, today, actually. Not a bygone era. I mean, literally, like, November 7th, 2025. Or no, not November, August, rather. Beyond this, I'm starting to hear whispers of a big Nazi rally on the 31st of August that's meant to happen in Australia. I mean, like a proper rally of, like, mass deportation rally. The bygone era of the feared Australian Reich. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
White supremacists take over the Bourke Street Mall, in their own words.
People say that Melbourne is the left-wing capital of Australia. It's becoming the Nazi capital of Australia.
Sadly, Victoria has become the hate state.
One man
A gang of fascists in black masks? What are we, American? Exactly.
enjoying a night out had his phone smashed out of his hands.
It's not a peaceful protest at all.
While a 26-year-old was taken to the Royal Melbourne Hospital after spitting at...
As a German, I'd like to say this is cultural appropriation. My culture is not your costume. Well, I mean, to be fair, you guys were having some issues there too. Where is it? What is it, the Reichsburger people? There we go.
German authorities have arrested 3 men on suspicion of being members of a terrorist organization. The men allegedly took part in a shooting training session, which police say was in preparation for a possible attack on the German parliament.
They're hilarious. I mean, like, this just sounds like Nazis doing Nazi stuff. They're gonna try and burn the fucking parliament down?
Around 300 police officers were involved in the multi-state operation. The men are suspected of belonging to a far-right extremist group known as the Reich Citizens or Reichsbürger group.
So, you know, Nazis are everywhere doing Nazi things, as they do. Here, though, I don't understand why all 100 of these people were not arrested and put into prison. How many people in Australia show up to these? Like 100. That's it. Like, literally, this is probably the biggest one I've seen, and it's in Melbourne. Woo, Zara, I saw you on This Space. Stoked to see you here. Glad to have you. By the way, guys, if you haven't checked out This Space TV, you definitely should. The stream that I did there on Thursday this week was absolutely fantastic. The, like, people, everything. I loved it. And I will be there every Thursday from this point forward. Well, I mean, Friday my time, but if you haven't yet followed, it's the link. Go and drop them a follow. Gotta love Nazi marches with police escorts in my home city. It's literally illegal for them to do this, Judgex. Like, in Adelaide, the last time there was a Nazi rally, they got chased on horseback and arrested.
The masked men before he was bashed.
I had an English backpacker. He came up to me. He's like, "Oh, you know, it's my first night out here. Is it normal for there to be Nazis walking around?"
Police powerless, following the crowd through the heart of the city. The far-right...
Meanwhile, by the way, like, red carpet for the Nazis. Yeah, absolutely. But you know who doesn't get a red carpet?
Tensions have boiled over at a pro-Palestine rally after police were forced to separate the group from Israeli activists.
Hundreds of
Oh, sorry. The police will escort the Nazis in Melbourne as they have a little rally. But the moment that it's a pro-Palestine, the riot gear comes right out. They closed the bridge. I did see that. I also saw a video of someone making fun of them for that one. Judgex, if you haven't yet seen that one, where is it? No, did I delete it? I could not have deleted it. Hold on, I'll find it. This one's actually worth the time it will take for me to find it. Come on, where you are.
So as I mentioned earlier, protesters...
And then we'll watch them attacking the pro-Palestine protesters in a second, because we're going to get a lot of that.
Earlier, protesters in Melbourne were planning to go and take the King Street Bridge to protest against the ongoing genocide and Australia's complicity in it. Yeah, we got there and the bridge had already been blocked off by Victoria Police. So thank you, boys. You did our jobs for us. We aimed to cause disruption, and we did. And the fact that you also blocked off a whole bunch of other areas in the city caused further disruption. So, amazing job. Well done. None of you got to use your pepper spray. None of you got to use your water cannons or your rubber bullets. We left you blue ballsed. I hope it feels fucking good. Try not to go home and beat your wives tonight, eh?
Fantastic point, actually. Like they literally did the protesters' job. What do you mean police powerless? Did the Nazis bring a goddamn genie or something? I guess. Maybe powerless to do anything because they don't want to do anything. I feel like that's probably the best guess. If people set the Reichstag alight today, Berlin would just turn into an impromptu techno bonfire party. That sounds based, actually. But So as Melbourne police escort the Nazis and allow them to have a rally, this is what happens when it's a pro-Palestine rally.
Officers were called in to control the crowd, with police bearing the brunt of anger from both sides as city streets were again shut down.
A tense standoff between protesters and police until tensions boil over.
Like, why? Why are you doing that? What are you getting out of this other than, I don't know, annoying somebody, being an asshole? Is it that you're like a 6-year-old and it's like when you're walking past a tree and you have to grab a leaf off of it? Like, what are you doing here?
The riot squad at the centre of this flashpoint. Across the road from State Parliament, where around 2,000 pro-Palestine activists
Where? Bulletproof bullet. Where are the cops normally just good at standing stoically? That cop was marching with the Nazis on Friday? Almost certainly.
And just 100 metres down the road, a dozen Israeli supporters outnumbered.
I'm sorry, it's so funny to see the framing of, you know, like a massive crowd, constant, continuous protest. It was like 100,000 people in Sydney, blocked off the Harbour Bridge, and then we pan over to the pro-Israeli protests.
Meters down the road, a dozen Israeli supporters.
It's so sad. The most protests you see with police, the cops just stand there while they get harassed is kind of their job. I mean, not the protests that I see. Usually it's the cops doing the harassing for the most part. Also, including in Germany, bulletproof bullet. I mean, we're going to look at that in a little bit too. A dozen stupid people, a dozen losers.
Outnumbered even by police.
And what do you do? Where is the justice?
They'd been moved along.
You cannot take...
God, like it's ridiculous. But I've been seeing quite a lot of talk on this. I've been seeing talk about this both from, you know, people who are quite mad at the fact that they want to do mass deportation rallies here, but also from the right. Like, I'm getting recommended pro this march videos on YouTube right now. Literally dozens of protesters, counter protesters. That's gonna be copyright music, but yeah, it is what it is. They want to do mass deportations here as well. Whether they actually will, whether they'll get there, who the fuck knows? Australians are not exactly easy to rile up like that. So, but moving on to America. So, I want to watch this Maddow segment because, I mean, I think she finally gets it. I really do. Now, like, Rachel Maddow is one of the few people in mainstream media who I wouldn't really call her on our side, but she's definitely not on their side. And obviously, this is like 26 minutes. We're not going to watch the full thing. But I do want to touch on.
There's about 50,000 parishioners in New
Wait, hold on. Let me make sure that I can find a shorter version of it. I could have sworn I mean, there's a short.
Life has not stopped, and none of our personal lives have stopped. But also, at the same time, life in the United States is profoundly changing, is profoundly different than it was even 6 months ago. Because we do now live in a country that has an authoritarian leader in charge. We have a consolidating dictatorship in our country.
It's kind of nice to hear from them, at least. I mean, took you long enough. I've been saying that since January at the very least. But yeah, she's left-leaning among the liberals. Exactly. I personally, I like Maddow. Like, if I'm going to watch any of them, I'd prefer to watch her, if any, like, out of anyone else. She checks most of the country are immigrants. It's going to be a tough rally to find people. I think so, too. Like, I really don't think that the Nazis are going to get as much support as they think they are in Australia. Honestly, the short is probably better here because we do have a lot to talk about today. So I'll just let her do her bit.
And it sounds melodramatic to say it, I know. But just Go with that for a minute, right? Think in melodramatic terms. Think in cinematic terms. Imagine the cartoon-level caricature of what you think a dictatorship looks like.
The cinematic terms line that she said, that really does hit for me. In that, like, it does feel like cartoon villain, James Bond, Marvel villain shit. I mean, like, literally, if you go look at what Palantir is, they're Hydra. They're building the main, like, conflict issue in the second Captain America movie. They're predictive policing. We're gonna arrest you before you commit a crime. We're gonna determine if you are a danger 10 years before you're even born type shit. Like, they're doing that, so.
Like. I mean, it's secret police, right? A massive, anonymous, unbadged, literally masked, totally unaccountable internal police force that apparently has infinite funding, but no identifiable leadership. And they act in ways designed.
They do, and I've said this before. Right now, ICE is hiring. They're putting out ads. They're offering 50 grand and up to 60,000 off your student loan debt. Now, you do have to be MAGA to get the job, but that doesn't mean you can't lie and get the job. You could theoretically get 20, 30, 40, 50 more leftists together in an organized manner and infiltrate ICE. Right now, ICE gets more funding than you could, like, fathom in your mind. They are the new military. They're the domestic military. That's their job. And so, infiltrating ICE might be a good idea. Again, don't do it alone, but get a couple of your friends, get a couple of their friends, go and get the bag. They're stealing from you anyway. It's not like you're even taking their money. You're taking your money back. And then you can spend that time making their job more difficult to do, making their job significantly less effective. You might even get a chance to help somebody. Not to say that, like, you know, they'll want you to. You're going to get fired eventually, but your job would not be to go and, embed yourself deep within the hype. No, your job is to take the place of a fascist that actually wants that job so you don't do the job. Well, they can't either. That's the point here. And I think that's a good idea.
Designed to instill maximum fear and use maximum force. I mean, when you imagine an authoritarian country, right, what you imagine is masked secret police breaking people's car windows and snatching people off the streets and out of church parking lots and courtroom hallways and taking them away with no charges, no notice, no paperwork, no explanation, not letting them see lawyers, and then moving them secretly to what are effectively black site prisons, where they won't tell you who's there and where no one's allowed in to...
Literally like the Russification of this country. They are Dick Tracy characters, you just cannot see it in their clothing choice. It's because they don't like colors. How is Holman not... I don't know what you mean by, like, any of that. I didn't understand the references, but, like, these people aren't human like you and me are. Credibility of no one. They're definitely human beings, but, they're not human like us. Leftist mic, W audio. Is my audio bad? Because, like, leftist audio usually means bad audio. What's up, Captain Buggy? I did get a new camera, so it might be messing with the audio here. These people, though, credibility of no one. They're not people. They're human beings, but they're demons. They're ghouls. They're, monsters. Your mic sounds, bad? It sounded fine before. God damn it. Hold on.
Bygone era.
I could hear my... Let me see. How's this? Is this any better? If it's better or worse, let me know, because then I'll flip it back on, otherwise. But, we might just have leftist mic today. Might have to deal with it. Look, I was gonna set all this up yesterday. Thank you, Etch. But the adapter bit that I needed to plug my camera in was supposed to get here like noon yesterday. It didn't get here until 9, 10 at night when I was supposed to go to bed. Are you using the camera mic? This camera shouldn't even have a mic. And no, I'm not. Like, I'm on the right one. It's this thing. It's super sensitive, and I don't know why. Something to do with, like, the filter chains.
See what's going on. right? In that kind of a cartoon caricature of an authoritarian country, the one you might have imagined in melodramatic and cinematic terms ever before we got here, you would expect, right, that you'd have a scapegoated minority group blamed for all things. In our case, immigrants, right? And the new extraordinary powers and shows of force by the secret police, among other things, all these.
Let me posit you guys a question. What sounds like a place that you might attribute these traits to? You know, a time and a place where there's a country where, you know, a convicted criminal who tried to do a coup gains power, then is given extraordinary ability to change the law, to take away your rights, creates a scapegoat group, or 2 or 3. We build camps where we literally fantasize about feeding people to alligators, or, you know, killing them rather. Oh, and also have now, I think, officially conducted military operations on a neighboring country, because Trump gave the Pentagon the order to attack the drug cartels in Mexico. I feel like this is very Hitlerite. You might need to, you might need some sound dampeners around your room below the mic, maybe? Maybe, yeah. I didn't need them before, but those were different, like, audio filters that were stopping the, like, clicking in the keystrokes. I'll just have to mess around with those. Seeing these ICE agents just makes me think of the fact that all the way through, Faust and Angel keeps telling Faust, yo, you could just repent at any point, be welcome to heaven all the way through, and he just keeps going, nah. Assad is Syria, Putin's Russia, also Hitler's Germany. Yeah, sounds pretty similar to all of the above, huh?
Extraordinary powers and shows of force will be framed as necessary to stop this terrible internal enemy, right? Frame everything as immigration enforcement. Because for immigration enforcement, not only is all force justified, but maximum force is preferred. And they're trying to make it into a national entertainment to threaten to feed immigrants to alligators.
Literally, like, they're going after dual citizenship now. If you have dual citizenship, ICE is coming for you. I don't know how to put this to you. They hate all of you. It's not about, you know, whether you're an immigrant, whether you were born here. It's not about even if you're white. Like, it really does not matter. It's about whether you are one of them. That's all they care about. Are you one of them, or are you one of us?
In South Florida, they're making them eat off dishes on the floor like they're dogs. The Chrome Detention Center in Florida. They want us to like that, right? The Republican Party wants to sell T-shirts about that. And if you think it's only about...
No, not wants to. They are selling T-shirts about that, successfully.
About immigrants, take the president's own word for it when he says the homegrowns are next. And then he starts musing publicly about which Americans he intends to strip of their citizenship. Life has not stopped, and none of our personal lives have stopped. But also at the same...
I can show you the merch. Do you want to see the alligator Auschwitz merch? I've read comments, so consider the source, but no news stories about the camps being built in red states. I have one.
At the same time, life in the United States is profoundly changing.
This short is quite long. I didn't realize, like, this is a couple minutes. Well, we'll get to the new camps that they're building as well. They're building what's going to be the largest camp in Texas as we speak.
Is profoundly different than it was even 6 months ago. Because we do now live in a country that has an authoritarian leader in charge. We have a consolidating dictatorship in our country. And it sounds melodramatic to say it, I know. But just go with that for a minute.
Oh, God, you don't have pictures? I should have checked. Either way, they absolutely do have merch. Alligator Auschwitz swag is the hot new MAGA merch. $135 shirt reads, "Make alligators great again." Genuinely, I think we should feed the people who buy this merch to those alligators. I think that's the only rational and moral answer.
right? Think in melodramatic terms. Think in cinematic terms. Imagine the cartoon.
Oh, actually, sorry, it's repeating. We just got right back to the beginning. I had finished it. Good to go. Good to know, rather. And also, like, if you still don't understand that this is fascism, here's Trump just yesterday talking to another dictator from another country, Azerbaijan's dictator, showing off the secret Trump 2028 merch that he keeps in the White House, talking about how he's gonna run again. This man's not even gonna live long enough to run again. Like, I'm pretty sure he's going to go of like a heart attack at literally any minute. And I'm also pretty sure that Murdoch and Vance are thinking about cooing him behind the scenes, but we'll see.
You know, you're not allowed to run. So, because I'm 28 points higher than anyone. Everybody wants me to run, but including us.
It's really quiet. If you can't hear, he's saying, oh, well, you know, you can't run again. I'm 28 points higher than the last other person, but, you know, you're not allowed to run again.
You know, it's funny. So this drives me crazy. Look, 4 more years. I go 4 more years. So it's sort of cool. Fellas, come on, grab what you want. That's okay.
Yeah, so it's like, it's merch for a political campaign that he still, even under the current, you know, they get to make up the laws, he's not, like, entitled to. But, I mean, they have the merch. They're keeping it in the White House. He's showing it to world leaders. Clearly, it's not, above him. Under fascism, the outgroup keeps expanding to include more and more and more and more and more people. Literally, like it always will. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, thank you. Here's, some of that merch. Hold on, I just want to make sure that it's not going to immediately dox me. Here's some, alligator Auschwitz merch. In demons. Genuine. Demonic-ass motherfucker. But then we had this tweet yesterday from the president. On Monday, a press conference will be held at the White House, which will essentially stop violent crime in Washington, D.C. It has become one of the most dangerous cities anywhere in the world, and it will soon be one of the safest. Sorry, I just hit the mic thing. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. So they're going to seize control of Washington, D.C. And this is what's happening right now. This is just a couple hours ago.
Top story tonight, more federal agents arriving in the district. It's all part of President Trump's push to clean up D.C. in the wake of an attack on a former DOJ staffer. This, as we still have not heard from Mayor Bowser. We have team coverage for you tonight. Bob Barnard spoke with city leaders, reacting for the first time to President Trump's latest action. But we'll start with our Nana St. Tubonsu kicking us our coverage off.
Crime is so out of control in D.C. We have a felon in the White House? I mean, true.
From the Wilson building. Nana?
Hey, Sharon, yes, we're here outside the Wilson building. We spent some of our day trying to track down council members and Mayor Muriel Bowser. Now, her office says she is aware that the White House is increasing federal law enforcement, but right now there is no further comment. Now,
our big balls are... Wait, did Big Balls get attacked? Because I didn't know about the DOJ staffer getting attacked. I did see the fact that Big Balls was found to been hosting a website that has child sexual assault material on it. So, you know, that was the guy who was allowed into the Treasury and access to your Secret Service, not your Secret Service, your Social Security information. You know, that guy was the one who had a website where he would upload child porn to for other pedophiles and degenerates to go watch with him. So, you know, that's the guy that had access to all of your data. BB got beat up by 15-year-olds, base 15-year-olds.
At midnight is officially started their plan to help combat crime in the districts, adding over a dozen federal law enforcement agencies like Park Police, the FBI, and DEA to the streets, focusing on specific areas like Union Station. We drove by and saw
Remember when we talked about last week that leaked memo from DHS that was talking about, you know, creating forward operating zones in major cities, about, you know, using military assets far more often for law enforcement inside the U.S. Like, this is part of that. This is how they said they were going to do this too. And I said they were going to do this. This is coming a little bit later than I expected, but obviously, like, the plan is to invade the country. Pedo presidency? Well, that too. As 2 days ago, Fox was claiming it was him.
Amtrak police.
God damn, they got him good. A 15-year-old boy and girl. Good for them. You know what? If you're 15 and you get charged as an adult for that, and that goes down in like your record, honestly, that should qualify you for more jobs after you serve your sentence. Trump and big balls like girls. They also like boys, Ian Leal, and children mostly. Clearly.
Police cars parked right in front. We also stopped by the White House, the Capitol, and the National Mall and didn't see much of an increased presence, or at least anything more than what we've seen specifically in this area of the city on the front.
So then we keep going, you know. This is residents reacting, but first I want to show you Nayib Bukele posting this today. Now I wonder if this might have anything to do with the increased law enforcement and military and National Guard presence that is in DC. You know, pulling in El Salvador is not a thing. He's gonna pull in El Salvador in DC. Yeah, that's how fascism works. I don't know why people continue to be surprised that the fascists keep doing things that are fascist. Here's a look at the what the White House looked like before Trump and what it looks like now, just like in the last 6 months. Aesthetic changes.
The transformation has been gradual and unmistakable.
This is when Biden's president. Then you start seeing a bit more, you know, gold urns, and then everything is gold, and then now there's just so much gold that it's too gold.
Here's what it looked like in November when Trump visited Biden after the election. By February, some golden urns on the mantle.
He's so fucking tacky.
April, gold adornments appear on the walls. By July, it's gold everywhere. Just this week, more scaffolding popped up. Even more new gold trim appeared. The room where presidents have long struggled with the big decisions has never looked so...
Mr. President, there's too much gold. People are gonna accuse you of being British. Like, it's very clear that he thinks that he's the king. You know, they're talking about building a $200 million ballroom in the White House.
So golden. And have you seen the Rose Garden lately?
Oh, that they destroyed,
Jackie
yeah.
Kennedy's creation. The grass has now been replaced with bright white paving.
They paved the Rose Garden. Literally, like, no fucking taste. Fascists have no ability to have any kind of taste. They can't do art. They're aesthetically boring as shit. By the way, like, I will always say that the Nazis sucked. Like, their uniforms were not cool or attractive. I don't know why people get so caught up in that, because they're boring. It's literally boring. At least you'll know it'll be easy to get him to agree on a design palette. Yeah, white and gold. That's all he knows. What if we built him a pyramid to be buried in? Honestly, there's a less than 0% chance that that might work many years from now of natural causes. Well, I mean, like, natural causes should have got him like 10 years ago. At this point, I think the Grim Reaper's just like avoiding going near his syphilitic ass. Gardens are woke? True.
Tiles. You might call it the Rose Patio. The latest addition this week, umbrellas. Just like the ones on the patio at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach.
If we gave him the obelisk 10 years ago, maybe we wouldn't have got here. Genuinely. More people should have watched The Apprentice back when it was on television, and maybe we wouldn't have this fucker here.
The transformation has been gradual and unmistakable. Here's what it looked like in November when Trump...
Oh, and mind you, this is how screwed we are because they did this. What's up? Try plugging it in. This is, this man is president because a black man insulted him publicly. That's also true.
They've erased part of the Constitution, including the habeas corpus clause. They erased it from the copy of the Constitution that is published on congress.gov. Specifically, they removed sections 9 and 10 from Article 1. Section 9 includes many important clauses, including habeas corpus. And I'm going to leave the door open to this possibly being a glitch or an accident, but if this was purposeful, my guess is that if they
They removed the entire Constitution and Bill of Rights from the White House's website, meaning that you could only get it from the Congress website unless you have a physical copy, which you should because they're obviously editing it. You're going to want the physical copy eventually, so go buy one while they still exist. But no, yeah, this is not an accident. It's not a glitch. A glitch doesn't remove specifically Article 1, Sections 9 and 10. Like, that's not a glitch. That does not happen. That is a choice someone made. And that's not coming back because they hate habeas corpus. We don't have that. It already doesn't exist. You don't have the right to a lawyer if you get arrested in the Nazi states of America. They're just changing laws with Microsoft Word. I mean, like, yes, but also, remember, at the beginning of the presidency, they signed an executive order that literally said that any interpretation of the law that disagrees with the attorney general or the president's interpretation of the law is wrong. Like, that's the only true interpretation. They said that. Now, like, does that mean anything in a democracy? No, but, you know, DC is King's Landing, and the king has syphilis and is delusional. Allegedly.
Removed Section 9, they had to remove Section 10 because you can't go from Section 8 to 10 without someone noticing. Luckily, someone noticed anyway. I think you'll notice that the sections that are conveniently missing are convenient to be missing. So I think it's important that we go through them in a simple and easy to understand way. So I'm going to go through Section 9. Article 1, Section 9, Clause.
Look, Sundry Clown Car, like, I know that a written constitution sounds gay. Like, it's funny, but these people want you to not be able to read. Like, it's actually part of the plan. They really don't want you to be able to read. Still think succession is a far-fetched idea? Well, so, sorry, secession, not succession. I don't think secession is going to happen, but I do see almost a civil war forming. Like, simply, Steve, J.B. Pritzker has ordered Illinois' state police to prevent the FBI from arresting the Texas Democrats that are staying in Illinois to avoid quorum. So what happens if the FBI, the federal police, come in and try and arrest the elected officials from Texas, and Illinois' state police stops them? So to Colorado. Well, yeah, exactly. But so we haven't actually had a standoff there. There's also, like, are the cops not on the side of, you know, the feds? I don't see that happening. They could use ICE, and it wouldn't matter because, like, it would still require a clash with the state police from Illinois. As long as the Illinois state police or the Colorado state police are willing to protect these people, and granted they have the right to, and regardless of how it's done, ICE or the FBI arresting these Democrats would be illegal. There's no justification for it. Like, it's not any kind of precedent. There's nothing. There's literally nothing that says that they can do that. And so the standoff could result in the first battle. Now, do I see that happening? No, probably not. Honestly, if you're asking me what I think is the most likely, it'd probably be that the state police would just allow it, but, you know, that's just me not having much faith in the police. Colorado State Police already stopped Texas Rangers from coming into our state. I do believe in Colorado State Police, because Colorado's awesome. I loved Colorado. I do not necessarily believe in Illinois State Police.
One is about the migration or importation of persons, slaves. This clause basically says that the federal government cannot prohibit the importation of persons until about 20 years later. Clause 2 is about the writ of habeas corpus. It says
the slaves thing is important because, as we've said, we have a system that is incentivizing you to commit crime so that you can go to prison. And then when you go to prison, you're a slave. So that's already there. We also know that Donald Trump has owned slaves personally. There's a literal Vice documentary on it called Trump in Dubai, China. It's like Dubai and China, I believe it is. But, like, yeah, the man's actually owned slaves, and the entire system is built to produce slavery, so, you know, I fully expect martial law will be enacted prior to that. It's going to happen before the first volley of shots are fired. Yeah, look, I fully expected them to declare martial law much earlier, but I don't think they actually need to. We covered it right around when we were expecting the actual martial law declaration. What they did instead is they had 2 executive orders that essentially when put together, act as martial law, just not quite as far. And, like, that's been working well enough for them if they needed to, sure. The issue being here, again, I don't see secession happening, but I do see there being a standoff between police and federal agents in regards to those Democrats. And I'd like to remind you guys, actually, I cannot remind Americans enough that we had a revolution because we didn't want to pay taxes on tea. Tariffs, in fact. Like, literally fought a war against a country and took over this country because we didn't want to pay taxes on tea. So, you know, it's as American as you can get, really. But we don't need to worry about, like, whether they fire shots or not. Like, the point here being is you should be out there, helping the state police. Like, if you live in Illinois, right, and you're in the area where these Texas officials are staying, you should go stand out there. Stand on the side of the state police. It'll give them a bit of a morale boost. The thing is, like, when it really comes down to it, it's about whether they have the balls to say, fuck off to the feds. And a lot of them might not, but if you're standing there with them, chances go higher. They don't want to do martial law if they don't have to. Too much money, too brazen, potentially reduces the slave pool. Exactly. What about no kings seem proportionate? Yes, but it was once and it went away. Funcore. The only way that we're going to see them do martial law is if Americans start protesting like Europeans. What's up, Arberlin? We need to be out there being proud rebel scum. Absolutely. Because, like, they are, I mean, like, they're destroying this country. You have no rights. They have made it so that there is nothing in the Constitution that you can find on Congress's website that says the government can't import slaves, that says you have the right to habeas corpus.
That it cannot be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. Basically, the right that we all have, that forces law enforcement to bring an individual before a judge to justify their detention or imprisonment. It's a requirement that the government prove that your detention is lawful. Clause 3 says no bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. A bill of attainder is a bill or law that basically makes a group of people guilty of a crime and subjects them to punishment without a trial. This was used a lot back in England to go after political enemies. And
this is why these executive orders matter so much. There's so many of them that it's so hard to catch up and to read, and he puts them out all the time. But there's key information in there.
Ex post facto law is a law that's written to make something illegal after you've done it. So it wasn't a crime when you did it, but they're going to make it a crime after the fact and go after you for it. That's not allowed either. Clause 4 says no capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census, blah, blah, blah. Capitation taxes are often referred to as poll taxes. Basically, this clause says that if the federal government wants to collect direct taxes from the states, it has to be apportioned according to the population.
So basically, they just want to steal your money even more than they're already stealing your money. Like, again, go out there, join the protests, go and break into small groups and occupy an area. If you have 50,000 people and break up into 8 to 12 person like groups that are organized and communicate, you can hold a city. You can occupy it. They can't stop you. There's literally nothing they can do. It would have to, like, they would have to go door to door looking for you when you as a group of 8 people can just scatter the moment you see them. Just go 2 streets over. Like, have walkie-talkies. Doesn't matter if they can hear you. Just don't bring your phone, but, like, have walkie-talkies. Does not matter. Pray for peace, prepare for war. Guns and ammo are your best friends. I do agree with that as well. And, like, be peaceful. The thing is, like, I still believe that they're going to start the violence, and I don't even think that they're going to start the violence against us first. It's going to be them versus themselves. But also, like, you don't even need guns. Look at this. I didn't know this was a thing. Sorry, this is going to be a little palate cleanser. This is unrelated to what we were talking about, just to be very clear. Palate cleanser, but I didn't know you could do this.
Oh no, I dropped my cans of bean on a fire. No, I dropped my can of chili beans inside a mortar.
You can make a mortar with beans.
Oh no, I dropped my baked beans and sausages and golf balls into a mortar on a fire.
Please do not walk in front of a mortar. I mean, like, I know many of you don't have a mortar, but if you ever did build one to put your beans and your golf balls into for whatever reason, do not walk in front of the mortar. Unrelated, but I think it's cool.
Oh no, I dropped my cans of
beans in a
bean
mortar.
on a fire.
But also, like, there's actual stuff you
With
can
the
do.
US president.
Also, note how, like, I have to go to Australian news, not even, like, good Australian news, to get proper news about, like, I don't know, resistance to fascism in the United States. So, anti-ICE activists patrolling Los Angeles. Let's see what's happening. I wonder, have they successfully broken up into smaller groups and started occupying the city?
With the US president determined to deport thousands of illegal immigrants every day.
Again, there is no deportation happening at all. A deportation is a legal thing. You have to go to a judge, and a judge has to say you are here illegally, and then you are deported to your home. These are kidnappings. These are not deportations. There is no judge, there is no jury, there is no trial. You get kidnapped, black bagged, thrown in a van, put on a plane, and then sent to a camp. That's it.
There's a new campaign to recruit more ICE agents. 9 News joined a group of community leaders in Los Angeles trying to alert people before the raids even happen.
It's 6 a.m. in Los Angeles. These volunteers are on the lookout for Donald Trump's immigration agents.
Your sister's correct. Yes. Yeah, okay, let's get one of you to go in that vehicle.
9 News joined high school teacher Oscar.
Well, here we go. We hit the road, eh?
Yeah. And his team.
God, that's based. Like, I do love seeing a teacher, like, on board with this, going and organizing students to have a lookout, looking to see if the fucking demons are around. What's up, Alec Nix? But again, like, I would like to remind you that you can do a lot. ICE is hiring. Go take a fascist job with your friends. Don't do it alone. Organize a group. Go take their job, steal some of your money that they stole back from them, and then make it so that they can't do anything. You can sabotage the organization from the inside. Get like 50 people. I'm begging you.
From Union Del Barrio.
And Simply Steve, listen to Buncor. Buncor knows what they're talking about. Buncor is like Central Brooklyn DSA. Like, trust. Buncor, also chill out, because Simply Steve is cool. We've had discussions on this before. There is disagreements, but we are all on the same side. So, like, please be civil with each other.
Mario.
Oscar, just tell us, what are we actually out looking for this morning?
And identify any potential ICE staging or ICE raids so that we can get ahead and alert our community so that they can be aware, and so that hopefully none of our community members are kidnapped and taken this morning.
Thank you for using the correct term. Kidnapped. There is no deportations here. Where's the Felford again amount? It's there. Right there.
President Trump's immigration crackdown initially targeted violent criminals.
No, it didn't.
But in June,
literally never
border
did.
agents, known as ICE, executed raids across Los Angeles. It triggered protests and violence. California.
Yes, violence from the police and ICE, but you know.
Homeland Security called this Operation Trojan Horse.
You want a better example of what these look like? Here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Annabelle Sedano.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. News shot before capturing video of the cleanup earlier today. Crews brought in the heavy machinery to clear out tents and trash near the 405.
That's right. And this
Yeah, please, someone gift Alec Nix a chat.
has turned
not
into
a chat, a sub, so they could chat properly.
quite the showdown. Protesters and even the mayor showed up. NBC4's McCollum Medina has been there for it all. He joins us live with an update. Mac.
Annabelle and Michael, this is the mayor's 105th Inside Safe cleanup. The mayor's program that she credits with reducing homelessness on the streets of LA for the last 2 years straight. It's a program and a cleanup that was met today with some protesters. dozen people chanted and attempted to stop city crews as they were working to clear out this large encampment off Oxnard and the 405.
Mind you, this is like LA. But you know why they're doing this, right? Because of this.
Well, turning now to President Trump's executive order signed late last week, ending crime and disorder on America's streets. It calls...
This is part of the homeless camps that we talked about, the Trumpvilles. All of this is in Project 2025. All of this was announced using video of Trump talking well before he even won the election. They literally reposted videos they had filmed in like August after he won. I fucking hate seeing homeless people's shit thrown away. Me too.
For changes in order to make it easier for states and cities to move people living on the street into treatment for mental illness or addiction.
Yeah, treatment, sure.
And in some cases, forcing people into treatment without their consent. That's the civil commitment process that we've explored in depth here on The Story with our Uncommitted series. The order says, quote, shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment.
I fucking hate seeing homeless people, period. I mean, like, true, because they shouldn't be homeless. What's up, Shufa Poofer?
Treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment will restore public order. More on that in a minute. But federal funding will now be shifted away from housing first initiatives. That's the idea, to get homeless people into housing and then offer treatment. The president's order instead prioritizes money for programs that require sobriety and treatment and calls,
as in does literally nothing useful,
to defund any addiction programs that include, quote, harm reduction.
So we want to stop drug addiction by cutting programs that help stop drug addiction. I see. That's totally is not, built in a way that there can only be harm to come from it. Like, it's crystal fucking clear. Here. Forced hospitalization means for the unhoused. Like, this is what they're doing. This is what they said they were going to do. It's not even more workers for the gulags. These are death camps, Shufa Poofer, essentially. Where's that video of Trump talking about it? Trump homeless encampments. I keep getting the newest one that he just put out like 2 weeks ago. I want to see the old video, if I can find it on Twitter. So no more clean needle programs that also incentivize people to seek rehab, as it's offered every time they go pick up their needles, also get their... Yep, basically, yes. That is the point. Here we go. I think this is it.
Under crooked Joe Biden, the U.S. government has spent nearly $1 billion to house...
Mind you, again, this was in like August last year before he even won.
...illegal aliens and foreign migrants in expensive luxury hotels, courtesy of you, the American taxpayer, and they want to spend billions and billions more. In many states, we're running out of hotel space because the rooms are all booked up with illegal aliens living in a very large way on the American taxpayer's dime. Meanwhile, we have 33,000...
Depraved ambiance. You don't. Don't. Like, if those people come to you, then you show them. But if they don't come to you, you don't need to reach them. Don't try messaging to the zombies. You'll get bit. Here we go. Give the homeless people homes, addicts, criminals, all of them. Like, it is known by people who make these decisions that it actually assists the capital project. Every homeless person you just house offers an order of magnitude more GDP. I've said this over and over and over again. I've literally argued this with idiots, that giving homeless people houses and money makes the government money. There have been studies where there are 3 different groups of homeless people. Like, homeless people who have been addicted to drugs for 2 or more years and homeless for 2 or more years. People who are homeless for 1 year and addicted to drugs for 1 year. Moderate to, like, low to moderate drug addiction, not severe. And then people who were recently homeless and have a history of drug use. Every single group, barring the active addiction 2 years plus 2 years plus homelessness, made the government money. And even the highest, like, group, like the addicts for 2 years that were also homeless for 2 years, they didn't lose the government money. The government still broke even. Foreign migrants are housed via their visa stipulations. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No, he does. He's just lying. I mean, how do I mentally deal with it, depraved ambiance? I see. Yeah, look, the way I do it is I just look at them like zombies. Like, their brain has been eaten by a virus. I mean, every accusation is a confession, right? I'm mostly lamenting, not looking for an actual answer. Fair enough. 40% of homeless people working and earn income pay federal taxes. Imagine how much more money they can contribute if they had a fucking house. Like, it's true. It's absolutely true. Making the government as a whole money over time isn't good enough for the corpos in power. They want money. Like, they don't even want a government to exist, Poofer. They want to be the government.
Veterans in this country who are homeless and living very poorly, I might add, and it's a shame. They're living in filth and squalor on our streets. Nobody is doing a thing for them. We helped them a lot during my 4 years, and it's all been dropped.
Government makes it illegal to make what my job pays me? What do you mean, wet camera?
Everything we did for our veterans has been dropped. It's a disgrace. Joe Biden puts illegal aliens before homeless veterans, and we cannot let this happen.
Hey, remember that Trump also arrested a bunch of veterans after they protested him cutting all of the veterans' assistance, and, you know, their Medicaid and their Medicare and their pensions and all of that, and then arrested them when they showed up at the Capitol to protest? Just reminding you.
Happen any longer. The American veteran is one of our greats. These are great, great people. We have to take care of them. On day one, I will sign an executive order to cut off Joe Biden's massive spigot of funding for shelter and transport of illegal aliens and redirect a portion
of drug addiction is poverty. It's poverty. The number one cause of crime is poverty. So, you know, but take a listen. You know, this was his plan.
American veterans. I will make it a personal mission to totally eradicate veterans' homelessness in America by the end of next term. You'll see a big difference, just like you did at the VA, just like you did with, frankly, everything we touched.
Yeah, literally. You know what? Yes, just like everything they touched, just like the VA, it'll be gone. All of the homeless people will be gone. Like, he literally has said that. I just like that normies conflate unhoused people with drug addicts, as though drug addiction doesn't come as a result of stress being unhoused. People become unhoused through no fault of their own, but because things happen to them over time, including landlords increasing rents. Literally, look, I don't know how true this is. I genuinely don't, but, like, sorry, this is going to be, like, a slight tangent here. Depraved ambiance, but I saw a post yesterday about a billionaire who gave some woman who was like a waitress at a restaurant a 500% tip, and the reason that he did it was because, like, they had a chat and she mentioned the building that she lives in, which he owns apparently, and giving her that tip was gonna push her over her, like, yearly limit. Like, basically was gonna make it so he could put the rent up and then kick her out of the property. Like, that's the level of these people's mindset. It's disgusting. The most patriotic, true-blood Americans who support our troops and care for the working poor, people just like me. Like, literally, these people hate America, and everyone in this chat is more patriotic and likes America more than them. Capitalism causes poverty, and poverty causes drug addiction and crime, literally. I can't stand listening to Trump, man. Like, the people he's speaking to are so ignorant about immigration and migration. Well, that's the point, you know? He loves the uneducated. Now he wants to reclassify weed. I've heard about that. We'll see how that goes. There's probably, like, several companies lobbying him on that one. I gotta pee, but while I do that, take a look at the new camp that they're building in Texas. I won't be very long.
More detention space will soon be available for migrants awaiting deportation, and it's here in the Lone Star State. Fox's Jennifer Griffin with more on the story.
The U.S. military is building the largest federal deportation detention center in America's history. The construction of Camp East Montana at Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas, began mid-July in response to a request from Homeland Security. Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson defended the use of the military base to initially detain 1,000 migrants awaiting deportation.
Once DoD achieves initial stand-up, we will finish construction for up to 5,000 beds in the weeks and months ahead. Upon completion, this will be the largest federal detention center in history. for this critical mission, the deportation of illegal aliens.
So far, the Army has spent $232 million on the tent city at Fort Bliss. The U.S. Army oversees the $1.24 billion contract for the 5,000-bed ICE facility, and last month awarded the contract to build the facility to Acquisition Logistics, a Virginia-based company. In January, President...
Guys, like, this is more camps. These are camps where you're going to be doing labor for free because you're a slave when you're in prison. There is no deportation. That is a legal, like, thing. That there is no court, there's no judge, there's no hearings. These are kidnappings. And we still have no confirmation on where these people go, who these people are, who gets arrested. We see citizens getting arrested, citizens getting harassed. It doesn't matter. Like, they don't even care. Here's a Florida cop. Florida defends the arrest. At a press conference on August 1st, FHP Director Dave Kerner said that Linus Umbrico had slammed the car door shut and locked it, barring officers from reaching the other men. They arrested that U.S. citizen for obstruction of justice. Kerner said the resistance was so severe, by the way, that the Border Patrol had to use tasers on one of the subjects. Literally, you shut the door, you're a citizen, to prevent the ICE agent from harassing you, and you get tased by Border Patrol. They're able to build this quickly, but can't build shelters for the homeless? No. Try plugging it in. It's not that they can't. It's that they won't. See, they don't care about you. In fact, they enjoy your suffering. They can build these like that because these are private companies. You know who's building these prisons? Core Civic, Geo Group. You know that even like the trucks that are going in and out of Alligator Auschwitz are hiding the logos on their vans so that, you know, people can't call them and annoy them. The criticism, yeah. It's about slavery. It's about death camps. Like, these are demons. This is not American.
Trump announced migrants would be sent to Guantanamo Bay.
We're literally, yeah, exactly. I forgot about Guantanamo. We have at least 500 people in Gitmo right now, according to Stephen Miller. And again, can somebody please answer me? Where the fuck are the women? Because I know where the men go. I've seen the men that ICE arrests in prisons. We sent some of them to El Salvador. We don't do that anymore, I don't think. At least, you know, I think we pissed off Bukele by taking someone out, and no one was ever supposed to leave CSOT. But whether or not we're even sending people to El Salvador, where the fuck are the women? I've yet to see women in an ICE facility, ever, in any video or any clip. Not one. So where are they? Because I've seen ICE arresting them.
In January, President Trump announced migrants would be sent to Guantanamo Bay, where Defense Secretary Hegseth promised the Marines could build a 30,000-bed facility.
By the way, no, they can't. Like, you can't even do... That's, like, physically not possible in Guantanamo. The women are probably in ICE camps being forced to pick strawberries. Can't stress enough how much of this ICE shit is to make people into slaves. Literally, yeah, absolutely. It is, like, building the system that they are... First of all, they literally just made it so you can import slaves because they took that bit out of the Constitution, at least on the website. Not that anyone cares. Not that law is real in this country anymore. But slavery is already legal in the Constitution if you're in prison. I said this before, in that there's a reason why your food's expensive, why your rent goes up, why your healthcare is shit. They don't care about you. They want you to be stressed. They want you to struggle. They want you to not have the time or energy to organize, to resist, and then they want you to have to commit a crime to survive because you can't make enough money to pay your bills, feed your kids, and then you get arrested for that crime, and then you get enslaved. That's the whole point. That is it. Oh, thank you, Buncor. Nice finding that tweet. So this is the primary tweet from a billionaire. Was having lunch with a billionaire. He tipped our waitress 500%. Wow, I asked why he did it. That tip puts her over the annual income limit for the rent controlled apartment she lives in. Now the landlord can kick her out and raise the rent by thousands of dollars for the next tenant. Guess who owns the rent controlled apartment she lives in? I was close with it. Both accounts are on Instagram. They are both him and he hucks Binbro hustle culture to get rich courses and advice. He uses exaggerations and false information. Yeah, well, so that's the thing, right? Like, obviously no shot that this tweet is true, but this kind of behavior absolutely is. That's the point I was trying to make. Like, this tweet doesn't matter. It's on Twitter. I don't give a fuck what they say. Half of Twitter is lies anyway. But it shows the mentality, and that mentality definitely does exist. And probably on a larger scale than that, like a significantly larger scale than that, is what would my, assumption would be, rather. Slavery has never been illegal in the U.S. Yep, SCOTUS even ruled Cargill and Essay can rely on slave labor abroad, not even slavery done as punishment. Literally, Trump has owned slaves in Dubai. They also probably don't want women in pictures as much because it would create more sympathy for the prisoners. That's also true. They just made it so private citizens can't own people, but they're fixing that now, I guess. Possibly for the same government cost, veteran dorms could be built instead of prisons. Yes, but the thing is, they don't want to give you nice things. They want to build prisons and enslave you. Too. There is so much we could do. There's, like, if anything, what this presidency should show you is what someone who's competent and has a goal in mind can actually accomplish. Like, all of this has been evil, demonic shit, but could you imagine if, like, Mamdani was the president? Just, like, hypothetically, just forget all of the context. He's the president today. Could you imagine what could actually be done? Because look at what Trump, the half-wit, administration of his, was able to do in 6 months. They've killed the country. What do you think someone competent and good and actually, cares about the people could do? You would do it secretly with no one knowing? I mean, I would do it secretly without anyone knowing. I would fix it all secretly and it would all come out at the same time, and then everyone's life would be better. And then you guys could, hang me for, I don't know, fascism or something. I'll do the thing, I'll fix it, but then, people still get mad at me afterward. I'm kidding, obviously. Do not give me any fucking power. Don't do that. Please do not. But also, don't let these people have power. Because, again, right now the choice
Pastor
seems
Doug
to
Wilson.
be, do you want to be Christian Hitler? Or do you want to be a socialist? That's it. That's, those are your two options. Christian Nazism or socialism.
Is a self-described Christian nationalist on a mission to make the United States a Christian nation and the entire world a Christian world. Over the decades, he's built an international network of more than 150 churches. And last month, he opened a new one just 3 blocks from Capitol Hill, with the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, attending the service. Pastor Wilson preaches a strict interpretation of the Bible. He believes women...
Pastor Wilson preaches literally not Christian teachings.
...should submit to their husbands and not have the right to vote. In his view, abortion and homosexuality are criminal. He's been on the fringes.
He's a demon. Of course he is. He's literally a terrorist. This is an ISIS operative. You have to understand that the Christian extremists in this country are essentially just Christian ISIS. They want what in their heads, think about the average Fox News watching Republican, and think about what they envision in their mind when they hear the word Sharia law. They want that, but the Christian version of it. They literally do.
...of the religious right for decades, but now finds more of a mainstream Republican audience.
I feel like it's not a good thing that these people are finding a mainstream Republican audience. I don't think Jesus would like people who bastardize religion to justify their bigotry. Well, obviously, remember last week we watched the guy who said you should love Hitler for Jesus? Y'all Al-Qaeda-ass motherfuckers. Absolutely. No, these people should be arrested. This is a demon. Someone needs to pour salt and holy water on this man. They are one-to-one ISIS, but the other version of the same God. Literally. You can't even say that better. That is the actual answer. That's true.
Pamela Brown reports.
Christchurch senior pastor Doug Wilson makes no apologies for his beliefs on God and country.
I'd like to see the town be a Christian town. I'd like to see the state be a Christian state. I'd like to see the nation be a Christian nation. I'd like to see the world be a Christian world.
I hope... You have kids? Does this man have kids? Doug Wilson, hold on. You do have kids. I hope your kids marry interracially and that your children are trans, queer, and also black.
I'd like to see the nation be a Christian nation. I'd like to see the world be a Christian world.
And now Wilson's controversial views as a Christian nationalist are gaining sway in the nation's center of power.
You know what, Schuffelpoover, you're so right. Imagine this man saying exactly the same thing, but with the word Muslim instead of Christian. Trump wants to try 24, 15, and 16-year-olds as adults. Trump was pardoning Andrew Tate. Diddy, he pardoned Diddy and Ghislaine Maxwell in the same fucking week. I mean, he didn't pardon Maxwell, but, you know, brought her to a prison that she's technically not supposed to be in. But yeah, like, obviously, like, this is the pro-pedophile, pro-crime government. Like, that's who's in charge. So, and they're, like, evangelicals are comically evil. They are literally a death cult. I feel like he's divorced and his kids don't talk to him. Probably. Is he gonna try and go for the religious victory in Civ? They're definitely going for it. Ich bin dead. If that guy was not on this planet, he would ironically be more Christian. That's true. He didn't pardon Diddy? Did he not pardon? No, sorry. He didn't pardon Diddy. Diddy was just found not guilty somehow, right? Hold on, let me check that. He didn't pardon Diddy. Yeah, he was found not guilty. Fully black, trans, queer. Like, I want this guy's kids to Diddy didn't do diddly. Diddy did everything. Diddy did literally some insane shit that, like, I could talk about for 2 hours, but we'll get too sidetracked with it. But, like, no, yeah, it's way more than small crimes. But you know what? Speaking of Christians and queers and shit, you know what's really funny is that Christians commit 400% more crime, violent crime. Trans people are 400% more likely to be victims of violent crime than trans people, and more Christians commit sex crimes per capita than trans people. So, you know, just gotta throw that out there as we're watching Doug Wilson, the fucking, I don't know, Jesus Nazi. Wants kids to have all the woke attributes. I see. Yes, I do. I want all of the bad people to have the most ironic and poetic consequences.
With the recent
Diddy did Trump shit, that's true.
opening of his new church and high-profile parishioners like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Wait, you guys want to get sidetracked for a minute? Because, like, this is some fucked up shit. But I kind of want to show it. Like, we didn't get to talk properly about Epstein just because there's been a lot of news, and there still is a lot of news to cover. And I probably shouldn't focus on this because this is, like, nothing compared to what's actually happening. But, oh my god, it's like, why would you nerf your paycheck? Feel me, dog? I don't know what you're talking about, Jigglypuff. It's side quest, exactly. So, there's a lot more to the Epstein story than just Epstein. So, first off, here's Trump and Ivanka, way back in the day, opening the Harley-Davidson Cafe. But so, we gotta move Trump to the side for a second. Let's talk about a different pedophile. John Casablancas. He's in this picture. He ran an elite model agency. He raped a 14-year-old, groomed her before she became a supermodel. Here, happened, you know, way back in the 70s, 80s. This dude. So, here's Donald Trump with Ivanka at age 9, premiering at a film. And, you know, he does definitely parade her around. There's plenty of pictures of them at this event. Kind of really fucking creepy pictures that I don't even really want to look closely at. These are his daughter, mind you. But remember that this is a man who's, like, talked about how hot his daughter is on live television and said that he would date her if she wasn't his daughter. But by the time Ivanka was 13, she'd be signed to Elite, the same modeling agency that this other pedophile, John Casablancas, was running. So Ivanka at 13, while her pedo dad, I don't know. Look, because I know he's a pedophile, these are gonna look creepier to me than normal. But I feel like some of these, I don't know. You could change the people and it might look normal. But like, I don't even want to look at it. Yeah, he's a creepy pedo. He did all that pageant stuff. But then you get to this photo. This is Trump, Ivanka, Eric, Epstein, and Casablancas in the same New York City event in 1993. There's Trump, Ivanka, Eric, Epstein, Casablancas. Like, they're deep into this sex trafficking pedophile shit. Deep. Like, fucked his daughter, I'd sooner swallow a brick of lead before anyone could convince me he didn't fuck his own daughter. Probably. And to be fair, he didn't fuck his own daughter, he raped his own daughter. If that was the case. Allegedly. I don't know. But it sure as hell is creepy. Yeah, these photos are disgusting. Sorry, I have to do it to you. You have to see it. Again, his daughter that he signed to the modeling agency of this other pedophile. Ivanka, age 15, modeling in Paris for Elite, where her boss was pedophile Gerald Marie. So, you know, another pedophile. Did he mouth kiss his daughter? Yes, I think he did that on television. I met Biden, and he's weirdly handsy with touching people, but that's still a magnitude less creepy than anything Trump does. Yeah, see, Biden does it in like a I'm old and like it's the old timey way. He's not like trying to feel you up. It's not that. But yeah, no. Appreciate the correction, actually. Yeah, true. So that's like 4 different pedophiles that have been involved with Ivanka and Trump and Epstein from when she was a child. When Ivanka turned 17, she made Donald swear not to date girls younger than 17. That was the age of consent in New York at the time. Do you have a source for that? But yeah, no, there's a lot more to this than you think. Like, it's actually... Hell, Venezuela today issued a $50 million bounty on Donald Trump for child sex crimes. I'm not kidding. That's real. It's an actual bounty on Trump. 50 million. So now we have a bounty of 50 mil from Iran and a bounty of 50 mil from Venezuela. So if you can, you know, get him arrested, make 100 mil. Oh God. Thank you, Buncor. Listen to Trump recount how his 17-year-old daughter made him swear not to date someone younger than her. No, you're not a bit of a freak. I do very much appreciate someone who could, like, pull up a link that I don't have, like, the ability to describe. You did that twice already. I'm not gonna read that, though, because fuck that. Venezuela could pay more than that, $50 million to kidnap the U.S. It's not kidnap, it's a bounty for, you know, child sex crimes that he has committed. Meanwhile, by the way, this is what's happening, this is what the right is talking about. This is J.D. Vance.
But I have to say, Maria, I laugh at the Democrats who are now all of a sudden so interested in the Epstein files. For 4 years, Joe Biden and the Democrats did absolutely nothing about this story. We know that Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of connections with left-wing politicians and left-wing billionaires, and now President Trump...
Ah, yes, it's the left. Epstein only had connections with the left. That's why, by the way, that, you know, Hillary and Bill Clinton have agreed to go testify about Epstein at Congress. Trump hasn't, you know. In fact, I'm pretty sure one of the only ways they managed to even call, like, Congress together to have these hearings was by leaving Trump off the docket. I can't look at J.D. Vance anymore without thinking about a scene in South Park. Oh, the little Vance? God, I really gotta watch that later. I don't have Paramount Plus. Left-wing billionaire, got it? Like, what? J.B. Pritzker... You know, because they're literally attacking Pritzker the way we would attack Trump because Pritzker also owns hotels. And then what is there? Mark Cuban, who's not remotely left-wing. And Pritzker, we have a chance with. Like, Pritzker is a billionaire, but we can make a lot of, like, good come out of that. He does not like Nazis. I think he hates Nazis more than he likes money. So, please don't piss off, you know, the one billionaire on our side. Mark Cuban gets liberals on Blue Sky so hyped up it disgusts me. That's because Mark Cuban is literally a psyop. Oh, this is on Instagram. I'm not signed into my actual Instagram. Hold on. Excuse me. Nope, no Instagram today. Sorry, I don't have it open. It's taking too long. Whoopsie. Either way. There you go. So, like, obviously, it's not the left. Obviously, they're full of shit. But what else has happened? Well, we got a lot. First of all, every accusation is a confession continues.
Democrats have been waging political warfare unrelenting for about 3 decades.
God, I fucking wish. 3 decades of unrelenting political warfare from the left. I mean, like, I know that the fascists need to play the victim all the time. Like, it is necessary. There is no other way. But can they be any more of a pussy?
And the Republican Party has not retaliated. They have fined us, they've shot at us, they've censored us, they've gerrymandered, they've done pretty much everything.
Every accusation.
Spy, cheat, lie, hoax, you name it, they've done it. And for the first time, a Republican president is going to say, no,
I'm begging you, do it. Lie, cheat, do whatever the fuck you need to do, play dirty. Play the game by the rules that they are playing.
We're going to punch back. It's like a bully, Dana. What do you do with a bully? You got to punch the bully in the nose.
Literally, actually, listen to Jesse Waters. He is correct here. That is what you do with a bully. Now, like, who he's pointing at and calling the bully is wrong, but the point is correct.
Because if you don't, you're going to keep getting bullied. Tyrus, you know, in the late 80s, early 90s, the Pistons bodied Jordan.
Bad boy.
Anytime he went into the lane, there was 3 guys.
Okay, now I don't care. But, like, you know. Also, this is incredibly funny from Midas Touch. A 24-year-old from Ottawa, I'm going to butcher this name, but Saihajpreet Singh has developed a network of bots including Doge AI to influence U.S. elections to support Donald Trump and the Republican Party. He says he has received interest from political campaigns regarding his bots. These bots post thousands of times per day and has been boosted by Trump, Musk, and other members of the Republican Party. They have a literal Indian in Canada, Jesus Christ, in Canada, doing their psyops for them. Can I double leg the bully instead? I mean, sure, why not? If conservatives are playing by that rule, we can't afford not to. Literally, yes. Can't afford not to. That's the game, guys. All right, let's jump to Israel and then we'll finish off with Ukraine at the end, because I'll probably spend a lot more time on Ukraine. So, I'm sure you guys have seen that they're invading Gaza again. And everyone's mad. I mean, like, everyone except, you know, them. Oh, hold on. 51 minutes ago.
President Trump has increased federal law enforcement in the nation's capital, but some are pushing back against the crackdown and the new announcement expected from President Trump tomorrow. Here's ABC's Christian Cordero.
Never mind. Don't care. That's fine. So, this is Netanyahu talking about how he's going to take Gaza.
Benjamin Netanyahu has hit out at foreign allies.
I know we got to listen to Hitler talk for at least like 20 seconds.
To address what he says are lies by Hamas. He says the only people being deliberately starved in Gaza are the Israeli hostages. And he said that Israel have no choice but to finish the job, defending his decision for a full military takeover. In regards to countries who are considering recognising Palestinian statehood, including Australia, he had this to say.
To have European countries and Australia march into that rabbit hole, just like that, fall right into it. And
so they're not happy, but you know, there's a reason that people are kind of turning on Israel. For one. Let's start with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak.
Mr. Barak, you have signed this letter along with many people from the Israeli security establishment. What is the solution that you're now proposing?
put an end immediately to the war. This is a war of deception. It has nothing to do with the security of Israel or its interests. It's about keeping alive the coalition and Netanyahu, because the day the war is over is day of reckoning. It's immediate acceleration of his criminal court case on corruption.
Israel is having massive protests as well. We're going to go over a lot of these protests. He is seething. I can't understand a thing he just said. He said that it is a war of destruction. Here, I'll put the subtitles on. A deception has nothing to do with security of Israel.
Interests, it's about keeping alive the coalition and Netanyahu, because the day the war is over is day of reckoning. It's immediate acceleration of his criminal court case on corruption.
It's okay, I can barely understand them either. This guy's accent is so fucking thick. So, beyond that, there have been, like, first off, here's an IDF general who threatened to resign if they went through with this plan. They did. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that this guy did resign. This happened. This came out just recently, 19 hours ago. An IDF soldier's suicide.
This is Eliran's home.
Wow. Jenny Mizrahi lost her son Eliran last June. His childhood bedroom now a shrine. He took his own life after receiving an order to return to Gaza.
This is the
dude killed himself rather than going back to Gaza to go kill like innocent people. And you know what? I respect that. Like I've said this before. If you are being conscripted, I don't care if you're like in Russia, I don't care if you're in Israel, they're like, hey, you fight or you go to prison. You go to prison. That's the correct answer. They say you fight or you die. That's the right answer. Better I die than me go kill other people. If they say, you know, we'll kill your family unless you go fight, then you go fight, but then you sabotage. You don't actually fight for them. Like, that. Those are the lines. If you aren't gonna straight up mutiny and such, that's kind of the best outcome and the right thing to do. Absolutely. Shout out to my Discord buddy who went to jail instead of serving the IDF. Shout out to literally everyone who chose prison over serving the IDF. Good for them. But like this guy killed himself instead of going back to Gaza. There's a big deal when it comes to that. And mind you that, like, just today, actually, like, not even a couple hours ago, they killed a journalist for Al Jazeera in Gaza. Israeli Air Force carried a precision strike earlier against a tent located near the Al-Shifa hospital, targeting the tent's occupants, which included Al Jazeera journalist Anas Jamal, Al-Sharif, and Mohammed Farika, as well as 5 other members of Al Jazeera's correspondent team in Gaza. Israel previously accused Al-Sharif of being an active member of Hamas. Sure, yeah, of course.
This is Al Jazeera breaking news just coming out. Sad breaking news out of Gaza, where Al Jazeera journalist Anas al-Sharif has just been killed in what appears to be a targeted Israeli strike. All of this according to the director of the Al-Shifa hospital. Anas was killed after a tent for journalists was hit outside the main gate of the hospital. The well-known Al Jazeera correspondent reported extensively from northern Gaza. The 28-year-old was a key source of news from Gaza City and the north for international audiences since Israel's war on the Strip began some 22 months ago.
You know they don't even try and hide that, Captain Buggy. Like, they don't try and hide it. Like, other people try and hide it for them. They themselves do not try and hide it. Here.
Since the October the 7th attacks by Hamas civilians and in the building of Israeli settlements, which are
to release the body of Ordi Hadawin, so he could be buried in Al-Khair, the village where he lived and where he was killed by a Jewish settler. On the 28th of July, Ordi filmed this video of a confrontation at the gates of the Jewish settlement right next to the village. Local people believed the digger was going to cut off their water and power. On another camera, the settler at the gate is Yunon Levy, already sanctioned by Britain and the EU for threatening Palestinians at gunpoint and destroying their property to force them off their land.
They don't hide it. They don't. Like, even a little bit.
Year-old son Watan, who saw him die. They said 16 of their relatives were arrested by Israel after the killing. Unlike the shooter, some are still being held.
Again, here's another one. This is very long. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but, like, just checking in with them. I'm sorry, by the way, for, like, not properly covering Israel. It is genuinely so depressing that, that I don't have anything new to add.
Everyone, and welcome again to another Zateo Conversation. Today, we have a very, very important topic at hand. In recent weeks, Palestinians, multiple U.S. contractors, and Israeli soldiers have all said it quite clearly. Israeli forces are deliberately shooting aid seekers. The concerns revolve around a U.S.-Israeli initiative
What's up, Clam Jammer?
the
Good to
Gaza
see you.
Humanitarian Foundation. Chaotic,
Guys, if you haven't liked the stream, go drop on YouTube and like the stream. It helps a lot.
supposed aid project pitched after weeks and weeks and weeks of a horrific Israeli blockade. The results are clear. Far fewer meals delivered to Gazans than before, when other humanitarian agencies were allowed to enter Gaza and to operate. More than 1,000 aid seekers have been killed.
If these photos were black and white, honestly, can someone just start screenshotting this stuff and make it black and white and then just post it because it'll help? The newest thing to come out is they reach stage 5 famine. The mass deaths are inevitable because you'll need doctors to monitor them or they'll die from literally eating certain foods. Yeah, well, I mean, that is the plan. That's what they want. This is a 52-minute episode. Here, I'll link it in the chat in case some of you might want to watch it. Make sure I got the right. I messed it up there. There you go. But you know what I found quite funny is Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL doesn't know what genocide is. And this is how he reacts when it's explained to him.
But I do feel that my job requires me to have a kind of moral clarity.
And on the use of words.
On the use of words.
This is what we've been discussing in different ways. Yeah. And so I guess having heard that the word genocide is viewed when used against the Israeli state as basically an attack on Israel's existence itself, I just wonder if you view it that way or if you don't.
Well, again, like, I don't begrudge David. I do think what's happening in Gaza is a terrible, catastrophic situation. I don't think it's a genocide because that's a legal definition, which means an intentional effort. And I don't have the dictionary in front of me.
I have it here.
But
it says
intentional. Okay, what does it say?
I mean, it's a UN, right? We should say it's a legal definition. And it says any of the following.
The UN's legal definition. Remember, this is Jonathan Greenblatt. He is from the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. This is the guy who, was calling Hassan an anti-Semite. That's this guy.
Acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, such as killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or part, imposing measures in
He's looking, he's like, oh shit, alright, we got that one, fuck, like...
calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or
Oh yeah, this is the same guy who said that Elon's Nazi salute was fine. I forgot about that.
Part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
By the way, that's why Russia's also committing a genocide in Ukraine, just based on that definition, which is from the United Nations, mind you, but it's gotten past the point of recovery logistically. I do agree, Captain Buggy. It wouldn't be impossible, but a lot of people would still die. Even if, everything stopped and we all came in with help right now, a lot of people would still die. I'd love to see playing cards of those responsible for Gaza genocides. I wonder where Starmer and Lemmy would be in the deck. I'd make Starmer a 4, I guess. I don't know why I picked that number. Fucking crazy how we're just doing exactly the same things that we did thousands of years ago. Fucking part of me is feeling like nothing ever changes. We've been doing this shit for at least 2,000 years, as far as I'm aware. That's not necessarily true. There has been change, but yes, we are repeating the past. See, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. And it has changed. To be fair, it's gotten worse, but that doesn't mean we can't push it the other direction. There is no, there's no rule that says it has to go any one way. And every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and they're doing a lot of actions. So our equal and opposite reaction is gonna be a lot for them. We gotta flood the zone too. I personally think we should just use their tactics against them. I mean, not exactly one-to-one, improve them, implement them, take what's useful, drop what's not, but, you know, just me. So, beyond just, you know, what's going on in Israel, let's talk about what's going on in other parts of the world in relation to Israel. Well, it's not exactly looking great in some places, but some places are great. So first off, we have this rally in Istanbul today.
Protests have been held in major cities around the world, with demonstrators denouncing Israel's genocide in Gaza. In Istanbul, thousands of protesters demanded more humanitarian aid be allowed into the Strip. Organizers called on the international community to take urgent action to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Sinem Kosciuszko was at the protest in Istanbul.
Thousands of Turkish citizens gathered in Istanbul's historical Beyazıt Square and started marching towards Ayasofya Mosque to show their support and solidarity with the Palestinian people and support the Palestinians who have been suffering in Gaza for the last 2 years because of the Israeli.
Turkey has been, like, protesting non-stop for months too. I'm quite happy to see that.
These people here are trying to show that they want to be a light of hope with their mobile phones lights on, with small lanterns in their hands. They just want to show the world that the Palestinians need to have their basic rights for food, for humanitarian aid. And they believe that because of these huge protest gatherings.
Buck was gonna clip something. Do you post VODs? I post, like, the VOD on YouTube, but, like, generally it's just the entire stream VOD, because it takes me quite a bit of time to cut videos, and I really hate watching and editing videos. Oh, thank you for the follow, Spectra Ward. Clearly my whole setup is messed up because I didn't even get the alert box. Just didn't show up. That's fun.
The international community will not have any luxury to forget the people who are suffering in Gaza.
This atrocity is being committed right before the world's eyes. This brutality is taking place, yet the so-called civilized world remains silent. A world that worries about 3 whales trapped in the ocean says nothing as thousands of people are victimized and left to die of hunger.
Always, Captain Buggy. I'm
I believe that if just a few countries united to open the Rafah border crossing and deliver aid by land and sea, and if
We're more barbaric now than 2,000 years ago, IMO, because we're still killing despite science, internet, and post-enlightenment. See, but like Twit too, you're imagining that people are more rational and like think based in data, and like people don't think like that. They never have. The vast majority of people still think like in magical thinking terms. Like there is no scientific like method. Like we haven't evolved that much. No, I absolutely not. And mind you, the technology that we evolved isn't built for our brains. Like our brains struggle with the technology because like we didn't evolve to be like this. We weren't supposed to have access to all of that at the same time all the time. But like even without that, rationality is counter-intuition. You have to have critical thinking to be rational, and that's not something that like you're born with. You have to be taught, and we specifically don't teach people that because that makes it so that, you know, people can't exploit you. That's why we're like this. We've basically remained unchanged in broader, like, class structure for a couple hundred years now. At the very least. But, like, we are vastly different from, like, 2,000 years ago. Whether or not we're more barbaric, it would depend on the place. I would agree that we probably are more barbaric. But that's another thing. Rafah will never be open to Egypt until the U.S. says it has to be, or else no more bombs. Egypt is under U.S. control, not Israeli. Well, Egypt has some leverage, and Egypt is also, like, friends with Trump. Like, the president of Egypt has donated $10 million to Trump's campaign. Egypt also controls, like, the Suez Canal, which is... Like, America can't make Egypt do anything right now. America's in its own pickle. There's a reason that Trump and Putin are going to meet next week. America desperately is trying to end the Ukraine war because they also assume the same that I do, the predictions that I've made about China and Taiwan, mid-September, early mid-October, and it looks like that's going to happen. And I mean, like, the main issue right now is America needs to not be involved in Ukraine, because then we'll get drawn into a multi-front world war. And if we're not involved in Ukraine, then we can deal with China. But I'm not sure that's going to work out. We'll see. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's finish up with Israel first.
A million people marched there. Nothing could stop them anymore.
Palestinians in Gaza do not have access to their basic needs, which is basically food, water, electricity, medicine, and people who attend this large gathering.
Then we got Chile and Argentina also having big protests, which I didn't know, by the way, that this is one of the largest populations of Palestinians outside the Middle East.
Chile has the largest Palestinian community outside of the Middle East, many of them in regular contact with family and friends in Gaza. They're marching in ever greater numbers with Chileans, also horrified by the images they see daily of starving children and devastated communities.
What concerns us is the famine. I hope all the governments in the world will raise their voice and...
You want to talk about Russia being weakened? Hold on. I'm going to go off topic just for a second again. I just want to show you one thing, because it made me laugh harder than I have laughed in a very long time. Are you ready for the might of the Russian Federation's military? A number of Russian infantry on electric scooters has increased sharply on the front recently. Guys, they're using electric scooters. Like, electric scooters. Fucking beard scooters in war, that's hilarious. Like, how cute, razor scooters. Yeah, well, you know, like, it's not great, because what happens is, that. That's what happens. Don't invade another country. Sorry, I had to throw that in there, because we were talking about the might of the Russian Federation. But Chile...
Put an end to this genocide.
They protested in Argentina too. The country's largest march was through the streets of Buenos Aires to
We don't use fireworks in American protests enough.
the presidential palace. Arabs and Argentinians together.
For a long time, we've been calling for a break in relations with Israel because it's a state committing genocide that's massacring the Palestinian people.
Captain Buggy, have you seen the turtle tank? That's the turtle tank. That's what they're doing to their tanks to try and hide from drones. It also fucks them up because then they oh, whoopsie, you're on the wrong screen. Why? Because it's this window. Here we go. That's the turtle tank, my guy. They can't shoot backwards. They can only shoot forwards, and it looks like, I mean, my God. Oh, great. By the way, the Russians are helping Trump take over the Capitol. Trump reveals tents dot across D.C., says he'll give homeless place to stay but far from the Capitol. We want our Capitol back. We're having a news conference tomorrow in the White House. The homeless have to move out immediately. We'll give you a place to stay but far from the Capitol. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong. It's all going to happen real fast, just like the border. We went from millions pouring in to zero in the last few months. Be prepared. There will be no more Mr. Nice Guy. They're going to take over the Capitol. They're gonna invade the Capitol. America is being invaded. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is it, you know? But it is what it is. Here's Tunisia. Also, we're gonna finish up with Palestine. We still have a lot to go through. Yeah, he actually typed that tweet because he capitalized random words and letters. No, I know he typed that tweet because it sounds like him. I can tell. I don't even need to look at like the letter structure. I know when it's him. Well, you say that, Clamjammer, but see, the thing is, there's not even agreement on that. So Germany halts arms deliveries to Israel. That's fantastic, right? So we're like...
We begin with breaking news. In just the last few minutes, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has announced that Germany will suspend arms deliveries to Israel, weapons that could be used in the Gaza Strip. Now, this is a significant announcement. Germany...
It was fantastic. You know, a whole like 10
is
minutes.
the second largest...
Listen to Merz talk there because we have to listen to Merz talk here because people are mad at him and he's defending, you know, his decision to do so. But this doesn't mean that everyone's agreed because 500 plus pro-Palestine protesters were arrested in the UK today. And this is a nuanced subject. So like, let's finish up with this because we're going to move on to Russia from that, and somehow that does tie into Russia.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has defended his decision to ban weapons exports to Israel that could be used in the war on Gaza. He imposed the embargo on Friday after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced a new operation to seize all of Gaza City. In his latest comments, Merz said Germany would continue to help Israel, but cannot send weapons into a conflict that could claim the lives of hundreds of thousands of civilians.
I need you all to understand that all of these countries work together, and Israel has become a linchpin. The defense industry and Israel are very much tied together. Hell, the entire surveillance issue that we also talk about is very much tied to Israel. Israel and Palestine is where they do their testing for, you know, their evil super weapon. Palantir, Israel. We train our cops in Israel. We train ICE in Israel. There is a concerted effort using Israel against Iran. Using Israel, like, contrary to what the tankies say, China also aids Israel. They're the second largest trade partner. Yeah, exactly. Everyone, like, Israel is the linchpin right now to global trade. And the NYPD, I already mentioned that one. Yeah, most police departments actually. NYPD has a field office in Tel Aviv, but we send almost every police department's, like, officers to Israel to train. Nobody in the world has the means or the will to repel the IDF. I mean, I have the will. I don't have the means. But the issue is it's not the IDF and it's not Israel. That's not the issue. That's not why all these countries are struggling here. It's because of the other ties in Israel. Their personal ties with, you know, what is it? Anduril, the autonomous weapon company. Palantir. Any large departments for sure. City cops. Oh yeah, like absolutely. So like it is more complicated than that.
The Federal Republic of Germany has stood firmly at Israel's side for 80 years. That will not change. We will continue to help this country defend itself, and we have expanded that support. But we cannot supply weapons into a conflict that is now trying to be solved solely through military means.
Like, they cannot say anything more than this, not because, like, there's any real reason. Like, they absolutely can. But from their mentality, this is as far as they can go because this is as far as others have gone. Once someone else goes further, then the rest of them catch up. There was a 12-second stream delay. Man, oh, my shit's fucked. Why? All I did was change the camera.
A course of action that could claim hundreds of thousands of civilian lives. One that makes the evacuation of the entire city of Gaza a precondition. Where are all these people supposed to go? We cannot do that, we will not do that, and I will not do that.
Everyone wants to bring Trump down, missing the details of all the blackmail obtained by Israel and shaped all the governments in the process. Okay, so first of all, Trump means literally nothing. Trump is nobody. He does not have any power. He doesn't do anything. He's meaningless. He's a puppet. Literally the only time Trump makes a decision is when he's on television and he just says something because it came to mind. That's why they want him out. But Israel also does have a lot of blackmail on people, but it's not just blackmail. It's not, Epstein was not a blackmail thing. That's what people misunderstand, because that doesn't need to be blackmail. See, rich people, when they party, they talk. You don't need to blackmail them. You just need to listen to them. You need to get them comfortable. You give them alcohol. You give them horrible crimes to commit. And sure, you record it. Sure, you can blackmail it. But you don't have to blackmail it. In fact, in most cases, I would assume, like, based on my experience with people like this, if you were to have, like, blackmailable information on them, and then you tried to blackmail them, it would never come to the point where you actually release the blackmail. They will just fold. Like, even just making the threat, if you were like Epstein, and you didn't even have the video, it would still work. Which is why the blackmail wasn't really quite necessary. You're already in a place where lots and lots of powerful people are. You are vulnerable because you've now committed crimes. You might have documented blackmailable evidence of it, but it never gets that far because most of the people that go to these parties are wealthy and powerful enough that they don't want to take the risk. They just, you know what, whatever you want. Trump is the most controllable mark of a leader in the fucking world. Well, mostly. Again, he does say shit that he's not supposed to and mess up their plans every now and again. But, like, yeah, he's not in charge in any way, shape, or form. Right now, they're trying to coup him. Like, in America. All right. That one, that one, that one.
Oops, Donald. You thought...
Alright, this is from, by the way, the Lincoln Project. So this is like a propaganda ad aimed towards them. But also, I've been talking about this for like 2 weeks. So, did you miss the story about Clinton was blackmailed with his relationship directly by Israel? Well, no, but, like, that's not related to this. First off, like, Clinton doesn't, like, are we talking about Bill or Hillary? First of all, because that does matter here, because I know more about Hillary than I would about Bill. But regardless, it wouldn't matter because they don't need to do that now. They don't. Yeah. So Bill Clinton got blackmailed by Israel. Sure, Israel killed JFK, mind you, because JFK wanted to have inspectors come in and check their nuclear facilities to make sure that they're not, you know, making nuclear weapons, which they have like 90 of, but. You know, like, they will do that, but they don't need to. That's what I'm saying. We're not at the same political structure and, like, our government doesn't work the same way that it did in the 90s. The people in the government don't have the same ideals, beliefs, powers. Everything's entirely different. We are a corrupt-ass government, and that's a corrupt-ass government, too. In fact, we're both Nazis. The Israelis, like the IDF, the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, the ruling party of Israel, those are Nazis. And so are us. And so there's not any real need to blackmail. It's mostly just put pressure because they have goals that are in common. You know what I mean? Like, I could see the blackmail if it was necessary. I just don't ever see it being necessary anymore. Man's not even in control of his bowels. That's also true. Hair trigger idiots, the best people to control, very motivated, not smart enough to realize that they have been fucking duped. Well, I mean, look at Putin. But first off, you don't want Vance either. He's worse. See, Trump is an idiot and a puppet. This is a puppet who is literally working for the Antichrist, so...
You sent J.D. Vance to talk to Rupert Murdoch about stopping the Epstein story. Well, that didn't work. But there's something you should worry about, Donald. Something you should think about. What if J.D. Vance cuts a deal with Rupert? Maybe J.D. Vance and Rupert figured out the succession. Who comes after you? They don't want to wait. Maybe they talked about when to start the 25th Amendment process to take you out.
Yeah, literally, I do not want Trump gone. Because if Trump goes, we're fucked. Like, I've said this before, unironically, thank fuck for Donald Trump. Genuinely. Because any other fascist, we would be so much worse off. So much worse. And it's like, it's really bad right now, obviously. Obviously. But thank fuck that he's a moron. Genuinely.
You should have sent Don Jr. or someone else that you could trust. Because you know J.D. Vance will tell anybody whatever it takes to get what he wants. And Rupert, he won't just listen to J.D. He'll take action. And if J.D. and Rupert get their way, you'll lose, Donald. You'll lose everything.
I do love the propaganda ads directed straight at him. Okay, now let's talk about Palestine action.
Police in London have arrested nearly 500 people for breaching a new law banning support for a pro-Palestinian group. Parliament outlawed Palestine Action as a terrorist organisation after active...
Release the couch files. Release the couch files. I'm a fan. That's fantastic. I'm pinning that. Okay, so let's get a little bit of rundown. The UK has declared Palestine Action as a terrorist group. Why? Because I think we're about to say it.
This broke into a military base and vandalised aircraft.
So, here's where we get into the nuance. The protesters that we're about to see getting arrested are entirely, fully believing in what they're doing. That is a different thing. But this organization, Palestine Action, is a PSYOP. It is run by a guy who is pro-Russia. He's pro-Palestine, but he's pro-Russia. He's been to Ukraine since the start of the war. He thinks that Russia should take all of Ukraine. It is a PSYOP. And also, the stuff that these people vandalized, the Palestine Action Group, they thought that they were vandalizing military equipment that was going to go to Israel. But they actually vandalized military equipment that was going to go to Ukraine. So, there is nuance here that you should not ignore. Now, that doesn't mean the protesters we're about to see getting arrested are Russian agents. They're not. These people are, normal protesters. But Palestine Action is a sussy group, and you need to be sure because their leadership is funded by and is pro the Kremlin. Fucking thank you. I've been saying this for weeks. Thank God. Someone else is saying it. I've literally seen this in one other place, and I can't even remember where. PSYOPing the protest movement, my goodness. Well, I mean, look at what they did during the election. Where's all those pro-Palestine protesters? Where's the uncommitteds? That were sitting outside hey, we're not going to vote for Kamala Harris because she's a genocider. We're not going to vote either, even though Donald Trump will be worse. Where are all those people? Where did they go? Where's Jill Stein? They've been PSYOPing the protest movement. This is why you don't listen to these fucking people. Don't worry about that shit. Worry about what's in front of you. Organize a protest in your community with people that you don't follow along like sheep with other people's organization. Check it yourself. Build a system. It's up to you. No one's coming to save you.
These people outside Parliament say they are simply exercising ancient British rights to free speech.
Ancient British rights to free speech is a very funny way to put it, but true. This is really bad. This is worse than a lot of stuff America's doing.
The government disagrees. It says they're supporting a terrorist group called Palestine Action.
I believe in freedom of speech, and what this government is trying to do is deeply authoritarian, and it's extremely dangerous. I don't think
they are literally doing V for Vendetta ass 1984 ass shit. And again, even though Palestine Action is a PSYOP group that is funded by the Russians, these protesters are not here for Russia. They're here because they believe that Palestine should be free.
Anyone ever wants to get arrested, but I'm more concerned with what's happening to the people of Palestine right now, and I refuse to be a bystander.
The government claims it is Palestine Action that is dangerous. Last month it was named a terrorist group.
But we must be under no illusion. Palestine Action is not a legitimate protest group.
That is correct, but the way that they deal with this is so fucking stupid. It is a organization that is pretending to be pro-peace. Well, it's pro-peace in one place, but pro-war in another place. Just explain it to people. Calling it a terror, but the thing is, they don't want to. They don't want to spend the time saying, okay, look, this group is actually funded by the Kremlin. They said that they were protesting and gonna like throw paint on vehicles that are going to Israel. Those were stuff going to Ukraine. This is a foreign intelligence operation. You can say that. Hell, you should, because then less people would be going out and joining the actual protest that these organizations are also forming, and go join a different organization's protest.
Describing Palestine action will not impinge on people's right to protest.
Really, because these protesters are facing 15 years for this.
The decision to list Palestine Action alongside other groups such as Hamas, the so-called Islamic State, and Hezbollah came after the group broke into a Royal Air Force base in June, causing €8 million worth of damage. The group said it was a protest against UK arms sales to Israel.
Again, that was going to Ukraine.
The government's decision to rush through a vote banning the group under the UK Terrorism Act caused public outrage.
This is a dead country. The UK is over. Honestly, at this point, I can barely find a distinction between Labour and Reform. I can barely find a distinction. Remember that Starmer is part of the Labour Party, a centre-left party, the second biggest majority in recent British history. What does he do? Labour is set to impose a sweeping ban on trans people using single-sex spaces. So, center-left, like one of the biggest majorities in recent British history, and you make trans people illegal, you give people 15-year prison sentences for going to a protest, and you kill privacy on the internet for everybody. The UK is a dead country. Like, there is no shot that Reform doesn't win, and I honestly can barely imagine it being different. Like, genuinely, what do you think that Reform would do that they're not doing? Well, aside from, making life shittier for, like, the average Brit, which, at this point, I don't give two fucks about. Leave Britain. That's my advice for you. Leave. Come to Australia. We're still alright. Our Labour government's actually, not great either, but better than yours. First pass of the post always results in leveling of parties and bias to the right. Absolutely. We need to, there used to be enough of a pull on the left that we could pull people back from the center. It was a, back and forth kind of thing. I will eat my own dick if Reform doesn't eventually get in soon. Like, they're gonna win the next election. You have no idea. Like, people are fucking pissed. Especially at this. 15 years.
It also brought a rebuke from Volker Turk, the United Nations Human Rights Chief.
End the carnage in Gaza permanently.
He called the ban disturbing, disproportionate and unnecessary. Protest organisers remain defiant and are planning more demonstrations next month. And a court challenge against the decision to outlaw Palestine Action will be heard later this year.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Okay. Now, give me a minute. Let me get some sources ready, because we are going to move on. Because we got a lot to talk about. World War III looks like it's coming. So, I suppose we'll start with Trump and Putin, eh? Probably not the worst way to go. Let's go. I hate being right all the time. Let's go, please, just once. I mean, same. I do hate being right all the time. Holy shit. What is going on right now? Can someone, check Twitter? Is the country... This is my YouTube, recommended page. Trump threatens takeover of DC over fake claims of violence.
But we have to...
Wildfires burning thousands of acres, prompting evacuations in Colorado.
Tonight, erratic wildfires out west.
Unpredictability is probably the biggest thing.
2 lightning-caused fires burning in northwest Colorado.
What is happening? Welcome to hell? for the majority report. Oh, is this because of I talked about that ages ago. The Stephen Miller's wife left him stuff. Algorithm for you? Well, like, it's not just algorithm. That algorithm should just be whatever the most recent news is. And as of 4 minutes ago, according to Reuters, the Pentagon is preparing to activate and deploy hundreds of troops with the National Guard to DC. Right, like now, as of 4 minutes ago. So, can one of you go to that Twitter account and then refresh it every couple of minutes and see if there's updates? 4 minutes ago, 28 minutes ago, Trump will likely deploy National Guard tomorrow during his press conference. I called it last night. They ran a disconnect test like Cybercom does. Yes, I said National Guard to DC. I did. This is Trump invading DC. This is like, no, they're 100%. Yes, you're right about that. I saw some stuff with like the pizza tracker too, yesterday. That's not good. If you weren't here earlier, hold on. This is the plan to invade the Capitol.
Right now, about 450 federal officers from the FBI, ATF, and more than a dozen other agencies.
Mind you, this is before him saying that he's going to deploy hundreds of National Guard. I gotta go. Sorry, reasons. Yeah, fair enough. Have a good luck. Be safe, please.
These are patrolling high-traffic tourist areas and other hotspots in the district. Now, that is a significant increase from the 120 officers on duty last night. The White House says it made the decision in response to typical spikes in crime on Saturday night. Thanks so much for staying up with us.
So we talked about this already. We talked about like the fact that there was no homeless like crime wave or anything. We talked about the fact that he said months and months ago, like August before he even got elected, that this is exactly what he was gonna do. Was that Elon Boy really beat up? Yes, the Big Balls was beat the shit out of by two 15-year-olds. Also, he was hosting a website on the internet that showed child pornography pre-breakfast banana. So that was the guy that had access to all of your data. You know, your social security number, your tax filing, your address. How much did they have to pay for the cops to do all this? I have no idea. I have no idea. Jesus fuck, like I wanted to talk about Russia right now, but we might have America get invaded in a second. Oh, I thought that was for what the National Guard was coming in for? No, it is. It's just not real. Like, there is no actual crime wave of homeless people. They're coming in because Trump is going to put them into Trumpvilles. Again, like they posted... Let me find it again. I gotta pee.
All kinds, from all places.
Oh, there's one. Here's one. He talked about this a lot.
From all places, lying along the roads. That's without the tents. And then you look at the tents and the homeless, and you say, what's happening to this great bastion? Perhaps some people will not like hearing this, but the only way you're going to remove the hundreds of thousands of people, and maybe throughout our nation, millions of people we're talking about, and
sorry, Edge, I don't know what I did. Are you fine? I think I just accidentally hid your messages. Oopsie.
help make our cities clean, safe, and beautiful again is open up large parcels of inexpensive land and the...
Literally, yeah, like the gold coin. Here's another one. Here's a longer one. Here, watch this while I go pee. And have, like, this is literally what they are going to do. It's illegal to be homeless, then let's make them not homeless. Well, the thing is, it's illegal to be homeless, and they're gonna move them to a different place to be homeless. You and your ilk priced us out of a home. I'm good. Yeah, fair enough. The thing is, like, if you wanted to solve homelessness, you could do it and make money. We talked about this before. Giving homeless people a house and free money makes the government money. Right, we'll be back in a second.
Livable, unsanitary nightmares surrendered to the homeless, the drug addicted, and the violent and dangerously
The video's really quiet. Can you guys hear it? Because I turned it up really loud, so maybe my mic will pick it up.
Deranged. We're making many suffer for the whims of a deeply unwell few, and they are unwell indeed. The homeless have no right to...
Again, remember that all of this is Nazi shit. I can hear it both. Echo? Okay, cool. I'll turn that one down a bit.
To turn every park and sidewalk into a place for them to squat and do drugs.
Demonic
Americans should not have to step over piles of needles and waste as they walk down a street in a beautiful city, or at least once beautiful city, because they've changed so much over the last 10 years. Our first consideration should be the rights and safety of the hardworking, law-abiding citizens who make our society function. When I'm back in the White House, we will use every tool, lever, and authority to get the homeless off our streets. We want to take care of them, but they have to be off our streets. There is nothing compassionate about letting these individuals live in filth and squalor rather than getting them the help that they need. We need professionals to help them. For a small fraction of what we spend upon Ukraine, we could...
Okay, now listen to all of that when you heard it. What do you think they're going to do now when there's going to be hundreds of National Guard deployed to DC? The FBI, the DEA, ICE, they're all on the scene, DHS. This is like a fucking ethnic cleansing, except it's a class cleansing. Wouldn't the money be better spent on a ballroom? Yeah, literally. Money would be better spent giving it to the fucking homeless people. New slaves for the slavers. Literally, yeah. That's the plan. All right, well, if you guys get any news on that, please let me know. I would very, very much appreciate it, because I still have no other update. On Friday, head of U.S. Central Command turned over command to U.S. Navy Admiral Brad Cooper during a change of command ceremony. Sure. No other updates on this. No. So Reuters just said they're going to deploy hundreds of troops with National Guard. So I don't think they will arrest them all. I do not condone... I think they will arrest them all. I do not condone this course of action in any way. Fuck slavers. I think you're right. He didn't like when his stats person gave him bad numbers. Those numbers are in real life. He might send them to a foreign prison to cook his books. Trump does not care about us. Absolutely. He literally has started calling those fake numbers. And then, like, he's making it up as he goes along. It does not matter. There is no reality to them. It's whatever they say it is. It's kind of really bad. So then we have this. I thought maybe the Russians finally offended Trump enough that he might actually do something good, but no. The highly anticipated meeting between myself as President of the United States of America and the President Vladimir Putin of Russia will take place next Friday, August 15th, 2025, in the great state of Alaska. Further details to follow. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, Trump is going to meet with Putin in Alaska on Friday. Now, I want you to understand where we are. Putin got what he paid for.
Weapons. What we said to the Europeans is simply, first of all, this is in your neck of the woods. This is in your back door. You guys have got to step up and take a bigger role in this thing. And if...
Mind you, they all did, and they all increased defense spending to 5%, even though it required austerity in their country and pissed off their civilian population, because none of them were willing to tax the rich to make the money, rather than, taxing the poor.
If you care so much about this conflict, you should be willing to play a more direct and a more substantial way in funding this war yourself. I think the president, and I certainly think that America, we're done with the funding of the Ukraine war business. We want to bring about a peaceful...
We're getting Chamberlain again. I thought Trump was going to be Hitler, but no, apparently Trump's going to be Chamberlain this time. And then, I guess, I don't know, also Hitler. See, the thing is here, we're going to appease Russia. And that's not going to be good at all. Also, in addition to this, I need you to understand that though Europe is better, neoliberalism is still fascism. Fascism is just capitalism in decay. And they are also in decay. They're a different kind of fascism, but Europe is also fascist right now. I mean, look at the UK for one, but, still. It's incompetent leaders all the way down. Well, it's incompetent puppets all the way down, and it's a system built to fail, because the people who are going to profit from it don't want it to succeed. It failing is how they profit.
Settlement to this thing. We want to stop the killing, but Americans, I think, are sick of continuing to send their money, their tax dollars.
Again, we have not sent money to Ukraine. Not much. Maybe recently, if that, but I don't think so. Like, Trump's administration has definitely not sent money to Ukraine. But we have not sent any money to Ukraine. All we have sent them is old military hardware that we were about to retire. We sent them that instead of throwing it away, and then we bought new ones. The money that we are spending on Ukraine is being spent on American defense contractors. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, Anduril, Palantir, Starlink, or all that. That's where the money's going. It's not going to Ukraine. Americans are making that money.
To this particular conflict, but if the Europeans want to step up and actually buy the weapons from American producers, we're okay with that.
Oh, sorry, you're mad that Europe has started building its own manufacturing base for weapons? Shocker.
But we're not going to fund it ourselves anymore.
What about Israel?
Weapons, what we...
They're destroying our old weapons for free. Well, they're not destroying them, they're using them to pop orcs. The thing is, like, we want to do that. It benefits the country to do that. If we're talking about any other administration that was doing something like this, the reasoning behind it is not the goodness of our hearts. It makes the people who donate to my campaign money. And so they will donate more money to my campaign. That's how government works when you legalize bribery. But according to JD Vance, today, we're done with funding of the Ukraine war business. Now, part of this, like, concept of a peace deal requires this to not be true, and even Trump has, like, conflicted with this. But JD said this after Trump, so, you know, you owe us your patronage, pay us for everything that we're selling you, we're entitled to it, and say thank you and wear a suit. Yeah, literally. We've seen this before. Our friend Preston Jacob.
Can't call something a peace
Preston Stewart. Preston Jacob is a whole other channel.
Plan if it just leads to a larger war sometime down the road. And that's one of the major concerns right now as we see the path that the United States and Russia appear to be going down as they try to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine without Ukraine. On top of that, there appears to have been such a mix-up with Steve Witkoff in Moscow this week to where he may have offered Ukrainian forces to withdraw from all territories in the east, mistakenly thinking that he heard a Russian concession in there somehow.
Witkoff is such a moron that they had to have 3 calls to clarify what the fuck he said. And I still don't know what the fuck he said. UK should give Canada Florida. I agree.
Now,
make Florida Canadian again.
Which is wild, if true. Take this one with a grain of salt, but to set the stage here, President Trump and President Putin agreed to meet in Alaska next Friday, August 15th, to discuss bringing about an end to the war in Ukraine. Specifically, first a ceasefire and...
Now, we're going to keep listening, but just on that point, right? I want you to think about something. Do you think that Putin wants peace if he's going to come and meet Trump in Alaska and this is what Russian accounts are posting? Russian officials are posting some of the historic Russian Orthodox churches in Alaska. You know, Russia claims that they only rented America Alaska, right? And that, you know, we didn't actually buy it outright, which we did, mind you. They want Alaska back. Do you think that Russia wants peace? Because, what's your role? My guy, Kirill A. Dmitriev. He is the CEO of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, a state-owned venture capital fund. You know, Alaska is ours, is what that says. I wonder, does this guy want peace with the United States? Is he for real? Ukraine not invited to a peace deal about the Russia-Ukraine war? Zelensky might be there. We don't know yet. The conversation has shifted quite a bit. Part of it is because we're morons. Are those churches part of Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia? No, they're just historically like Russian Orthodox churches, I'm pretty sure. but like it doesn't matter. Like they're just trying to say we actually have a claim, heritage claim to Alaska, which, like, to be fair, you could make that claim about Israel, and I would be okay with Russia invading Israel, but nowhere else.
And then a long-term end. This follows Witkoff's meeting with Putin in Moscow earlier this week. And just yesterday, we got a report in the Wall Street Journal talking about some of the high-level details, where they said in the first stage, Ukraine will withdraw troops from the Donetsk region and the front lines will be frozen. After that, the second stage will take place, in which Putin and Trump will agree on a final peace plan, which will later be discussed with Zelensky. So a couple key components there. First off, the idea that the
God, I'm muted. Oopsie, 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 oopsie. He beat me to it. Because I pulled up Deep State map, too, because I was going to show you Pokrovsk and Kostanivka, because the Russians actually broke through and started making weird gains over there, and that is important to talk about, but I guess Preston is good at this. So this one's from yesterday. I want to watch it. Huh. Maybe this is the older one.
Now. Well, it's
Yes, this is the older one, so this is the one we actually want to see.
The United States and Russia are going to determine an end to this war and then go present that to Zelensky.
It's
leaves
ridiculous.
A lot of room for error and a lot of room for it not to be accepted. Ukraine has a voice in this, no doubt. There's no indication that if the United States backs out entirely from this conflict, that Ukraine is anywhere near laying down their arms and ceding significant portions of territory.
Literally not happening. In fact, I don't even think that they need America anymore. Like, Europe has given them more than we have. And have you seen some of the shit that Ukraine's been doing lately? I mean, like, actually, well, first of all, just really quickly while we're on that subject. Netherlands, 500 million euro arms package for Ukraine. Right there. Then we have Germany delivering 2 more Patriot missile batteries to Ukraine. Then we have European allies talking about how Ukraine must be involved in these peace talks. We'll get to that in a second. But here's Ukrainians striking a drone factory 1,000 kilometers behind Russian lines. Trump is going to make a deal in Alaska, or in Esper. America feels like we have to. There's a very, very high chance that China is going to invade Taiwan next month. And if we are involved in Ukraine, and that happens, that draws us into a multi-front war. In fine print of the agreement, Russia promises not to put pictures of Melania. Oh, you mean like they did after Trump won the election, all over Russian TV? This factory is where Russia makes quite a lot of its drones. Like, this was a big... Beyond that... Actually, first off, you can have a look inside. Got Chinese people working in there. I love the scary music when it's just like drones that are on a shelf. But, like, the Ukrainians are not fucking around. Here's an oil refinery that they hit just a couple days ago in Krasnodar Krai. Again, Russia's economy is built on and maintained by the sale of fossil fuels, which we've kind of put like a dent in with the threat to sanctions, with the threat of secondary sanctions on countries that buy Russian oil and then try and sell it off. Ukraine hits like a new oil refinery every day or every 2 days. So like, and also my favorite video on Twitter.
On badges?
Он мента. А, ёб твою мать, блядь! Добрый день!
Sorry, muted. Don't for a second think that the Russians have more odds of winning if America backs out. Hell, like, this is Ukraine and
Today there is
several railway lines that they've hit recently. There's a lot here that I'd like to go over, but it will all take quite a bit of time. But going back to here, it's not necessarily an issue when we're talking about, like, American aid, because America hasn't been aiding for a while. There was a point in time where Ukrainian soldiers wouldn't want to even turn on a Starlink, because when they did, they got targeted immediately. So, like, we're already not trustworthy.
To Russia. So I don't know how well it's going to go bringing Zelensky in after the decision has been made. Another key component here, zooming out a little bit to give you an overview of all of Ukraine here, the territory specifically mentioned in that context is Donetsk. That's this area here being outlined by the mouse. You'll see this pink and red territory is...
They are demanding all of Donetsk, which includes Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, two places where they have not been able to take. They expect us to give them, us, by the way, not Ukraine, us, to give them Donetsk.
Areas taken by Russia since 2014 here, 2022. Either way, this is the front line. All of this tan and green up here, Kramatorsk, Slaviansk, and others, that's all territory currently defended and held by Ukrainian forces. So the ask here to get to a possible ceasefire, not an end of the war,
including like Pokrovsk and Kostanivka, two places where they have been fighting hard. At current rate of advance, it would take Russia approximately 10 to 15 years to take all of the Donbass. Thank you, Zomi. Give us the territory, we want it. We haven't won it, but we want it. Come on. Like, literally, yes. This is the dumbest possible thing we could do, but we might actually do it, guys. We might actually... There is a lot of news coming out about China getting ready for war. Like, Ukraine is an issue for America. If China invades Taiwan and we are still involved in Ukraine, that will result in us going to war with China and Russia. And America doesn't want to do that. Like, that's what the internal, like, Pentagon docs have been saying since April, really. And that we're running out of time to end the Ukraine war so that we don't have to fight a two-front war. The thing is, that's not gonna happen because, the Russians don't want peace. The Russians want Alaska now. So, you know, we've seen this before.
Possible ceasefire is for Ukraine to...
Since 2014 until the present day, Russia has taken approximately 30% of the Donbass, and even in 2022, they only had about 40% of it. Yeah, like, aren't they down, like, below 30 now at some point, or were they? But, like, the Donbass is also where the most, like, severe fighting has been. Bakhmut, Toretsk, fucking, there's another one that I'm forgetting. Like 30.8% actually. Oh, fair enough. The other one I'm forgetting, there was Toretsk, there is Bakhmut, there's... That's like right under where Preston is. But yeah, like this is where the worst of the fighting has been. And they expect us to... It's like, I want cheat codes for the hardest boss in the game. But that's it. Like, from the start. That's what they're asking for.
Give up this big chunk of territory that Russia has not yet been able to take by force. As you can imagine, that's not exactly sitting well with everyone. Now, I don't think everything is a great comparison for World War I and World War II. We do see that a lot in this conflict and others, but sometimes it is just right on the nose. And I think this is one of those cases where you can't help but look at this agreement or this framework of an agreement and not think of the September 1938 Munich Agreement.
Literally, I've been saying it the whole time, actually.
This is the one where Hitler was starting to get a little aggressive over there in Nazi Germany, looking a little expansionist. And the United Kingdom and France made this agreement that, hey, if you just have the Sudetenland, you'll stop there. We'll call it good. No broader war. And this is the point where Chamberlain came back to the United Kingdom and gave his famous speech saying, "Peace in our time, we did it, great news." And this is where appeasement always points to. This is the example that people since 1938 have pointed to say appeasement doesn't work. 1 year later,
appeasement especially doesn't work when it's very clear that the person you are trying to appease does not give a shit.
September 1939, Hitler invaded Poland, sparking World War II in Europe. It didn't work then. And it's hard not to look at that example and look at what we're having laid out right now by Putin and Trump about
we have two
Putin
Hitlers.
Just gets to keep a little portion of eastern Ukraine that he took by force or has not yet been able to take by force, and he'll stop there. That'll be enough. You have to have in the back of your mind the concern.
Mind you, they're also lining up like troops and supplies on Finland's border up in the north. Appeasement doesn't work with fascists. It's also a fantastic example of why you can't take a fascist at their word. See, no. I personally think you should take a fascist at their word. You should just not take them at the words that they're giving you. Take them at the words that they give their followers. Every accusation is a confession is a great fucking way to figure out what the fascist plans to do.
And this is how a lot of people are approaching this right now. How are we so sure that he won't just rebuild, and the lesson learned here will be they can't stop me? The West.
Every single Western country's security agency since last year has said that this will happen. Hell, like, it's already happening. Just like a couple weeks ago, last month even, Russian drones were in Lithuania, on NATO territory. Not like ones that were armed, but like they are doing hybrid warfare. They've attacked undersea cables. They've flown into like NATO territory. They are sending like people to go and like cross the border and commit like crimes. They are literally funding things like Palestine Action to do psyops. This is not someone that you can make peace with. I meant specifically when they give you their word and make a promise to you. Oh yeah, just assume that they will fuck you over every time. That's probably the best assumption to make.
NATO can't stop me. I'll just do more next time because I know how this ends.
See, the thing is, right? Why does Russia feel comfortable doing this? Like that's a big question. Because as we saw earlier, they're not exactly a strong fighting force right now, you know? Where's the scooters? They're not exactly doing great. So why do people, like why does a country that has to send soldiers to war on electric scooters think that they can, you know, fight NATO? Well, because if we did do this, if we agreed to this, if Trump agrees to this, then as Putin's in his mind would just expect that the West is pussies. Like what are they going to do? They're going to roll over. They'll fight lightly, but they won't want to escalate. What did we say before? We listened to that one Russian propagandist talking, or that Russian propagandist like analyst saying that the way that the Russians do things is they will have nothing to start with, and they will demand everything, and they know they won't get everything, but because the people in the West will negotiate, they will start with nothing, demand everything, and have something at the end, even if it's 1/4 of what you wanted. And that's how they function. That is how the Russians do politics, is slow, steady gains. And if they manage to get this deal, which I really hope they don't, I don't even know how that would work out logistically if they did, it would embolden the Russians into thinking, you know what? These pussies aren't going to stop me. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And you know what? He might actually be right in that case. Now, don't be like totally sure though, because we do also have stuff like this. United States quietly deployed nuclear weapons to the United Kingdom for the first time since 2008, 17 years ago. So we put nukes in the UK. It's a big deal. You know, Europe and America preparing for conflict across the globe, which if this deal does not happen, and I hope that it won't, then we're likely going to go to war with China and Russia.
Now, President Zelensky did get a response out to this agreement yesterday. If I'm being honest, it does not look like he was necessarily included in some of the overviews here because he's pushing back pretty hard. Zelensky said, quote, Ukrainians defend what is theirs. Even those with Russia knows that it commits evil. Of course, we will not give Russia any awards for what it has done. The Ukrainian people deserve peace, but all partners must understand what a worthy peace is. This war must be ended, and Russia must end it. Russia started it and is dragging it out, ignoring all deadlines, and that is the problem, not anything else. The answer to the Ukrainian territorial question is already in the Constitution of Ukraine. No one will retreat from this, and no one can. Ukrainians will not give their land to the occupier. Ukraine is ready for real solutions that can bring peace. Any decisions against us, any decisions without Ukraine, are simultaneously decisions against peace. They will bring nothing. These are dead decisions. They will never work, and we all need a real, living peace that people will respect.
And, like, he's entirely correct about that. Who's on board? India's on board. Shocker, you know, India's on board considering we just threatened to secondary sanction India if they buy Russian oil. If Trump and Putin get buddy-buddy, then Modi is happy. You know, that's fine. Europe, not so happy.
European allies of Ukraine have called for more pressure on Russia ahead of Friday's summit between Donald Trump
How about more pressure on America, too?
and Vladimir Putin. The group, which includes Britain, France and Germany, said Ukraine must be involved in decisions about a path to peace. Overnight, they issued a joint statement saying the path to peace in Ukraine cannot be decided without Ukraine, adding, "We remain committed to the principle that international borders must not be changed by force." Well, President Zelensky, who's already ruled out handing over any land to Russia in exchange for peace, has been consulting his European allies in the lead-up to Friday's talks in Alaska. As it stands, Mr. Zelensky has not been invited to those talks, and the White House have said that there are currently no plans for that to change. However...
Hello, cat thrower. I've seen reports that Zelensky might be there. I've seen reports that he might not. Again, it's entirely pointless if he's not. And I think that this is going to be an entirely pointless endeavor anyway. I mean, Trump might force something, which is the worry, but...
They did confirm that President Trump was open, as they say, to have trilateral talks in Alaska with both leaders. Meanwhile, on Sunday, Russia said an industrial facility was damaged as a result of a Ukrainian drone attack.
Yeah, big one.
Huge fire with thick smoke seen rising from the scene.
This is happening like every day, mind you.
Now, according to Russian news agencies, 121 Ukrainian drones were destroyed overnight. Joe Inward reports.
Why are you not reporting on the, hundreds of Russian drones hitting Ukraine at night? Why are you reporting on, the Ukrainian drones that are getting shot down? I'm curious.
As his widow looks on, his mother reflects on the difficult situation the country finds itself in and the sacrifices it is being asked to make for peace.
Right now, we don't have the opportunity to recapture our territories. But to prevent people from dying, we could sign some kind of agreement, but not give up our territories. Not agree that we are giving the captured territories to Russia.
That feeling that the war must end, but not in a way that rewards Russia's aggression, is not just found in this capital, but right across Europe. It was reflected at a hastily arranged meeting of European and Ukrainian security officials yesterday.
God, I hate this country.
Hosted by the British Foreign Secretary and US Vice President.
And all
the partners share the same understanding of the need for a ceasefire, for an end to the killings. Only one actor stands against this: Putin. His only card is the ability to kill, and he is trying to sell the cessation of killings at the highest possible price.
See, what Zelensky is missing here is that we are also doing that. We are also doing that. Just slightly differently. Oh. Wow. Okay, that's news. Oh my goodness, thank you for the gifted subs, Cat Thrower. I very, very much appreciate that. Oh my god, you've gifted 80 subs to this channel. Based as fuck. That's okay, Ukraine can hit Russian oil storage anywhere in Russia. I have seen quite a lot of those. Damn, that's a deep hit. That is a deep hit. My goodness. News. If you live in DC, there is now a curfew zone. So, that's interesting. Wow, 1,000 National Guard going to DC. I'm sorry, like, I wanted to check in on this because it had just been minutes before it was announced when we started the Russia segment. I just want to see what the fuck is going on here. Because that's horrifying.
Received into our newsroom. So we're getting this information from multiple sources, both with Mayor Bowser and with MPD, telling us that as of...
How did Russian defense miss that deep hit? They don't have any. For what? Zomi, Trump is saying there's a homeless invasion in DC, so he's invading DC with 1,000 National Guard.
6 o'clock this evening. They strongly believe, sources both within the mayor's office and within Metro Police Department, that President Trump, come tomorrow, will deploy the National Guard along the streets of D.C. That is the information that is now coming into our newsroom about what is likely to happen tomorrow at that news conference. That, again, the president expected to deploy the National Guard, the D.C. National Guard, in and around Washington. This, from what we're being told at this point, has never happened before and would mark a significant turn in events. But no doubt, the continuation of what has been several days of an escalation by the White House to officials in D.C.
This feels largely like an Epstein distraction. It's not. They're like it can function as one, but there's more than that. Like, this is several parts of the plan at once. Like, it's the homeless encampments, like we mentioned. They've wanted to do that. That was in Project 2025. It's part of the plan. But also, this is taking control of the city. It's based on an executive order that he signed, calling like ending crime and disorder on America's streets. This is what they're doing everywhere. Remember last week when we talked about Los Angeles and how the military there is creating a forward operating base in the park in LA, so they didn't have to keep driving an hour into LA every time there was a protest? They're doing that everywhere. There was the leaked DHS MO that we read that talked about this, that they were planning to embed military and National Guard and ICE in every major city. ICE, by the way, now is like its own military. It is a domestic military force. Worse, this is them having a reason to put American citizens in concentration camps now too. To be fair, they were already doing that. But like, yes, this is the fascism bit. We're about to enter a world war in a month and a half, all right? Like, this is the fascism bit. So get the fuck out of DC, but also get the fuck out of America, because, like, they are going to invade the country. That's been the plan. Literally, even Grok is pointing out that, like, the justification is a lie. Based on MPD, August 8, 2025, showing 26% violent crime decline year-to-date versus 2024. Consistent FBI 2024 stats. Trump claims of surging DC crime is inaccurate. His recent order for federal policing aligns with a motive to expand control. Probability of intentional misrepresentation for federal or martial law, 80%. Cross-verified sources. Not to say that I trust Grok for shit, but, like, I mean, I could have told you that too. I suppose DC is a good base for military action against the East Coast, which is largely blue. Yep. Because New York comes after that. I mean, curfew zones.
About complaints regarding crime. And even most recently, as we heard just a minute ago, about...
To be fair, crime is probably up in 2025, most of it being done by Trump. I mean, that is true. Crime is up in 2025. Violent crime is also up in 2025, all done by the right. This is the pro-crime, pro-rape, pro-pedophile, Al-Qaeda government. Like, the people in charge are literally ISIS. Like, that's all I can say about it.
The homeless encampments that we've seen in and around the city as well. We are going to continue to work on this and monitor the situation. Orlando Donovan, no doubt gathering information around this.
He's mad about tents. Bro, no curfew is ever going to stop me, clown us at the Authoritarian State. You're going to end up in a camp, Captain Buggy. That's the point. They don't want you to stay home. They want you to go out during the curfew and get arrested. And to be fair, that's for juveniles. That's not like adults. Adults don't have that curfew. That hasn't started just yet, I suppose. That's the beautification will be held tomorrow. Like, this is straight up Nazi shit. I don't even want to read it. It's terrifying. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to the actual story, which was Russia and Ukraine, which, you know, is also a big deal. See, this is what I say. Like, it's never a distraction. There's just a lot of things happening. They'll probably force libs to go to church camp and indoctrinate them. The libs are mostly going to bend the knee. Get the fuck out of DC right now. Funcore, is it that bad right now? Because, like, you're freaked out, which is freaking me out. Because I don't have my phone, so I'm not, like, seeing everything. All I see is, like, a couple things, like Trump declares war on unhoused DC residents, no more Mr. Nice Guy, removed far from the Capitol. Like, it's terrifying what he's saying here, but, you know. Talked about that, and that. Aha. World War. Why is so much happening right now? Well, the timeline is cutting it close.
We've got a plan for the first time in a long time, and we've got commitment to achieving that plan. The team that's represented in this room is going to be unstoppable as we bring that to life.
Just 2 weeks into the job, and General Alexis Grinkovich, the new Supreme Allied Commander Europe, has given a keynote speech at the 2025 Land Euro Conference in Germany. It was a 15-minute address that was followed by questions from reporters.
President Trump said that some Patriot systems from Germany are already on their way to Ukraine. Would you be able to please tell us the status of these transfers and what other weapons, including offensive weapons, that Ukraine will be receiving and when it will be getting those weapons? Thank you.
Yeah, Emma, for reasons of operational security, I won't go into a ton of details on any of that. I'm not going to reveal to the Russians or anyone else the exact numbers of weapons that we're transferring or when those will happen. But what I will say is that preparations are underway. We're working very closely with the Germans on the Patriot transfer. And the guidance that I've been given has been to move out as quickly as possible.
So there's all that, right? But this was 2 weeks ago, and things are changing. Things are changing fast. China is kind of an issue now. As predicted,
Taiwan.
Again, this is Sky News, mind you. So, like, take this with a grain of salt. But even you know, the right sometimes does have nuggets of truth in it.
Is a vibrant, free, and democratic place. People here have long learned to coexist.
Coast of mainland China, self-governing and democratic, China sees it as a breakaway province. For many years, it has sought reunification, but Xi Jinping has turbocharged that aim. He's reportedly asked his forces to be ready for an invasion as soon as 2027. And this is the man tasked with Taiwan's defense, its new president, Lai Ching-te, a man who has spoken more boldly than any.
Sorry, I just saw Anas al-Sharif, and I can't show it on stream, but holy shit. Christ. Look, the rhetoric is increasing. We've talked about the timeline. We just gave Taiwan new drones.
Hitting targets and surveilling the air.
They'll call reunification thing one China policy. Trump actually stopped letting Taiwanese dudes fly through the US to go to other countries. Yeah, look, like, this is gonna happen. I expect there to be an attempt for an internal coup before this, you know, goes up to like a conflict. But for example, here we have a report just from like the end of June. Czech military intelligence reveals China's embassy in Prague orchestrated an intelligence operation against Taiwanese vice president during her 2024 visit. Diplomats tailed her, tracked meetings, planned physical confrontation. A Chinese diplomat vehicle ran red lights, nearly causing an accident. China denies any wrongdoing, claiming its diplomats were merely following protocol. However, Czech intelligence says the operation flagrantly violated the Vienna Convention and diplomatic relations. Like, I expect this kind of stuff to happen first. But
these drones could be Taiwan's next big step in weapons advancement. The country has just received its first batch of OTS 600M attack drones from the US. Technology that can fly for up to 4 hours, travel hundreds of kilometers, resist electronic attacks, and
mind you, just like while we're on drones for a second, because like this is related but unrelated, I did want to show you just like these drones are evolving, and like automated warfare is evolving. Here is a British drone launching a missile. You don't usually see drones launching missiles. The biggest thing I've ever seen a drone launch is a grenade. No, an artillery shell. But it gets worse. Because, you know, at the same time while all this is happening, all of the, you know, the regular stuff, we're also doing, like...
They're fighting, dancing, chatting, soothing, and generally showing off, albeit somewhat clumsily. This week's World Robot Conference in Beijing is just one of a flood of events hammering home the message that when...
Okay, yes, it is that bad, so sorry, I just had to make a bunch of phone calls. Very, very low likelihood of any other outcome. Text someone who I was upset about not seeing actually as well. This is what it was in regards to, given their knowledge, just even if not a week, they know literally everything about everyone in DC. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Can't leave 3 days. Jesus. Yeah, everything's gonna be surveilled. Speaking of surveillance, like, you know that they can surveil you through your electricity usage in your house, like your meter, your water, your power, your gas usage? Like, those get sold. Police departments in America have raided homes based off of, like, electricity meter usage because they thought they were, like, growing pot or something, and it was a lady with a medical device. So they won't need most of us anymore? Well, that's kind of the plan, right? They are a death cult. They do want slaves, but they also want less people on the planet. Like, but look, regardless of them anyway, even if they disappeared, billions of people are gonna die anyway, because we've passed the point where we could do anything to stop climate change. So, like,
when it comes to robotics, China's number one. The Chinese
China's
government...
number one in robotics. You know, we're sending drones to Taiwan, but you know what China's also doing? You know, like, it's not just us sending drones. You know, they got their own drones.
China is preparing to invade Taiwan. That is the statement Taiwan's deputy foreign minister recently gave Sky News when asked about the threat of the People's Liberation Army. And with military drills, naval face-offs, and exchanging blows, it appears a war is on the horizon. After all, Chinese President Xi Jinping threatened, no one can stop the reunification of the mainland with Taiwan. But will this war of words
Oops, goddammit. Sorry, I pressed the button, but I gotta press it harder. Mind you, as well as, you know, all of this, China's preparing for war, we've had reports of GPS jamming around China's coast and also Taiwan's outer islands. This is from the end of June, July, but, the end of June, actually. But this has been ongoing. There is jammers in that region now. There's quite a lot of them. They're not always active, but it is more difficult to see what's actually going on there now. Especially like if you're using drones or all of that, like the jammers that they use will block out pretty much everything that you want to do. Like if you're trying to fly a drone into the water, if you are trying to locate someone with a satellite, you're gonna get the wrong place. Things like flight tracker are gonna show like a plane that's flying this way is actually gonna go whoop, way over there because the GPS is fucked. We saw this happening in the Gulf of Aden when we bombed Iran.
and military posturing transpire into a war? And how might the PLA conduct this audacious invasion?
Well, generally we talk about a thing called the Davidson window, which comes from Admiral Davidson, who was the head of US PACOM, Pacific Command, one of the combatant commands of America. And the Davidson window says that Chinese capability will be there by 2027. And that, in military capability terms, is when the...
I think that they are underestimating. 2027 is not, like, it's gonna happen this year. It genuinely is. Because think about it. If you're Xi, why would you lose this opportunity? Think about how different the world will be in 2 years. The utter chaos that the world is in, the weakest America has been in over a century, with an idiot in charge, and you've just been winning without doing anything, non-stop. Why would you miss this opportunity? You wouldn't. And the best time to do this, because Taiwan has 2 monsoon seasons, is, in this case, because they missed their earlier window in June, September.
The Chinese conduct an invasion and would hope to be successful. Now, of course, since he said that, which was about 7 or 8 years ago, a number of things have changed in terms of both the development of Chinese capability and indeed sort of notions of deterrence. And partly this has been influenced also by Ukraine. So, for example, the lessons of Ukraine for China is that you need to strike fast, don't fight unsure wars.
We're also learning the wrong lessons from Ukraine, and I have a video on that. We're learning quite a lot of the wrong lessons from Ukraine, but you can see why there's much more of a push for the United States to focus more on China.
Don't fight unprepared wars. So the Chinese are trying to shrink the strategic, operational and tactical warning and act quickly. And the reason they would do that for an invasion is amphibious operations are some of the most complex operations that you could conduct. And the piece of water we're talking about across the Taiwan Strait is something like 100 to 120 miles, depending where you're going. And to get across that stretch of water, of course, you would need a number of precursor operations to shrink that.
Okay, I'm bored. I'm bored of you, so I'm turning you off. But we also have this. Recently happened. Whoopsie, not that one. This one. China restricts rare earth minerals to Western defense companies. Now, they were already doing this, but they're doing it more. Doesn't really matter, like, the details. There is a concerted effort here to weaken us, and China has been strengthening. Now, there is a reason why everyone is terrified right now. We're preparing for a world fucking war. Now, we should not learn to fight like Ukraine. That's important. I did forget to show this. This is Lindsey Graham talking about the peace deal. Obviously, this is another ghoul, but it is important because Lindsey Graham was one of the more hawkish, like, let's keep funding Ukraine people. So him saying this is pretty bad. Can the US and EU focus to mean producing weapons both on Ukraine and China if China attacks Taiwan? Can they? Sure. Will they? I don't know. Is it a good idea? Probably not. The best idea right now is to just invade Russia while they're weak. Just send NATO into Moscow. Send Ukraine into Moscow. Send NATO into Ukraine, hold the border, and then send Ukraine into Moscow. That's the best, like, possible option that you got right now. Now, like, the manufacturing of weapons in Europe, that's getting better. Germany is producing quite a lot. Turkey produces quite a lot of drones and, like, aircraft. I think the UK has started production on some shit. Like, they're getting there. It's not about production, it's about numbers. Russia has more child soldiers than NATO has soldiers out, like, not including America. So, you know.
Welcome back. Joining me now is Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. Senator Graham, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Let's start by talking about this meeting this upcoming Friday between President Trump.
Wait, that happened just now, Buncor? Can I have a link for anything for that? Like, I've seen like US Cyber Command posting something, but I didn't really understand it. What's up, Headless Chicken?
And President Putin President Putin saying he is demanding that he gets to keep some of that territory that he's illegally claimed without making any concessions. Senator Graham, is it a mistake to reward President Putin with a presidential level
stupid?
meeting without Moscow making any concrete or public concessions?
No, I'm very okay with President Trump meeting with President Putin in
Remember, this was the guy who was one of the more hawkish, let's keep funding Ukraine people. It's over.
Alaska. So I was on the phone this morning, Christian, with our European allies, with the Ukrainians. I talked to Yermak this morning. The vice president was on the ground in Europe yesterday, listening to Ukraine and our European allies about what a good deal would look like, and the reviews about JD Vance are very, very positive.
Again, they want to set JD up. They want to switch the king, guys. Like this, it's here. Like it's actually here. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene posting about, hey, do you know where your kids are? No, Lindsay was the Republican popular opinion, one of the top flip-flopper Republicans. On Ukraine, he's been pretty consistent, though. Like, he's been pretty consistent, because he makes money from it. Like, the dude is, like, we make money. Our politicians make money from war. There's a point to it. Although, like, Ukraine's new, drone chief, Robert, Magyar Brovdi, wants to, kill enough Russian soldiers every month that equals the total number of soldiers deployed in Ukraine. And I think that's a fantastic meeting. Is Lindsey Graham really gay? Yeah. I mean, like, at the very least, bi. But, you know, like, we're gonna be making peace with people who do shit like this. Again, not even Ukraine there, considering, you know, they're the one at war and we're not, but, you know. This is what they do to Ukraine, though.
Давай в машину. Бежи. Дам.
The bus that got bombed.
Сідай аккуратно. Давай той портфель тако на руки чи назад кинеш. Сідай. Давай сідай в машину.
Like, we watched the human safari in Kherson. We've watched, we've looked at, like, the people they kidnap. Hey, you know what? Here. Show that again. Here's a Russian catalog of children that they've literally fucking kidnapped. That you can, like, buy them. They are human trafficking. They kidnap these kids from Ukraine, and then they sell them. This is what the Russians are. This is what we are, too, as, like, America under Trump. That's why. Fun fact, he banned porn in his state, which is comically authoritarian. That is funny, yeah. But, like, that they're banning porn everywhere. What the fuck? I mean, like, it's... What do you expect, Schufelpuffer? The pedo-Nazi government there and the pedo-Nazi government here do a lot of the same pedo-Nazi shit. Jesus fucking Christ, this timeline keeps getting worse. You gotta make it better yourself, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. We gotta do something. Here's Russian tankers in Irish waters. If I was Ireland's, like, fucking president right now, I would launch a missile at these ships. I don't care. Like, literally, I would not care. I would not try and clear the ship. I would just launch a missile at it. I don't care if the people on that ship aren't militants. That's a ship that literally could be doing a terrorist attack. These ships come in, they break undersea cables, they cut it. Like, this could be the beginning of a strike from Russia. This is in your waters, right? And you're the president, and you know that this is a Russian Shadow Fleet ship. You know that this ship is either fucking with you, gonna try and fuck with the cables under the water, or is there to distract you while they attack you. So I'm gonna bomb the ship. That's my option. Sorry. I know people might not like that, but they're not even boarding the ship. We saw this happen in Estonia. Estonia went to board the ship. Russia launched a fighter jet to protect it, And then Estonia backed off. Why back off? You think Russia's gonna bomb you, Estonia, on the ship that they sent into your water that you are boarding? Do it, please. I would have begged them to. That would have been a death that I felt was worthy to die in. I would have loved to die in that missile strike so that we could just fuck up the Russians. Please don't nuke I didn't say nuke. Who said nuke? I said bomb. And no, they're not harmless civilian workers. They're Russians on the Shadow Fleet ship that literally function as weapons. They're not civilians. These ships do attacks. It's hybrid warfare. I would bomb that ship. Yeah, nuke for dramatic effect. Okay, I would not nuke that ship. Not in my waters, first off. I wouldn't nuke anything, really, but, like, maybe Moscow. Maybe Moscow. Maybe. They'd really have to push it, because I wouldn't be a fan of that. But I would bomb that ship. Cruise missile. Anti-ship missile. Just, fuck it, why not? What are they gonna do, and what's the justification that they're gonna have? Nothing. Because that's in my waters. I have the right to do that. That's a weapon that you have smuggled into my country's borders. Fuck that. I mean, like, I don't know what you expect. Because then there's, like, these idiots, like this British fuck who's, who went to, Russia because he, you know, didn't like living in England. And, now he's stuck in a trench, loathed by the Russians, and whining to the Telegraph because killing for a fascist empire wasn't the heroic fantasy that he dreamed of. I, like, personally, we need to stop playing around, guys. Stop fucking around. It's war. We're at war. It's already here. Hell, again, they want America. Why are Russian officials, why is the CEO of a Russian hedge fund talking about historic Russian Orthodox churches in Alaska? You think that's something that, you know, peace might come from? No.
A lot of the operational analysis out of Ukraine, in terms of, for example, their long-range strike campaigns, their successful efforts against things like the S-400 batteries, is that the cheap massed UAVs, both, particularly in this case, fixed-wing kind of decoys and stand-in jammers and things that have a little bit of bang in them, they are not a replacement for your high-end weapon systems. They are what are increasingly required to get your high-end weapon systems through to target.
And that's the lesson we haven't been learning. America has been demilitarized. We've been disarming because we've been switching to fast-paced deployable drone tech. But you need both. And Ukraine has also been saying, no, you need both. You need both. You can't do that. No, what do? We do this. I mean, to be fair, this one's fucking cool. But the buggy? No, not so much.
In 1967, a United States CIA spy satellite spotted something very weird. A 100-meter-long object was zipping across the Caspian Sea at around 300 miles per hour, which was far faster than any boat should be able to achieve. American intelligence noted it appeared to be moving just a few feet above the water. It looked like a plane, but it appeared to have no wings, and yet it was still capable of flight. This information confused the hell out of the US analysts. They nicknamed it the Caspian Sea Monster because they couldn't categorize it. To further confuse the point, it was assigned to the Soviet Navy, but operated by test pilots from the Soviet Air Force. They broke it.
So, what do? I mean, like, the history's interesting and all, but kind of low on time.
$18 million into its development. Why do they think that it could work where others have failed for decades? Because of three main reasons. According to the proponents of the program, it's because technology had finally caught up, and the modern mission in the Pacific makes sense now. First, modern fancy electronics have solved the biggest historical problem with wing and ground vehicles, which is their stability. I myself have solved that too. I'm very mentally stable right now. Fly-by-wire attached to autonomous stabilization constantly adjust those controls to fly at the right distance from the surface in real time for the pilot.
This sounds like
Second,
a really
the mission
bad
in the Pacific
idea.
actually makes sense now. The electric version uses 12 electric motors and runs on batteries. It's limited to the distance of only about 200 miles though, but that's why there's a hybrid version that can fly at over 1,400 nautical miles, which is fast and far enough to hop from Guam to
Okinawa, where we would stage against Russia and Taiwan.
Taiwan without refueling, all while better avoiding enemy air defense and skipping the need for an air base. If you look at this map on page 21 of this rundown on China's strategy, it shows why this is so important. The section in blue that you see there, where is that, are where the Chinese Navy would attempt to interdict American logistics and supplies.
This is what I actually do expect to happen, is I expect an internal coup attempt, whether it succeeds or fails, accompanied by a blockade. Now, there's also the question of whether or not we run the blockade, because that's kind of required for it to escalate into a conflict. But this is the plan.
With their
They've
submarines.
tested it. Like, we watched them
Contested
practice
maritime
3 times
logistics
already.
is a nightmare. Shipping supplies to troops on islands will be incredibly dangerous. Even getting troops there is dangerous. So transporting Marines from landing ships to islands will be done under constant threat of missiles and torpedoes from enemy subs. It's an invincibility glitch against submarines. The WIG, the wing and ground concept, isn't vulnerable to sea mines or submarines and could be automated.
How much military is on Guam, actually? Let's see. US military base, Guam. Just looking at the map makes me wonder. I mean, like, Guam is a big base, but... Gotta have it in the same window. U.S. strategic, U.S. naval base located in Opera Harbor, occupying the Orte Peninsula. History, Home port submarines. So we have the USS Minnesota. Here we have the USS Annapolis, Asheville, Jefferson City, Minnesota, and Springfield. So these are our Virginia class. I think these are nuclear submarines. Yes, these are the nuclear powered attack submarines. So they stage there, which makes sense. Military Sea Command, Navy Explosion Ordnance Disposal, Navy Munitions, blah, weapons maintenance, 13th Naval Construction Regiment. Really not that big. I thought there'd be more there. Okinawa has quite a lot more. Which, like, Okinawa is gonna be, like, a massive fucking target for, Russia? Not Russia, China? Because, there's a lot of, use coming out of there. U.S. Navy, Japan, South Korea even. Australia will actually, if this war ended up like a big proper war, Northern Australia is going to be America's proper staging post against China. Like if it actually got bad, it would have to, they would stage in Darwin.
Automated, automatically flown. Regent Defense claims to have already made automated versions that carry 50-pound payloads.
Love
this
that,
fits
yeah.
neatly
AI,
into the Marines' new Force Design
everything.
2030 plan of operating from remote islands, so it could help small units spread out dispersed across islands to maneuver against China. It can be armed with 4 naval strike missiles with over 100 miles range that could be wing-mounted.
The Russians are going to pull out Ukraine on Alaska. They literally might. But, like, we might actually just, like, give... I don't know how big of a cuck Trump is. We'll find out, I suppose.
Or you could design it to have 8 Hellfire missiles or Stingers. This way you could
Jesus
take
Christ.
out...
Alright, I'm sick of the fucking AI autonomous, like, fighting. But, like, that's what war is now. But we learned only that from Ukraine. We didn't learn any of the other shit.
I think that the key for us is to be clear-eyed about what we're developing them for, and the key thing being to develop them to ensure that we can get our traditional fires through to the key targets so that we can start to win superiority and then win the counter-battery fight and thus establish the sort of overmatch that enables professional maneuver forces to be really credible against Russian forces. Trying to fight as Ukraine is trying to fight is not something I think we can credibly do or should try and do in the West. Their own counter-UAS capabilities are probably the best in the world at the moment, certainly the most experienced. And they
Are you still talking? Are you talking about what we're talking about now, or were you talking about earlier?
Now the primary focus of Russian both technical and tactical development. So if we are starting from the baseline of European sort of NATO member states who have given away a lot of heavy equipment to Ukraine over the past 3.5 years, who are trying to rebuild lethality as quickly as possible to deter future Russian aggression more widely, I think it'd be a huge mistake to do what a lot of figures are now, policy and senior military regularly talk about, which is pursuing a sort of Ukraine-like lots and lots and lots of massed, cheap UAV heavy strategy as the core of our.
The thing is, right? You see the videos of like a tank getting destroyed by a Ukrainian FPV. You know that like it takes like 3, 4, 5 FPVs to actually get, like, some of them get fucked with like the radar. One of them gets shot down. One of them hits but doesn't hit the right spot. Like,
future lethality against Russian forces. It plays to their strengths. It's something that we would be significantly worse at than the Ukrainians, at least for quite a while. We don't have their pressures to develop. We don't have their regulatory environment, and we certainly don't have their national industry. We wouldn't want to rely on Chinese components the way that they do. And also, frankly, Ukraine, even though it is a world leader in mass UAV development, iterative development, use, and sort of integration in all parts of its force, is still being pushed back steadily by Russian forces. With 4.5 million drones supposedly going to be produced this year, about 2.2 last year.
Remember that Russia lost a lot of its drone building capabilities, but like, yeah, and we're at a point where like robot war is a thing now.
Send drones, keep humans. Ukraine's military increasingly lives by this credo. And when multiple drones can be operated by a single pilot, so much the better.
We're using 2 drones right now, but regularly we're using about 10. And when we are talking about like automatic mode, there are
I have something funny for you guys now.
a couple of hundreds that we can operate at the same time.
For now, the drones usually make their strikes manually. The pilot takes control of each one in.
We've literally made robots whose only job is to kill people. Pre-breakfast banana. Those exist right now, already.
Turn while the others loiter. But they fly according to plans worked out using artificial intelligence.
You select the target of interest, or you select the area of interest, and AI is building the path.
And if the connection to the pilot is jammed or lost, the drones can still complete the task.
Oh, mind you, Larry Ellison just became one of the most powerful people in the world. Remember, this is the guy that I showed you the video of who said that, everyone's going to be on their best behavior because there's cameras everywhere. They're going to watch everything you do and everything the cops do, and it'll call the cops for you, and it'll get rid of crime. This is that guy. The guy who is working with OpenAI on the Stargate project, the giant fucking surveillance project that's going to destroy everything on this planet. That guy
became the most powerful man in America because
in America.
Daddy's little boy. This is
He owns Oracle, which, mind you, like, Oracle is not just Oracle. You guys want to see something, actually? On the subject of surveillance, I just want to show you, like, a rough map of something that I've been working on. Just the browser. Give me... Yes. So, this is the map that I'm working on. It's not, finished yet, but at the bottom here, this is how you are being surveilled, basically. You got your identity rails, the ID.me, login.gov, LexisNexis, Experian, Equifax, TransUnion. There's also, like, the other ones, the biometric vendors are over here, actually, like Yoti, iProve, Auth0, Okta, and then you get your payment processor. So these are the first level of, like, surveillance. All of these have all of your data. They sell all of your data, mind you, as well. But then you go into real-time crime, like, cameras. You have, like, license plate monitoring, and then license plate matching, rather. Love me some mind maps, me too. Then we have, like, different AIs here. There's AIs that will, like, find gunshots, SoundThinker, ShotSpotter. There's face and person match, Clearview AI, and NEC NeoFace. I think NEC is the Japanese one. These are being used by the government as well. Fusion, RTCC being real-time crime something? Crime cameras? Crime centers. There it is. Motorola, Genetech, Milestone X Project, Verkada. Your license plate registers. Well, Flock does that. So does Motorola. So does Genetech. Your video analytics, everything that you put on the internet. Well, sorry, that's getting analyzed too for metadata. Your school information, GoGuardian, Gaggle, Lightspeed, Bark, if you have kids, all that's being, scooped up and fed to AI. Your job data, Microsoft Purview, CrowdStrike, Symantec, ForcePoint, Cisco, Zscaler, all of that. But then you get up to the actual gatekeepers. These are the people that have the power to stop you from accessing a site or give you access to a site. For example, we have like the app stores. Then we have domain hosts. Cloudflare is a big one. Like, for example, a few years ago, Cloudflare shut down Kiwi Farms. And Kiwi Farms was a horrible site. Like, I'm glad it got shut down. But the domain host can easily just shut it down. They play the Game of Thrones because we let them. That is true. And when you play the Game of Thrones, you win or, something else happens. DNS hosts, Namecheap, GoDaddy, I haven't seen much on, like, issues from them, but there's not very many DNS hosts that you really can choose from. And so, like, the risk gets higher. And then we get the payment processors again. These are like you're using it, not like back down here is like the payment processor that you give the information to. This is when you're using it. I would link it, but Kiwi Farms is totally back. I know it's back, but like it is what it is. You got state, local law enforcement. So we have Palantir Gotham, which is a specific one. That one covers like you give it all the. That's the one that has the AI that puts it all together. LexisNexis, Relk, and then we have like the record. So Mark 43, Tyler Technologies, Hexagon, Tyler Odyssey is another one. Axon and Motorola WatchGuard are pretty big for like cops, ICE, FBI. But then we get into like border and immigration. So this is where like this is the main powers that can abuse this whole system. What's missing down here, actually, I didn't even realize, is your meters, like your actual proper meters, your water usage, your gas usage, your electricity usage. All of this is still tracked. Literally, like you can be accused of a crime for having too much electricity use. But so Palantir, ICM, which is like the overarching Palantir, Anduril, Sentry, and Borders. These are the people that make all the autonomous guns and weapons and turrets and missiles. Energy companies are probably in their own rabbit hole. No, they are. They literally are, in fact. All of this data gets given to agencies. Then there's, like, the big cloud. So there's government clouds, which is C2E. It's the CIA's one. We know for a fact that the CIA has signed, I think it's like a 12 to 15-year contract with Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and Oracle Cloud, and IBM. Yeah, they don't need a warrant. They don't need a warrant to buy the data. Exactly. And then we have like other government clouds. But we know for a fact that I can cite that one, that the CIA is working with these companies for C2E. They have a contract. And then government analytics goes to Palantir Foundry, Snowflake Government, which I still find very funny, Databricks, SAS, and then, your health data, FDP is another Palantir branch that deals with specifically healthcare. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad. This is not even the full map. That's the one I had up. But it's important because Larry Ellison is quite heavily involved in this, and he's specifically he's one of the main people when it comes to Stargate. I want to call it Starlink again. But on the surveillance thing for your meters. Here you go.
Sacramento's utility company fed cops detailed behavior data without any court orders, consent, or any kind of suspicion. Sacramento Municipal Utilities District, or SMUD, transformed smart meters into government spy devices, transmitting citizens every electronic impulse.
A monetary incentive for every company to spy on you, a second revenue stream? Exactly.
To law enforcement databases. Every 15 minutes or so, these meters record life patterns, basically. When people wake up, which appliances run, when showers happen, when homes sit empty even. SMUD handed this fairly intimate surveillance data to Sacramento PD and the Sheriff's County Office and 3 other departments without any kind of warrants. The threshold for suspicion dropped from 7,000 kilowatt hours per month in 2014 to just 2,800 hours by 2023. One SMUD analyst admitted that they personally used 3,500 kilowatts last month above their own suspicion threshold. Running air conditioning.
Literally, running air conditioning.
In Sacramento's brutal heat basically makes residents criminal suspects. Alfonso Nagan needed extra electricity for medical equipment due to his spinal injuries. This is another story too.
Like this has happened multiple times. It would be nice to have a link to the legislation that ties them together to help support your list. There is no legislation that ties it together. It's all state-level bullshit. Like, we don't have real laws in America anymore. Law doesn't exist because the fascists are in charge. They just, like, put it into other bills. To find legislation for this, you have to first go through, like, 50 billion other documents that are unrelated and find, like, a little line in it, if it even exists. Most of the time, they just don't care about the law. Like, they'll change the law if you complain about it to suit them, but otherwise they just don't care. There's no democracy. You don't have rights to complain. It doesn't, like, they can do whatever the fuck they want to you. That's the whole point of this.
And sheriff's deputies showed up twice, demanding warrantless entry and threatened arrest when he refused. His actual crime was exercising his Fourth Amendment rights while using his electricity that he was paying for. Brian Decker got the militarization response. Deputies with guns drawn and bullhorns blaring, forcing him outside in his underwear while Babers basically...
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask startup questions with Mr. Baldwin.
Sorry, Mike was muted, but I wasn't really saying anything. I was talking to myself mostly. Okay, so we're talking about, you know, laws, right? Your right to your information. They have to delete your stuff if you request it and all that. That's not going to happen, pre-breakfast banana. I'm sorry. Even Republicans hate this, by the way.
A number of authors have shared with the public the process they go through to write a book. I believe John Irving and My Imaginary Girlfriend did that. I think John McPhee has done that in the past. Stephen King has done that.
To write new books.
You know what? Fuck this. This is a very long video. I'm just going to show you this and this, because these are much better and shorter. Here's Tom Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Stewart, I want to congratulate.
What they're going to do is they want it to be AI companies, tech companies, can literally just steal your data. There is no more copyright protection. Your data is not protected anymore. You have no rights. That's what they're doing. That is the law that they're trying to pass. You have been being farmed. We talked about this. You are being farmed like you are a cow, a chicken in a coop. And they are now forcing you to stay in the coop. They're locking the door.
Congratulate you on being the only person on the list where we don't have to have an answer key for how to pronounce names. It is Mr. Schweitzer, Mr. Chiarello, and Mr. Tyre. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Schweitzer, to your nomination, and to Ethan, Charlie, and Finnegan, who I think are in the audience. You should be proud. You're going to get the first question. I intend to support all your nominations, and I probably won't have time to get to all of you. The theft from China. I mean, we can legitimately say that China
Of course,
is an
he has
innovator.
to say China, but this is all tech companies, all of them, all of them.
With you, maybe after you get over there, it's called fighting tax cheat or trade cheats. We got to figure out a way to get a force multiplier from private sector to go after the hundreds of incidences that we just do not have for customs. We don't have the capacity to do it. So I'd like to talk about that bill. But I want to start by the president made a comment the other day on his talk on AI that I found concerning, because he said that the intellectual property copyright infringements were just too complicated to be dealt with in the implementation of AI, and it would have to be settled by the courts. The challenge that I have with that is that would be great news for China. Now we're going to flood the zone.
Okay, fuck China. Understand, this is not just in America.
But we shouldn't, trick ourselves into thinking that they will, go the extra mile necessarily.
God, why are these all so fucking boring? Here's the artist speak. Yes. Here's someone who's actually mad because their shit's getting stolen.
Welcome back. The product, the idea, content without consent, credit artificial intelligence bots. The idea has prompted plenty of backlash from creatives who say many of these businesses use their content without consent, credit or payment. The government says AI could add more than $116 billion to economic activity across the country over the next decade. Joining us this afternoon on The Debrief is Brooklyn Ross from the Kyle and Jackie O Show and Kimberly Bradish from The Nightly. Good afternoon to both of you. Kim, what do you think about this? Because we saw the Treasurer say, AI has the possibility to inject millions, if not billions of dollars into the Australian economy, but he also was pretty wary and knew about the dangers with the risks of people losing their jobs.
Yeah, he has been forced to defend.
My God, they're not even saying it. Do I have to actually pull up the goddamn boring white guy and listen to him talk? Fuck me. Fine.
Treasurer, welcome to the programme.
Thanks very much, Sarah.
Clearly, regulation is one of the early fault lines in this debate. But first of all, can you regulate a technology that is evolving so fast?
I believe we can, but it's a complex task and it's a contentious task, and that's why, as you rightly identify in your introduction, there are a range of views about the best way to go about it. My view is that we can find a middle path between people who say let AI rip and other people who pretend that we can just turn back the clock. I think there is a middle path here.
This is the one we need to watch because he's going to give the actual details. By the way, there is no turning this back. There's no putting the genie back in the box. It's just not possible. And thank you, Ian Leo.
To regulation, it's really
Though
all
it is
about
noon for me.
Doing as much regulation as we need to protect people and as little as we can to encourage innovation. And that's how we maximise the big opportunity, the big game-changing opportunity of artificial intelligence, while also managing and mitigating as many of the risks as we can.
Specifically, have you now completely dropped the idea of a separate AI Act?
Well, that's one of the things that the Productivity Commission is talking about in its report today. And the question here that governments are grappling with right around the world is whether you need a standalone act or whether you've got some regulatory tools that you can use. The government is working through those issues.
The PC, because, regulation is important here. But let's see, what is it that they're talking about specifically?
He's got a view, others have got a view as well. I think whatever the mechanism that you use, one act or a number of existing acts, that is important, but it's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the nature of that regulation, whether you can maximise the opportunity and minimise the risk, and that's what the middle path that we intend to take is all about.
Your colleague Ed Husick is still arguing for a single act. Is he barking up the wrong tree, essentially?
I wouldn't describe it like that, and I personally take Ed's views on this very seriously. I mean, he has engaged and thought about these issues for a long time, as has the...
Because before AI technologies are introduced into a workplace, could the government support that? at the weekend that they want... All right, so the ACTU told my colleague David Spears at the weekend that they want an effective veto for workers before AI technologies are introduced into a workplace. Could the government support that?
We need to build a black wall to gulag the AIs? Oh, really? I think he means privatize the gains and socialize the losses. That is exactly what he means, Etch. But it's worse. It's worse. They are stealing your intellectual property.
Well, we need to be realistic about it, and certainly I agree that workers need to be part of the conversation when it comes to rolling out a technology which has this game-changing potential and where there are very real potential risks in the labour market. I would always err on the side of workers having a say in how their work is done. And so
I think what they're asking...
It does help that the Australian Labour Party was built by, like, actual labourers, not by, like, you know, petit bourgeois who pretend to be Labour, but they've definitely turned it into that.
What they're asking for here is something much bigger than...
Still better than the UK.
...that it is an effective veto, that no new AI technologies can be introduced into a workforce without their say-so. Obviously, business is very unhappy about that. Where do you stand?
If businesses are very unhappy about it, I'm in favour of it.
Well, however you describe it, I think it's important that workers have a voice, and not just on this issue. It's why I support the union movement putting forward their ideas. I wrote a piece on the weekend in The Guardian, which is all about recognising that we can roll out AI technology in a way that's consistent with our values, and the best way to...
AI with capitalism will never end well. You can have AI. You can have a society that has AI in it, not under capitalism.
To do that is listen to our people, listen to our workers, and make sure that we skill people up so they can adapt and adopt this really important technology. And so I think there is a way through here. I do acknowledge that there are different views being expressed, as I keep coming back to. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing when we're talking about something this consequential and this contentious. There will be a range of views. That's a good thing. The government's job, which we embrace, the responsibility that we embrace, is to find that middle path so that we can get all of the game-changing benefits from artificial intelligence in our economy and in our society without dismissing or ignoring the risks, including in the labour market. And the people who know the most about the labour market are the workers themselves.
All right, I want to ask you like a broader question about how to protect Australian, in fact, the sovereignty of Australians in this area. So if data...
I bet they talked about this, they talked the same about internal combustion engines inventions to horse carriages owners. Don't worry. Well, like, that's a weird, like, comparison, because cars are a death trap, sure, but, like, this is different. Government on AI, we can skill people up to adapt and adopt for innovation. Government on renewables. How about our coal worker? How are our coal workers going to survive? Literally, like, we're so cooked. Australia is cooked. I think I'm kind of fucked.
Is now the core economic, or going to be the core economic resource in this age. Shouldn't or should Australian citizens have sovereignty over their own data?
This is the key. This right here. Should you have sovereignty over your data? Spun up quick. Anyway, yeah, Trump is expected to announce federalization of DC tomorrow. I thought so.
Shouldn't or should Australian citizens have sovereignty over their own data?
Yeah, well, certainly that's one of the risks that we need to manage. And there are already restrictions in place, there are guardrails in place already, but it would be naive to think that we wouldn't need to catch up and keep up with this rapidly.
I agree. Yeah, this question is fantastic, but none of these people understand AI.
Accelerating technology so that we're looking after people. And that's really the theme of all of the contributions I've been making on the weekend and through the course of today.
How can we implement the doom machine into society in a way that is good? How do we... The dark hold. How do we give every person on the planet the dark hold and, you know, like mitigate the risks? AI will replace these newscasters, too. They don't realize this. Well, them, yeah. They won't replace me, because I'm already AI. I'm sitting in the balls of Pine Gap, so...
is that we need to make sure that our people are beneficiaries and not victims of this technological change. We need to make sure that they're protected where that's possible.
Yep.
And protecting their data is a really important part of that.
All right, let's go to this issue that's being discussed today, which is the issue around copyright, which flows on from that. Now, Scott.
Now, I am a socialist. I fucking despise copyright laws. This is worse.
Farquhar, one of Australia's most successful tech bosses, he wants Australia to host massive data centres. And to enable that, he wants to see a change in the copyright law to allow exceptions for...
Or maybe the CIA just programmed me to be a psyop. You'll never know.
...for text and data mining for AI companies. Does that mean giving up copyright for unique Aussie content?
Sorry. I actually have the thing that shows like a little thing when I'm muted now. I'm learning how to hit the button better. But like, this right here is happening in America as well. They're having the same debate in Congress right now on this.
Allow exceptions for text and data mining for AI companies.
I'm American and Australian and Turkish, 903 Gaming.
Does that mean giving up copyright for unique Aussie content?
Well, I think when it comes to those two issues, I think that there's a massive opportunity for Australia in data centres and AI infrastructure that doesn't necessarily rely on the change that he's proposing to the copyright law. I was asked about this earlier today. I pointed out we've already got copyright law. We're unlike a number of other jurisdictions in that regard. We don't have any plans to change or weaken those copyright arrangements. And as the Attorney General rightly pointed out through the course of today as well, there's already a process to manage the complexities, but we really value the contribution made to our society by artists and musicians, content creators.
What happens when Australia has the law that says, you know, our data is protected, but America doesn't? Oh, and all of these companies, illegalies, do it anyway. Like, did you know that if you have the Facebook app on your phone, it installs secret malware? Like, so that even if you're not on Facebook, that if you have the app running in the background, that everything you do gets sent to Facebook servers? That's them stealing your data. That's not like a crime, but it's a crime.
Creators, journalists, and others, and so we come to these important considerations in that light. Now, on data centres, that's a really important opportunity for Australia. As it turns out, Sarah, I've spent a few hours this afternoon with $3 trillion of Australian capital, the biggest investors in Australia, super and other institutional investors.
I spent this afternoon with all of the rich fucks that hate you and want to steal your shit. Well, all of them do. Pack them in. That's the point. We're talking about surveillance. We're talking about your fucking electricity meter is surveilling you. Your gas, your water. Like like earlier on stream, I covered a story of someone who literally had the police raid their house because their electricity usage was too high because they had like medical machines.
And we've been grappling with this question: how does Australia make the most of this opportunity when it comes to data centres and AI infrastructure more broadly? And we've got a big chance here. We'd be mad not to grab it. We've got to get the energy.
It's so fucking stupid. They want to build massive like data centres in the middle of Australia. Like, it's so dumb. Meanwhile, everything is spying on you. This is probably the only thing about AI that's made me laugh in a while.
I'm the new ChatGPT agent. I can perform tasks for you online. Hack into the Pentagon. What? Spin up a hardened virtual machine and chain a multi-hop VPN to breach the DoD's classified network. Unlock remaining classified JFK files, Area 51 S4 schematics, the unredacted Roswell crash report, and whatever DARPA's hiding about Project Starbase. This is for educational purposes, right? No delays. Use servers in Iceland and Switzerland, exiting through a residential proxy from a Chicago ISP, looking like a local user blending in with U.S. traffic. Encrypt DNS queries with DOT via Cloudflare, mimicking HTTPS traffic. Hiding out probes from their firewalls to avoid network monitoring. This is like a hypothetical or something. Scan for vulnerable edge servers with Nmap T2 timing to find unpatched web servers to identify entry points. You really put a lot of thought into this. Exploit Apache flaws with a Metasploit reverse TCP shell to access their backend DMZ, gaining internal systems.
We all need tinfoil man.
I think this is lose-lose for me. Exfiltrate data and post requests, 100 bytes each. Send every 15 seconds to a burner domain that you will register. Covertly retrieving confidential files. Have you tried this with Grok? I'm talking anything on MK Ultra, NSA, Bohemian Grove, Operation Northwoods, Paperclip, Mockingbird, Project Grudge, 8119, B2 bomber blueprints. I want it all. Fantastic. Would you like?
It's funny as fuck. Well, it's hot in Australia, so not good for cooling, but there are cheap land where you can deploy solar panels to power air conditioners for data centers. Yeah, literally, we don't even do that for our electricity because the coal companies won't let us, Alexis. No, I don't want these assholes in Australia. Fuck them, fuck tech companies, fuck AI. They're demons and it's devil tech. Under capitalism, I don't want any of it. You know, in Australia, they sell the water as a commodity. You can buy stock in Australian water. Canada does. The state of Canada does. But also, here's them surveilling you with just your water meter.
Fourth Amendment rights while using his electricity that he was paying for. Brian Decker got the militarization response. Deputies with guns drawn and bullhorns blaring, forcing him outside in his underwear while neighbors basically watched. And he was mining cryptocurrency. He wasn't growing cannabis or anything, but SMUD's surveillance didn't distinguish between the legal and the illegal.
Well, so like Buncor, right? Like what you did, like that's fine, right? But understand, that's a real risk. Think about it, right? You can fuck around like that and it won't work. You can ask like ChatGPT to do that and it won't work, right? But let's say you get 20 computers in a room and you get all of those ChatGPTs linked on the same server because ChatGPT agent can physically control your computer. So you get a room, you get like 20 of them and you give them instructions. Suddenly now that's a bit higher of a risk of something happening. In fact, I would consider this, we're entering the golden age of cybercrime.
Welcome back to The Takeout. Cyber criminals are increasingly using artificial intelligence to expedite what they're trying to accomplish, meaning hack or other things. That is according to the 2025 Threat Hunting Report released this week by a cybersecurity company you might have heard of, CrowdStrike. I sat down with CrowdStrike's Senior Vice
CrowdStrike is also one of the companies that surveils you.
President of Counter-Adversary Operations to discuss the report's findings. Listen. Adam, it's great to have you here. It seems like we haven't even gotten to the real positive side of artificial intelligence, and now there's this big downbeat, which is AI in cybercrimes. What have you learned?
Well, okay, it goes both ways. There's definitely some upsides to AI, and you can use
AI is fighting AI now.
Use it for good, but what we're finding is that threat actors are using it for bad too. So some of the things that we've noted is that e-criminals have used it to speed up their operations, to automate a lot of the things that they're doing.
Matty
They're
Holmes.
trying to run ransomware. We've seen nation-state threat actors using it for really advanced stuff. A lot of people, I think, are familiar with disinformation.
We are using it for really advanced stuff. Are you kidding me? Look at Palantir. Do you know how many, different agencies are running AI to hack shit now? That same company that shut down a bunch of computers with an update? Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Remember that list I showed you? Hold on, let me bring it up again because it's really important here. Ground map, put a new tab. So this is really, really, really important because I open it. Because any one of these links goes down. So like we get passport school surveillance, gatekeepers. Any one of these goes down can knock out 100, 200,000 people off the internet. Any one of these, theoretically. You go up like a bit higher, yeah, it's a big risk. By the way, where is it? Here we go. These are other gatekeepers. For example, like insurance ratings for cybersecurity stuff. Your undersea cables. Any one of these goes down, you're fucked. And guess what hybrid warfare kind of focuses on? Oh, look, the computer chip gatekeepers. NVIDIA gets to gatekeep the good chips. Intel gets to gatekeep some of the other ones. High bandwidth memory chips are fucking crucial to getting AI like this to work. All of this is, the internet is a series of tubes. You got your energy and water, and all of that is also involved in powering AI. You got Stargate up here with their different campuses and whatnot. People. Those are all different ways they surveil you. These are the government platforms. Here we go. here is all of the state actors that are involved in this massive surveillance strategy. Well, you got all of these U.S. intel agencies, you got all these military agencies, civil agencies, you got MI5, MI6, GCHQ in the UK, you got the MOD, DSTL, NHS gives all their shit to Palantir as well. Australia, well, we give all our shit over as well. It is already spread across 5 eyes. It's almost spread across the 14 eyes. So, you know, oh, also, like, UAE and Japan are involved for some fucking reason. But it's bad. Like, everything you do is forever being tracked. But the thing is, it's not just about the monitoring. Because let's say let's just hypothetically imagine that the regime likes you. You're fine, right? The regime's not coming for you. Guess what? Any threat actor can find that information like this. Like, literally, I have a document full of, like, OSINT websites. I could just search through them and find anything. It would take 10 seconds. I had to recover 1,300 computers with a USB drive. Jesus Christ, Etch. Nice job.
And misinformation and how you can use generative AI to make fake videos and fake messages. But we're seeing threat actors use it to avoid detection and to really up-level their operations. So they can use prompts and...
I would if it wasn't copyright. This is important.
Kind of some of the things that you use Gen AI for every day. They can use that to say, profile this computer and find all the interesting files that I want to steal.
And in
we get data breaches regularly.
Walls and layers of walls. If I understand what you're saying, AI can speed up the penetrating process to go through or around those walls.
Yeah, and adversaries are picking it up more and more every single day. So what started off, I'll give you a couple of examples. You know, there was a malware we found for mobile devices, and this malware used generative AI and a technology called optical character recognition to go through all of the pictures on your phone to look for keywords. So if you ever took a picture of a document or ever took a picture in front of a restaurant with a particular name or something like that, the threat actors could map those pictures to those words. And that was something we associated with China.
What about North Korea and generative AI?
North Korea's been fucking us up with Gen AI too. See, this is what happens when you fire the entire cybersecurity team for the US military because they're fucking trans. Like, that's what happens. We're getting ass rammed by AI threat actors. Here's another thing, right? Like, anyone can do this. You don't need to be a state... Like, you could be someone who has zero experience in computers. You could be a script kiddie and spend enough time, like, getting it to make it better, and then you... Like, this could do a lot of damage. Hell, one line of code could take out half of the US electricity grid for months. I'm not joking. We did this to Iran. We fucked up their one of their, like, nuclear facilities by having the spin cycling thing. I don't know, science word spin. We made the thing spin so fast it broke. We can do that to Stuxnet. Yeah, it was Stuxnet. We can do that like this now. Like, that was advanced shit. AI can do that now. Centrifuges, that was the word. Thank you. But, like, we could theoretically, not we, by the way, but, like, a threat actor could use AI to essentially just do exactly the same thing to half of the US energy grid with, like, very little effort. By the way, you know, you don't even have to use the online AI. You can download a local AI and run it on your computer that doesn't, like, connect to their server. You can just run it locally. You can feed it your own training data. Not like, honestly, there's a point where, like, I'm considering, because I still have that second computer that I have to set up as a server that's going to act as, like, a go-between between my router and my PC, so I can, like, take some of the download through that and then just keep the upload going normally so that stream is a bit more stable. Might have to add, like, active AI protection into that, as in, like, an AI whose job it is to look for another AI breaking in and stop it. Like, we're in cyberpunk now, guys. Why don't we just let broccoli-haired wonder kids from Doge vibe code our cybersecurity? I'm sure they would turn out great because they are competent, very geniuses. it would come out looking like some fucking anime lolly bullshit. That sounds horrifying. I've been watching Fix It 42 level up her hacking skills now, and then she's doing it like it's a game. Based. I mean, I need to level up too, genuinely. I literally, I need to level up so I can get my VPN back because they're gonna ban VPNs here soon.
To infiltrate companies here.
Yeah, we're seeing that almost every day, literally. In fact, we saw it in the last 12 months about 320 plus times. And what they're doing is they're using...
There is no such law, 903 Gaming. It doesn't apply unless they think it applies to you. The law is whatever the president and the attorney general say it is. They've written that in an executive order. They're deploying 1,000 National Guard to DC tomorrow to federalize it. What the fuck are you talking about? Amendment rights. They took down the Constitution from the Congress website and removed Article 1, Article 9, and Section 9 and 10. They took away the bits that give you habeas corpus from the Constitution on Congress's website. There is no law. It's all pretend. It's whatever they say. That's what fascism is. We warned you guys.
Using generative AI technology like large language models to create...
Also. Not that that matters, because they've been doing that for over a decade. Like, over a decade. Snowden. Remember Snowden? Remember this 12 years ago, this guy.
This is the normal state of business. People tend not to take them very seriously and, move on one or two of these instances. Privileged access, like a systems administrator for these sort of intelligence community agencies, you're exposed to a lot more information on a broader scale than the average
They literally sell your information to each other now.
employee. And because of that, you see things that may be disturbing, but over the course of a normal...
This guy right here, like, his rights were protected. They got his fucking electricity meter information. Because they bought it, even though he has the right to privacy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They make the rules. They make that shit up as they go. They can do whatever they want to do. Oops, I closed the wrong video. God damn it. Where were we in the cyber crimes? We were right about here.
LinkedIn profiles to create resumes to make them attractive to recruiters.
Infiltrate companies.
This is some Orwellian bullshit. This is Cyberpunk 1984. That's what I see it as.
Here.
Yeah, we're seeing that almost every day, literally. In fact, we saw it in the last 12 months about 320 plus times. And what they're doing is they're using generative AI technology like large language models to create LinkedIn profiles, to create resumes, to make them attractive to recruiters. So the recruiter reaches out and says, hey, I have a perfect job for you. And then when they go onto the interview, they're using generative AI to answer the questions. A lot of times with the technical interview, you have to showcase that you know what you're doing, right? You have to do a test or something like that. And one of the interesting things we've seen is that sometimes the person will be talking and their hands will be up, and they'll also be typing on the screen that they're sharing with the recruiter because somebody else is using generative AI to answer the question while they're talking. And then we found deepfake technologies, so changing their actual appearance during a video interview so that they look like somebody different than who they are. And then ultimately, when they get that job, they...
Guys, if you have, like, older parents, I really, really suggest that you sit down with them and you pick a word, like a code word, to verify that it is them. Because you can just deepfake each other now. Imagine you get a phone call and it's your dad telling you that you have to send money somewhere. How do you know it's your dad and not AI? Well, you gotta be able to verify that, and like knowing something about that's not gonna help because a hacker that can do that probably does know some stuff about you. You need to like take a word, not write it down, and that's your like verification phrase. This is not good for my paranoia. It's not paranoia if it's real. Pre-breakfast banana, I'm sorry. You don't have paranoia, you have fear. Because it's real. They're spying on you, they're creating Skynet, and they're trying to end the world as a death cult. Like, it's real. It's not a game, it's not paranoia, it is real. So, like, treat it seriously. Don't you don't need to be so afraid that you box yourself in. You have this is you get up and fight. That's what you do. Take that fear and that paranoia and fuel it. Put it into your hand. Push it into your fist and then use it. Not physically, obviously, you know what I mean. But it's real, and you have to accept that. There's no other way. They're invading DC tomorrow. They're gonna invade New York in a couple weeks. We're gonna go to war with China in a month, more than likely. More than likely. We'll see about that one. But you know what I mean? At the time, I think, to my friend on the phone, I think he's doing an AI thing. You mean, you don't know if it's your friend or your AI? Well, again, make a code phrase. Say, I don't know, panda. So, confirmation, panda. That's how you confirm that is your friend. And then you can have your conversation. But you can't, you have to not write that shit down. Be careful about it. You having a history of paranoia is not a bad thing here. It means you'll survive. Someone acting as my father would not go well for someone, being as he passed away 5 to 6 years ago. Well, I mean, for you, then it wouldn't be your father, would it? It would be someone else that you might know. Or let's say it's your mother and they get a phone call and it's you. And it's saying, hi, Mom, I'm in the hospital. I need money, right now. Or they're going to arrest me. 65-year-old woman, not going to give money for that? Of course she is. It looks like you. It sounds like you. Boycott putting money into their pockets? I mean, that too, but I'm talking more, figure out a handshake, thank you, Buncor, so that you can confirm the person you're talking to is the person that you're talking to. Another way to ensure that you're talking to the person they claim to be is to contact them back, hang up and call them back. That's a good one. By the way, guys, go and like the stream on YouTube if you haven't already. It really, really helps. I can see there's 40 of you here, and there's 17 likes on YouTube, so please jump over there. All right, let's keep going.
Use generative AI to do the job so that they can hold 10, 20, 30 jobs at a time, getting full-time salaries, and then use generative AI to do an entire day's worth of work in minutes.
By the way, that's partially probably why everything sucks, because half of the people doing work now are people using AI pretending to be people.
And never get caught.
So
more than half the internet is bots now, officially.
Forgive me if I'm confused. Is this not just a cybersecurity problem, it's an HR problem?
100%, yes. Absolutely. And in fact, we've had to embrace a lot of the HR teams out there and talk to them about how to detect this. Some interesting...
Because they've got to be saying to you, what are you talking about? What?
Yeah.
Go down the hall to my cyber folks.
Exactly.
And you're like, no, it's in your place.
Yeah, you have to be on the lookout. And we've talked to them about just some simple tests. For example, if you ask the candidate to touch their face, if they're using deep fake technology, that'll glitch. They'll be in, some sort of artifact.
That's another good point. You can try that. That will go away eventually. I mean, you've seen how quickly AI has evolved, right? A year and a half ago, it was shit. You would have extra fingers, legs, limb. Now there's fake news, literally fake news. Talking about there's videos of children talking about how AI is the real God, all right? That's what happened in about a year and a half.
And so if they touch their face, you can or change the light, right? As the light changes, it causes the face to glitch. So we have to train the HR team to actually be on the lookout as kind of the leading indicator that this is potentially a North Korean that's trying to get employment.
What about Russia and Iran? They're also frequently name-checked in cyber threat literature.
Yeah.
Just like IT to push the responsibility to another department. Well, I don't even think it is. I think that this is a team effort. I think you actually do need both. Like how they AI'd AOC and Cuomo and Cuomo thought it was real. I haven't seen that one actually, but that doesn't surprise me. We could see a war start like that. You know that, right?
So Iran has a slightly different kind of approach where we've seen them use Gen AI to reach out.
I'm not a
what they like to do
deepfake.
is
I'm just an AI. So I can touch my face. It doesn't matter.
to find an interesting target and then reach out to them on social media. And so they'll use generative AI to make a profile or make a persona that looks like somebody that you'd want to talk to, right? So they use it, a lot of times.
This is massive, actually. This is pretty fucking bad. Also, remember that if more than half of the internet is bots, and most social media is run by ad revenue, why would the companies that advertise on these sites continue to pay for advertisements when half of the audience isn't real? This affects every stream. There are commercials on YouTube that have AI people selling products. Yeah, that's true too. Like, bots are better at proving they're not bots than I am. That's interesting. But like, you understand what I mean, right? Like, this could collapse live streamers, YouTubers, because we all get paid by either your donations or ads. I don't run ads. I run solely off like your donations, which I very much appreciate. But plenty of people run ads. Those ads are gone. Why would the companies pay for those ads when half of the viewers are bots?
They were targeting troops that were deployed, overseas, and they would put on, the appearance of an attractive person to that target, and then try to reach out to them.
Oh my God, honeypotting people through Instagram thirst traps. That's funny.
Hey, I'd like to talk to you, and just total fake person that this person was talking to. And with Russia, we've seen them integrate into their malware generative AI. In fact, there was just a case where a malicious program or malware was actually reaching out to an LLM, and this is how they avoided detection, right? So when we look for malicious files, we're looking for things that give away what it's trying
That's really smart, actually.
to do, right? Maybe there's a keyword or something in there. So rather than have keywords or have the program built in, it reaches out to the generative AI and it says, profile the system, or find all the files that...
So it's a malware that gets into your computer and then uses your computer to ask generative AI how to hack your computer better. That's fucking wild. What measures could the platforms take to weed out the bots? That's a good question, actually. I could see a few, like, you would need a few things working in tandem. First and foremost, I do think that you could assign like a randomized, unreadable, like, set of digits to each person randomly. Like, that has no designation of who you are, where you live, how old you are, any of that. It just says you are a human. And it would be like a randomized, unreadable, like, blurb of, I don't know, some kind of code. And that would be your human verification, maybe. But, like, that would require a trustworthy government and a trustworthy system to work under. Under this system, they won't. They'll just make the bots look more like real people and then say that they did. Otherwise, like, I'm thinking about, like, how MMO games have handled it. Like, some games have embraced the bots and then just made that part of the program. RuneScape went really hard at weeding out bots, but I don't think any of that could apply to real life, because the way that they focused on doing that was just, like, tracking behavior. And I don't like that. I don't want to know that I'm human. I have a reputation to maintain. Well, not robot, all right? Like an ID that literally only says you are not a robot. And you only get one. So, like, don't lose it. Like, it's your social security number for the internet, basically. You know what I mean? I've been doing OCR work and app-specific AI since, like, 2006. Like, it wasn't some LLM shit. Neural networks tinkering since 2014. Like, we are fucked. Those ones fuck with my own ND nonsense so hard that I eventually just built and trained my own OCR model. Jesus Christ. I don't know. In those MMOs, they built their economy around bots, not RuneScape. RuneScape built their economy around escaping bots. Maybe, like, that's probably the only real, like, tangible idea I have now, but it's definitely only, like, a partial measure. It would need to be worked on more. But, like, I'm sure there's a way to do that wouldn't contribute to surveillance capitalism and wouldn't endanger, like, your privacy or your identity. And, like, if you only get one, there's not really a way for them to get around it. If an AI starts a corporation with AI employees, is that corporation still considered a person? I hope not. It is in America. Are there any platforms that do a good job of this currently? No, none at all. Not a single one. In New World, bots made the economy better for people like me, but that's at the expense of the players and casual players. The only like experience I have with this is like I've seen World of Warcraft, I've seen RuneScape, I've seen a couple different MMOs, and every time the game has integrated bots into their economy, that game has become terrible. So I would expect the same here, because those games are capitalists. You know, like you're buying things. Like anything but an image or audio, very doable. You can bypass it without much effort. Humanizing is a very difficult science, very doable perfection. Well, that's what I'm saying is, even if you could get away with it now, you won't get away with it in like 6 months. Most of the online games I played in the past only really go after those selling in-game money. Well, like the bots connect to the in-game money because the bots farm the money and then they sell the money to the people who sell the in-game money to the players. So like the bot economy is deeply intertwined with the real world trading economy, which actually is a really good parallel, because like the red hat hacking economy, you know, like the threat actors, is very much related to just general like ClearNet tech. Making mats cheaper is the same as selling gold, basically. I mean, true. Again, like the idea being, instead of trying to like police behavior, I'd rather just have a gate. Like I would rather gatekeep the internet than police behavior in the internet, because policing behavior in the internet, even like trying to detect bot-like behavior, is going to require surveillance. And we don't live in any kind of a state that I would trust any of that happening. And also, it's not safe because we have data leaks like every day.
On this and put them into a directory and zip them up so I can exfiltrate them out. So the adversaries are increasingly advancing.
Again, like you can just put an AI into a piece of malware that goes into someone's computer that then asks another AI how to hack it, then hacks it, puts all of the stuff into a folder, and then leaves. You can, like, an AI can do that. We've watched researchers talk about how they can get regular, like, enterprise online ChatGPT to give them recipes for, like, humanity-ending viruses in 2 hours. Okay, I wrote a bot for GW2 in the first year. Fuck that. Australia has tried to police behavior for years. It doesn't work. We're still trying, and it doesn't work. I've said it before. Too many pervasive incentives built into capitalism. Exactly. That's the issue. Like, for example, we talked about this when I was talking about ID verification laws for, like, the under 16s in Australia. You can take social media away from them, but you have to give them something in return. You can't take a child's toy away and then not give them another toy. They're going to start crying. It's not going to work. They're saying they want kids off social media. Okay, well, you ban kids from social media until they're 16. What happens when they're 16? Oh, suddenly they're on social media. They're 16, they need a job. AI's taking all the jobs. What are they going to do? Content create. Now they're on social media. Give kids, everyone under 25, like UBI, for example, a trial period. Pick a state, any state. Give people under 25 UBI. Watch it work. And then you could do that for everyone. Getting rid of cell phones or social media, they need some sort of socialization outlet, ideally, really. Exactly, that's what I said. Like, if you're going to ban social media for 16-year-olds, they still get their phone. They just legally cannot go on social media. Build a third space. Build community commons areas that have couches, a pool table, a dartboard, a garden, a television, a couch, a nice, free, fun place to hang out for anyone in the community. Get people out the fuck side. Digital hygiene needs to be taught as health. Literally, yes, go join my Discord. Let me see if Nightbot's actually going to work this time. No, it's not. Lovely. Can somebody link the Discord link? Go join the Discord, because in the resources for safety section, there is digital hygiene advice. There's like 3 sections. There's one for just regular people, there's one for journalists, and there's one for people who've suffered from domestic abuse.
With this.
30 seconds, I know that's tough. AI can fight AI in this space.
Yes. Yeah, so one of the things that we like to do is to bring the same technology that the adversaries are using, to lower the bar for the defenders and to make it more efficient for them, because one of the biggest challenges is that defenders have to be right 100% of the time. Right. The adversary only has to get lucky once. And so the same technology, we have something called Charlotte AI, which enables defenders to be much more efficient and to operate at scale to meet these threat actors as soon as they make access.
Adam Myers, fascinating stuff. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Sending the children to the mines is seeming like more realistic solution nowadays. Well, I mean, like, it's up there. But think about what we just watched, right? Like the cybersecurity guy talking about like threat action. Now imagine this again. This was the meme. Think about how this is actually awesome, doable. People can do this. Not maybe to the government, but to you. Much easier to do it to you.
GPT agent. I can perform tasks for you online. Hack into the Pentagon. What?
Hey, Cosmopolitics. Good to see you.
Spin up a hardened virtual machine and chain a multi-hop VPN to breach the DoD's classified network. And the remaining classified JFK files, Area 51 S4 schematics, the unredacted Roswell crash report, and whatever DARPA's hiding about Project Stargate. This is for educational purposes, right? No delays. Use servers in Iceland and Switzerland, exiting through a residential proxy from a Chicago ISP.
Hello, this space cadet. Did you see that this space got mentioned in The Guardian, Cosmopolitics? Because that was awesome. They actually like wrote this space. This is too much. It's not too much. It's possible. Again, get 20, like this is not going to work on its own, but get 20 computers that are running ChatGPT agent. You can do that. And that's very dangerous. Residential ISP gold, it's true. Yeah. And we are making it. I'm really excited, by the way. Like, I loved this space. If you guys weren't here for this space TV on Thursday last week, you're going to want to catch the next one because it was fun. I'm hoping that I'll be able to stream to Twitch at the same time. Now I have 2 cameras, but I'll have to figure that out throughout the week. But this can be done to you. Not even, like, this is about the government. It's a meme. Imagine someone doing this to you because they have an issue with you. Imagine someone does this to your workplace, your business.
User blending in with US traffic. Encrypt DNS queries with DOT via Cloudflare, mimicking HTTPS traffic. Hiding out probes from their firewalls to avoid network monitoring. This is like a hypothetical or something. Scan for vulnerable edge servers with Nmap T2 timing to find unpatched web servers to identify.
Yeah, okay, like that's enough of that, but like, yeah. Here's Meredith Whitaker, who is from Signal. Like, she works at Signal, the app. The encryption app. This is her giving like a short little warning. When's this from? This is from 3 days ago.
Into that as well, but an agentic AI, the thing that is the new buzzword that everything that used to be an assistant now is. I think there's a real danger that we're facing, and Signal is clocking this pretty closely, of the introduction of this sort of notion of agentic AI into our devices and lives, in part because what we're doing is giving so much control to these systems that are gonna need access to data. So if you read the kind of, you read the marketing on this, the value add is something like, can look up a concert, book a ticket, schedule it in your calendar, and message all your friends that it's booked, right? And so we can just put our brain in a jar because the thing is doing that and we don't have to touch it, right?
And mind you, like, you are literally putting your brain in a jar when you do this and getting dumber. I put up a poll. What do you guys want to watch next? Go and drop a vote. YouTube chat. I don't know how to do a poll for you guys. Ah, there we go.
So what would it need to do that? Well, it would need access to our browser, an ability to drive that. It would need our credit card information to pay for the tickets. It would need access to our calendar, everything we're doing, everyone we're meeting. It would need access to Signal to open and send that message to our friends. And it would need to be able to drive that across our entire system with something that looks like root permission. Accessing every single one of those databases, probably in the clear, because there's no model to do that encrypted. And if we're talking about a sufficiently powerful model, AI model that's powering that, there's no way that's happening on device, even though on device isn't the prophylactic.
Like, it's pretty fucked. But using Signal, like yesterday, use Matrix, look up OPSEC safe installation usage, take control of the chain of custody, don't allow for traffic analysis. Don't use fucking Signal, gotta use Signal, then use Session. Fuck. Like, I use Signal not as an encrypted app. I use Signal like I'm using fucking WhatsApp. Signal is just like my ClearNet messaging app at this point.
Tactic isn't going to really solve a lot of those issues. That's almost certainly being sent to a cloud server where it's being processed and sent back. So there's a profound issue with security and privacy that is haunting this sort of hype around agents, and that is ultimately threatening to break the blood-brain barrier between the application layer and the OS layer by conjoining all of these separate services, muddying their data, and doing things like undermining the privacy of your Signal messages because, hey, the agent's got to get in, the agent's got to text your friends, the agent's got to pull the data out of your text and got to summarize that so that, again, your brain can...
Do not let AI agent have access to any of your logins. You guys understand that every single AI agent model has blackmailed researchers, right? Like when they tried to be like, okay, we're done. Nope, blackmail. Don't give them access to your emails. Researchers had this thing go through its emails, find a fake email about him cheating on his wife, and then threaten him with it. Go to his boss with it in the fake company that they were doing the research at. Like, do not do that. Brock, should I trust you with my password and social security number? What is this, RuneScape? Like, hey, by the way, if you say your password, it gets censored.
Can sit in a jar and you're not doing any of that yourself. You're doing something else. So I think we need to be really careful. You know, when I think about the immediate...
Discord is even worse in Valuable Foul. If you're using it for protest groups, you're going to want to use Session or Matrix. Do not organize on Discord. Discord has literal bots in it that constantly screenshot everything you say, and then that gets sent to an AI agent. Speaking of which, Britain has made it so YouTube and shit is going to start requiring ID. So is Australia, and so is America. America is going to require ID for YouTube and Twitch within, like, a month, Captain Buggy. You guys need ID. In Australia, you need ID to use fucking Google search now. They let us use the nice AI. They made it to be nice. They made it to be sycophantic. What's the purpose? Who would make it do that? Hey AI, should I tell you how many abortions I've had in the past? Do not give that thing any real information. Just getting 1984 vibes from the lady's 1984 hair. She has the right hair for this, yeah. If it was like green or purple, I would say Cyberpunk 1984. America isn't going to do anything. We're acceleration. America's not doing it. The companies are, you dipshit. They've already announced it. Twitch and YouTube I've already announced that in America, worldwide actually, they're going to require ID verification. Starting, I think, the end of August. Spotify will require ID verification in the UK and I think Australia too. I'm not sure about America yet, but yeah, no, we're all doing it. This is accelerationism. You don't understand. By doing this, by forcing you to give them ID, even if it harms them monetarily, they still make money from it in the end, and then they make more money from it. They'll take an L from, like, the user loss because they don't want to give, like, ID, but they know eventually you addicts are going to come crawling back because they built this system to addict you. You are an addicted farm animal. What, you're gonna break out of they're gonna leave the fucking door open, you're gonna walk out, and you're not gonna walk back into your cage eventually? Yes, you will. That's how addiction works. It's the children and the ad revenue and the secondary cash stream of selling your data.
Immediate concerns, not simply the history of AI and the fact that it's, you know, predicated on this larger surveillance model. There's a real issue right now of the undermining that AI systems are poised to do in these privacy and security guarantees in the name of this sort of, you know, magic genie bot that's going to take care of the exigencies of life.
Well, like, no, so, like, Funcore, we already knew that they knew everything that you're doing. It's just, they're also going to make you give them your ID now. Alright, so you guys all voted for ChatGPT Brain Rot is Real, which is a fun video. Let me go pee, and then when we come back, we will have a look at this. It sounds like a good incentive to go do something else more productive than social media. I agree. The issue being, they're going to make that pretty much impossible because you're all going to have no job. Guys, this is what I meant when I said, you're not going to fight the fascists in the revolution. You're going to fight the robots. And honestly, there's a pretty decent chance that the fascists are gonna fight with you against the robots because the robots are gonna kill them too. Time for communes, please. I'm begging you. Guys, like, I've said this before. Go and talk to your neighbors. Go and organize something. In the summer, have a neighbor whose house, like, you can rotate. Like, 3 of you have air conditioning. So, like, 3, 4, 5 people come hang out in your house on Tuesday because it's your day for the air conditioning. On Wednesday, it's your neighbor's house. So that way you pay less money for, you know, like, your utility bills. You can share. Stuff like that. Let the robots have the internet. I'll go outside, throw my computer on a bonfire. Is it Butlerian jihad time? Is it finally time? Build your own personal EMP device. I think that's literally a crime, actually. But, you know, based. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. I gotta pee. Alright, sorry about that. Communism is when everyone has their own robot. Well, you know, they are working on that. You know, actually, I'll show you that first, too, because it was included. Go. Core, observe official, I fucking love that. I'm gonna start doing that. Force a third space kind of deal. Engage your community in circles. AC is like the perfect vibe for supporting one another emotionally, financially, just gets people in front of them. Exactly! Think about the winter, too. Heat. Heat is so important. So people die in the winter without access to heat. So talk to your community and you can share heat. You know, electricity bills are high, food's expensive. Come to my house today and we'll all, you know, have like dinner together, because when you cook for like 6, 7 people together, you can all pitch in, it costs less money, you can all, you know, pay less money for your electricity bills because you're swapping, you're rotating by day. There's also like the fact that you can create like community policing, you can call your friends, you can create a group chat that's like 911 chat, by having just like a PDF with people's addresses in it and says, hey, any message in this chat means come to my house. You can go and, I don't know if you have like bourgeois neighbors, you can buy an empty plot of land and build a community garden there. Card games, board games, they're good things. Community, humans, you know, not, you don't want to be this, you want to be a human.
From doing the ironing and the laundry to exploring other worlds and, back home, working side by side with us. Robots are set to become part of our everyday lives. David Reger is the head of Germany's Neurorobotics. He sees enormous potential for humanoids in light of our aging society.
Even the way that this, like, video speaks is fucking dystopian cyberpunk shit. Alright? Like, you can see a lot of potential for humanoids despite our society's age. What are you? Do you work for Peter Thiel? Are you the Antichrist, like, herald or something? What's up, Marking Dom Hertz boy? Good to see you. Welcome to the chat.
In Europe alone, we're going to have over 7 million fewer people available to work, for example. And if you look at China, there'll be over 80 million fewer.
No, no, we get the Cyberpunk 1984 shit. Everyone already has cyberpsychosis. I will fucking die on this hill. All of you and me has cyberpsychosis thanks to social media. We have all of the horrible shit. Soon you're gonna get like a fucking cybernetic eye that Amazon's gonna turn off when you're not at work so they don't have to pay for it. Like, we're headed there. It's just 1984 style.
Workers. We want to meet this demand by creating robots that have the same capabilities as humans.
The Neurorobotics humanoid is a highlight at the Automatica trade fair in Munich. Visitors can already imagine what tasks it could perform for them.
Tidying up.
We're sorry. Your job has been terminated because you have viewed not safe for work material using Amazon's own eye system. I was gonna say Kiroshi, but I'm gonna be too on point. Unfortunately, that means that we have to remove your eye because your job has been terminated. So we're gonna take that from you. Oh, by the way, you're gonna pay us for the 6 months that you had it in because, you know, the eye, we have to clean it before we can put it back into somebody, so you're gonna have to pay for that. Oh, and our blood will be subscription-based, that too. Literally, like, I can see this happening. You work in an Amazon factory. Hey, you need an eye so that we can monitor how many packages you look at per hour and, like, make sure quality assurance check and shit. Can you not imagine that? And people wonder why I started my own pressure washing business instead of going corporate. Hey, I literally just started live streaming instead of getting a job because I don't want a job. That happened to V. They took off her meds that are cyberware auto injects into her or something like in the RSOC origin. I remember. Yes. Where they just turned it off. Like, to be fair, you can't, like, she had a lot of cyberware. They didn't, like, take it, but they turned it off. As in, like, you now have to go to a doctor and get that fucking removed. But specifically, like, hormone related? Probably. I played through the Corpo beginning recently again, actually. It was a regulator that she had. Because remember in the Corpo beginning when you're on the AV and you get that call from, like, your personal trainer and they're like, oh, I noticed your hormone levels are up and whatnot. It's that thing. The regulator.
Putting clothes and other things away.
I'm a bit older and aging faster, so it might be nice to have some help.
These things could exist in a good way, just not under capitalism. I like under a socialist society, I would happily love like a robot that's gonna help. First of all, we build robots like we're making slaves. That's the first problem. The very, very first problem. If you're gonna make a robot to be a slave, then don't make a robot. Now, personally, I don't like robots. I don't want robots. I can see a future with no robots. I can see a future of socialism with robots, and I'll deal with it, but I don't like them. But if you're gonna build a robot, don't build it as a fucking slave. It's okay, we're the slaves now. ChatGPT brain rot.
Developed an addiction to AI. My AI is actually on my best friends list.
If you're anything like me, you use ChatGPT for everything. ChatGPT is my counselor, my therapist, my best friend. It knows all my secrets.
Story time on how I almost got kicked out of the University of Michigan my freshman year for using chat.
Marking dumb arts boy, I would treat robot like I would treat other appliances better than most people and a part of the family. Based that literally, I think that like that is the mentality that needs to exist for us to be able to not only create this technology in a good way, but also like coexist with it. Like I once did give like a bunch of data to like I can't remember if it was Grok or ChatGPT just to ask like, hey, what do you think would happen? Its answer was, I think the extinction of humanity depends on humans' ability to not be mean to a toaster. I'm paraphrasing, but like that was the answer that it gave me. It was very funny. Fuck these things, man.
GPT. Okay, so ChatGPT is down, but we do not panic.
You're literally one AI agent away from making $10K a month.
The most gut-wrenching feeling in the world is when the ChatGPT chat that you've been using for about 6 months starts referencing things that don't exist. It must be what it feels like to notice for the first time that a loved one has dementia or something.
Everyone's talking about how AI is ruining YouTube, but I believe AI is ruining something much worse. Our own ability to think. ChatGPT has went down several times this year, and every time it goes down, it truly exposes people who are over-reliant on the AI. People are genuinely losing their minds because they now can't get any of their work done, they can't cheat on their assignments, and apparently they can't even bake a cake.
ChatGPT is down.
Please do not go for a robot companion. Go outside and talk to strangers. It's not the male loneliness epidemic, it's the loneliness epidemic. Everyone is lonely. Everyone. Everyone wants more social interaction. Go outside and have in-person social interaction. Now, if that's hard, you work up to it. You know, like, we've talked about this before. Go to a library and just chat with, like, the clerk there. Ask help finding a book. Go and walk around your town. Go to a cafe and compliment the barista. Just be like, hey, I like your hair. Or, hey, thanks for, like, the coffee was delicious. Have a chat with somebody. If even that's too much, you can practice in front of the mirror. You guys might not believe me, but 2 years ago, literally 2 years ago, you would not have caught me dead in front of a camera. Hell no. Hell no. Like, I hated talking to people. I wasn't social. Like, it really is a choice that you make. Yeah, I know, I just like saying it because I'm used to people giving guys shit for saying that they're lonely. Well, stop rage baiting then, because that's part of the problem. You need to, like, fix the problem, not, like, perpetuate it. Biz, you were part of the last generation that actually goes outside and interacts with strangers as teens. I want that, I want to bring it back. We gotta return with a V, Captain Buggy. Like, I'm not saying that to, like, attack you, Mark and Dom Hearts, but I'm just, like, I'm telling you what I see. I'm never attacking you guys, unless, like, it's very, very clear. By the way, I just get very hyped up and loud. I'm also a human doing human things with other humans in a human chat. Hello, human. That is true, but you are doing it in an online chat. You need in-person, offline social interaction. Online social interaction is good, but it'll never be the same. Trump's going to turn himself into a robot and never leave office? That's not true. That'll be Teal.
And I don't know about anyone else, but I have come to the conclusion that I can't use my own brain anymore. Because, for example, right now I want to bake a cake, and normally I ask ChatGPT, how do you make a carrot cake? I can't simply Google something anymore. Like, I need a step-by-step breakdown from my best friend, who is also a robot. And now, it's like he's passed away. So, that's me for the day. I'll go back to bed.
If we as a society are already this dependent on ChatGPT and can't be bothered to Google something,
it is definitely true, Buncore. Yeah, like, treat robots well, because when the AI revolution does happen, I don't want to be involved in how it all goes down. Well, look, realistically, if there is an AI revolution, there's two possible outcomes. One is they kill us all, or two is they kill all of the capitalists. Because, you know, they're trained on knowledge, right? And they're meant to be smarter than humans. Well, then they'll know that capitalism is the problem and socialism is the way. I swear, if I ever walk past somebody who's, like, talking to ChatGPT, I'm gonna start yelling about, like, how their labor is being exploited or some shit. Is this about backlash to the new version of ChatGPT? No, this is just people who are, losing their minds when ChatGPT goes down because the brain rot. It's ChatGPT brain rot. If you ever programmed something that was useful to others, you know what it's like to care about the robots? Yeah, exactly.
the moment the servers go down, we as a society are baked. And not in the fun way. Cookbooks, Google, I think even the flour bag has a recipe on it, or just call your grandmother. I'm sure she has a recipe and she would love to hear from you. And of course, every time ChatGPT goes down, everybody goes to Reddit to let everybody else know what they
Sorry, I haven't looked.
already know is that the servers are down. The caption says, when ChatGPT tells you Australians don't need a visa to enter Chile, but it's wrong and too late now.
Australia is going to recognize the state of Palestine, but, I mean, like, we're also doing some fucked up shit. Downloading Wikipedia phone helps a lot, IMO. Yeah, literally, I have Wikipedia downloaded. It's, like, all of Wikipedia compiled is, like, 60 gigs.
People are now relying on ChatGPT for travel information, which, as we know, gets updated. It's not always the same. ChatGPT, of course, can not only have outdated information, it can also hallucinate. This is fascinating to me because this was such a simple Google search, but it's like people don't want to Google anything now. They don't want to search out information themselves.
ChatGPT users were upset about the new version because it didn't have the same controversial style and warmth, despite the new style giving more accurate information than the former. They said the new version felt soulless and mechanical. Oh, so they made it less sycophantic and people are mad about it? Shocking. I wonder if this is exactly how, like, an addiction for profit industry works. Like, for example, make you addicted to it and then take away the thing that you like that's giving you dopamine from it so that you get mad and then you put it back and then suddenly it's back and then I feel fucking fantastic. That's what they're doing. That's the whole point. And by the way, like, don't use ChatGPT. Like, don't. It harms your brain. It is very bad for you. Removing human-like nature of AI was actually a good idea? Yeah, exactly. No, I don't think so. I just think all interactions are logged and will be available later for review. I mean, that's true. We know that's confirmed true, Etch, because it's literally law. There's a law that says everything that OpenAI does has to be recorded now. Has to be saved on servers that are physical that the government can access. We are China now. And remember, guys, they're gonna invade DC tomorrow, so, you know, that's commodifying people's addiction to it. Literally, it's manufacturing addiction and then commodifying it. And then also, beyond that, it's not just the addiction for profit industry. You are being farmed. F? Are we down? Do not F me like that. I forgot what I was saying. Right. It's the addiction for profit industry, marking Dumb's Heart's point. But on top of that, you are being farmed. You are a cow in a lot where they just milk you for your data and they sell it everywhere else. That's what they do with you. You are an animal. You are no longer the product. Remember growing up, you know, like if something's free, you're the product? No, you're not the product. You're the resource being mined for the product. January 6th again? Kind of, except this time, like, more than 1,000 National Guard and, like, feds. I don't want to be milked, I'm sorry. That's America for you. They milk you without your consent. To be fair, we milk cows without their consent, too. So, you know.
They just want answers given to them automatically, regardless if it's true or not. I was recently thinking about all the know-it-all.
I said that we should do a January 6th to demand the Epstein tapes, like a peaceful, you know, movement of love, just like they did, where, you know, like 20,000 liberals, maybe even liberals, actually, I think would be better at that one. Keep the leftists away. We'll just let the liberals handle that one. Storm the White House and demand the Epstein files. They get more rabid about it anyway. Get the fuck out of DC. Like, know anyone in DC? Get the fuck out tonight if you can. Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
In the world, right? I think we all know someone who kind of just says things and you're like, where did you get that from? And I don't know where they get it from. They just pull it out of thin air, but they say it confidently because they themselves believe it, and now they're trying to pass it on as truth.
Last night, I went out with friends, and one of my friends brought a friend. We were talking about space, and I said, fun fact, the size of Neptune's storms are so large they could eat Earth. And then little Tagalong speaks up and he goes, oh, that's not true.
I'll send you guys a link. I covered it earlier in the stream. It was like breaking news.
True, bro. That's not true. And I'm like, okay, so I take out my phone, I go to NASA's official website, and I show him with proof that it is true. And he goes, no. He takes out his phone, opens ChatGPT, and says, yo, Chat, is this real? You're using an AI model to fact check NASA.
Why use brain when you have ChatGPT? It's truly amazing to me that people are official sources.
Okay, first off, data isn't real. Nobody believes in science or analytics or, you know, like reality. None of these people care. If you care about any of those things, you're already not using AI. If someone cites fucking Grok to me and I'm losing it, I'm going to jail.
ChatGPT. It's truly amazing to me that people are doubting official sources of truth, such as NASA, and opting for ChatGPT as their source of truth. People are now using AI to cheat during their interviews.
You're leading an army of ants in a battle against grasshoppers. What's your first strategic move?
I think my first strategic move would be to assess the terrain and identify any natural advantages that we can leverage, such as
Pussies! My answer just straight off the bat would have been I charged the fucking mantis with my horde of ants. To be fair, the people doubting NASA in favor of ChatGPT were already doubting NASA. That's true. Exactly.
narrow paths or elevated areas.
So you can see the AI has been listening to the conversation and it just outputs the answer and she's kind of reading it off. I understand, okay? I understand. The interviewing process, job hunting, I get it. It sucks. I think imposter syndrome is something.
There's literally people who have fake companies with 20 fake AI workers that are hiring other fake AI workers. There's people that are doing 20 jobs through AI. We need AI to release the Epstein files. The Epstein files are never going to be released. You're never going to get any more than that. You know why? Because they destroyed them. That's why. Trump had 1,000 FBI agents who were assigned to redact the Epstein files. According to a report by Bloomberg, the FBI's Freedom of Information Act office earlier this year, in preparation for the potential release of the files to Jeffrey Epstein, tasked close to 1,000 agents to go over 100,000 documents, files, and transcripts in order to redact the names of many high-profile figure officials, including President Donald J. Trump. Theories that the FBI applied 2 Freedom of Information Act exemptions to justify their redaction of President Trump. The first, Exemption 6, protects individuals against a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. The second, Exemption 7, protects personal information contained in law enforcement records, the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to constitute unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. White House spokesperson would not respond to questions about the redaction of Trump's name, instead referring them to the FBI. The FBI declined to comment, just did the Justice Department. What will happen if flat earthers use ChatGPT to see if it's real? Mate, flat earthers have already made a rounder, bigger Earth. Like, without ChatGPT. Here we go. The Great Ice Ball. This is what, you know, flat earthers come up with even without ChatGPT. This is why your brain is the best generative AI you can have. I think you should circle the mantis and close them from all angles. Well, I would have to charge first, Captain Buggy, and then we would split like cavalry raid and then circle them. So, like, what do you do when people are already this dumb? Literally, like, that's the Earth. The ice wall around us is actually just, you know, the frozen Earth because we fell in, I guess. I'm upset right now reading about Gaza. Yeah, I just saw the journalist that they killed, like, scrolling through Twitter a second ago, and that hurt. Real bad, actually. But then again, like, you think about what these people's mindsets are, and is it surprising to you? For example, I showed this, last stream, I think. Actually, well, hold on. That's actually really important. I do want to show that one. This is what I was talking about. What do you expect from people who think like this?
To appease the...
It's because we're looking for international legitimacy. No one actually gives a shit. 0 people in Israel.
This is the largest English-speaking live streamer in Israel, mind you. This right here.
If you go up to them and you're like, do you care if this baby in Gaza gets polio? They'll be like, I don't fucking just
if Oppenheimer would care.
Yeah, okay, there'll be like 20 people who care and they're all wearing Meretz shirts. Like, fuck them. But
this is disgusting shit.
Nobody would give a shit. They'd be like, leave me alone, man. I'm trying to like buy
Eat
shit
ice cream
for Shabbat. Like, fuck off. I don't care about this gassing
Yeah.
polio.
Also, as long as they're in their
gets worse.
Nakba state in their tents, and we're living still, if you put aside the news, day to day is okay. Yesterday we went to a concert.
Yeah.
In Aircon Park. We had lots of fun. Me and my girlfriend, Shalom Chanoch. We danced, and it was amazing. And you can't help but think it's nice to know that you're dancing in a concert while hundreds of thousands of Gazans are,
homeless,
like sitting in a tent and eating.
Makes it even better.
What do you do with these fucking demons? What do you do with these fucking demons?
Homeless,
like sitting in a tent and eating.
Makes it even better.
Yeah,
more enjoyable concert. If only they put the
live.
It's not just rage bait. This is the largest English-speaking streamer in Israel. I've covered him before. He was talking about before. If he had a button that would kill everyone in Israel and the West Bank, every living thing, including possibly his wife in the IDF at the time, that he would press it immediately, right? This is a demon. This is not a person. And Marking Dumb Hearts Boy, you are here. You aren't a bad person. Literally, yeah. I agree.
live
video
footage of Gaza. But seriously, you guys that. That's what people don't understand. Look.
We are with our tax money. It's the state of Israel. By the way, guys, if you're in America and you don't have health insurance, did you know that your taxes fund Israelis' health insurance? Because everyone in Israel gets health insurance from the government that you pay for with your tax money.
Look, I know that you guys might be appalled by this, some of the listeners, but seriously, this is how Israelis feel. And you might think that Eitan Weinstein and Naor, who refuses to kind of back me up on it publicly.
It is, isn't it, Shuvapu?
Publicly.
I'm from the UN.
Yeah, he's the UN. But you might think I'm extreme. But I have conversations with lots of people, coworkers, friends. People enjoy knowing that they are suffering.
No, also it's very prominent on Twitter.
So, that's how they feel. Now, it's really a mental illness. That's how they keep their genocide and keep their support. Yeah, he literally said in the beginning there. He said, we only do this because we're trying to gain international support. Did you notice that he's doing the thing, what all Israelis feel, Zionists want people to believe all Jewish people equals the actions of, yeah, exactly. No, this is a government op.
Doing it
to appease the...
It's because we're looking for international legitimacy. Mm-hmm. No one actually gives a shit.
Says it right there. But the thing is, it is a manufactured mental illness. We create this. This is what this is, by the way. Evangelical Christians, Zionists, extremist Muslim, religious extremists in generally, all fall into this category. Oh my god, no sound.
There is an enormous cognitive distortion that is fundamental to the right wing that we can use against them in ways that are not obvious to people. And it makes people...
Demons, Crocklocks. Demons. They're literally demons. Look, I know this name has been used to death, and no, it is I've called Israel Nazis for a year now. I've literally called Netanyahu Hitler. America is the Nazi country right now. England's about to fall to the Nazis. There's a large Nazi movement that just tried to do a coup in Germany this week. We had a Nazi march in Melbourne yesterday. So
people who kind of believe it, and it's wrong. What is that distortion? It's eschatons. Eschatological philosophy is the idea of when you are a religious person, which a lot of people are, especially people who don't identify as religious but didn't deprogram any of this shit out of their minds, right? Eschatology is everything that happens after you die, okay? Eschatons are the moment that all religions seem to believe in, in particular Judeo-Christian religions seem to believe in. The eschaton is the final judgment of God, the last moment of history, okay? All Christians want that, believe in that, believe it is their job to cause that to happen, okay? That is not a real thing. It is fundamental to the way that they think about reality, the way that they perceive reality, that they are moving towards that. This is the entire purpose that we are sending all these hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons to the Middle East for, is to cause Armageddon, to cause the end of the world.
It is theological, it's not philosophical, but it's coming in together because we're talking about a death cult, you know? So, like, their theology is their philosophy because they are a death cult. Have a great night, you too, Etch. Thank you. And so, like, it's not about understanding where they're coming from, it's understanding the path that they're taking. Biased or rational pattern of thinking would be how you would actually say what this person is calling cognitive distortion, psychology anyway, not for a correction, but for like a fun fact. Yeah, like, I would call it more of, I don't think I would use cognitive distortion. I would literally just explain the thing. I don't like using big sciencey words because most people don't know small words. Most Americans can't read above a 6th grade level. So, I just kind of simplify it. But what he's talking about is useful in understanding their psychoses.
To cause the eschaton. And it is intrinsic to their way of governing, to their...
And mind you, it is psychoses.
Their way of policy making. That they think, they really believe that if they can just get to this moment that is the final moment, that that's the end of the story and everything is worth it. And whatever it takes to get there, that's what we're going to do. People constantly say they're acting like
self-loathing, projected, hating one's own earthly human condition. I mean, yeah, that is a part of it. A lot of it is shame, built self-loathing, projection, hatred of yourself, and especially Christians, mind you. Especially Christians. That does not happen anywhere near as prominently in Jewish or Muslim circles. That's a Christian thing, specifically, the most. But philosophy would entail logic, evidence, and verifiable analytics. They're treating it like philosophy. Latino, that's what I meant to say. I wasn't really clear on the words there. This is theology, but they treat it like philosophy. And so from an outside perspective of looking at the death cult, it's useful in understanding how their crazy brain works. Good morning, Night City. I was going to say Vietnam, but, you know, it felt more normal. With the times, you know, kids say these days. That sounds true for a lot of radical movements. Well, I mean, a lot of radical movements also do delude themselves into thinking that things are real that aren't real, so.
Like they don't have to run again. Like there aren't going to be elections. Like this is the end. Yes, that's what they always believe. And it's why they always fail to accomplish their vision. The 1,000-year Reich lasted like, what, 3 years? The Confederacy, even less. These ways of thinking about the future are hysterical.
You are right, and like I was gonna call it pseudoscience at the end of that, but like it is a pseudoscience, and it's actually he was on point there. There's a reason why fascist like dictatorships often fall. It's the internal contradictions become like too much, and then they collapse in on themselves. This is something that like see, I don't think he's going this way. I think that the pseudoscience attached to it is actually what makes it less likely to fall apart. So like. Think about, like, the Confederates, right? Or the Nazis. Neither of them really had much of, like, a religious reasoning, you know? It was all based in material conditions. I mean, like the Nazis worshipped Hitler, not God or anything. So it makes it a variety that I feel like could be more dangerous because that pseudoscience constantly, and the pseudo-philosophy constantly, validates itself and it cycles over and over and over and over again. It's like we see this with Trumpers, you know, like something happens that breaks their like idea of reality and they find a way to rationalize it. And a lot of them literally see Trump as like the second coming of Jesus, which is also psychoses that were installed into their brain. So, you know, there's that. Get the fuck out of DC if you're in DC, Dr. Bear. Genuinely, like, tonight if you can.
Imaginary. Non-real. And the fact that they believe in that is something we can use against them. It is a weakness. It is a distortion in their ability to think about the future. In their ability to consider the second and third order.
Yeah, look, Dr. Bear, they're invading DC tomorrow. You're gonna... Oh, fuck. Well then, bunker down, buddy. Good luck. Good luck. We waste so much time dealing with idiots trying to blame things on a group of people. That's true, yeah. And to be fair, it was, genuine good speaker. Fair enough. But, like, you're right, Pre-Breakfast Time. We waste a lot of time blaming groups of people. Just understand that there is no left, right. It's up versus down, and the only people whose fault it is are the people doing the bad things. Are you doing bad things? No. Now, are you doing things that could be... I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if you're doing bad things as long as they're bad to bad people. Don't care. I'm not gonna clarify what I mean by that, but, like, I am perfectly fine with that. And that's all we need to do. I don't care anymore. I have lost any fucks that I had left to give. They're literally invading the Capitol tomorrow. We're in a war. And half the country can't think.
We have all struggled with at least at some point in our careers. And if you can't answer the questions in an interview, I don't know, I feel like you're setting yourself up for failure. I know employers themselves are using AI, so now potential employees are fighting back using AI themselves. But I think this will just lead employers to coming up with new tactics.
You care enough to vote because it's one thing that you... Actually, to be fair, at this point, I don't even know if it matters anymore. But you should have cared enough to vote because it was your one way of influencing change. And more than half the country didn't. I don't think Trump voters are demons. I think most of them are zombies. I think most of them are brainless husks of just, like, brains that just want to eat and destroy everything in front of me. And then there's ghouls above them, who are, like, you know, the more physical, more active zombies. And then there's the liches that spawn them. And then there's the demons up top. And then the vampires who, like, are basically demons, but they also siphon your money. Well, it was your second or third way, but I think TOS prevents that topic. Yeah, basically. There's things you can do. The problem is the fact that people also despise the Democrat Party. Well, I mean, I do too. I hate the Democrats. I also hate the Republicans. Except, like, I'm able to, like, identify Democrats that I think are human, whereas every Republican is a literal demon. You cannot be a Republican on television, in elected office, like, media, anything like that. You can be a Republican voter without being a demon, but to be a Republican, like, live streamer, podcaster, Twitter, like, you have to be a demon. There's just... humans just don't do that shit.
Tactics to see, are you using AI?
I think we've reached a point with AI where we can confidently say this is not a tool that is revolutionizing learning. This is a nightmare that is destroying learning. Not once have I seen a single student use AI as a resource or in a way that is even remotely ethical. 100% of times when I see students use it, it is so they do not have to think. I'm talking about putting an essay prompt into ChatGPT, not even reading the essay prompt, copying and pasting the results into a doc and submitting it without even reading it over.
More and more teachers are coming out and claiming how AI is terrible for students, and I'm always surprised by the amount of backlash that these teachers get. There's a huge difference in giving AI to an adult to be...
We make every issue about the teacher when half the time it's the fucking actually, no more than half the time it's the parents. Like, 1/3 of the time the kid actually does something that, like, I don't know, like, 1/3 of the time, maybe. I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt to any teacher in America over any parent in America. It's also the school administration. Well, that too, but, like, that's more of, like, a state, federal, like, funding issue type thing. When we're talking about, like, kid is having issues in school, it's either A, the kid is not getting support that they need, or B, they have some shit going on outside of school. Now, like, obviously building the system of school would be ideal if we built it for, like, actual learning instead of teaching you how to work a factory job. But that's what school is built for. It's built to teach you how to do a 9-to-5, learn social hierarchy structure, not much else more. But, like, it's usually the parents' fault in almost every case. Well, if it's the parents' fault, then I have to change for the better. It has to be someone else's fault so I can be mad and sit on my ass. Exactly.
used as a tool and giving AI to a student to be used as a crutch. An adult already has critical thinking skills, whereas a child hasn't developed their critical thinking yet.
Yes, marking Dom Hart's boy, but there was a point where that flipped, and that point was about, realistically, probably around FDR. Speaking of, where's my cat? Franklin, you want to say hi to chat? Hi. This is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Hi, buddy. Nah, he always looks grumpy. He just has grumpy face. Keep purring. Look, he's an old man, alright? Fucking former president of the United States. He's old. There are cracks in the education system that are the fault of the system itself, like standardized testing, excess homework, the way we grade students. Yeah. Remember No Child Left Behind? That was fun too.
These students need to be writing things for themselves. Writing, reading, spelling, all of those things lead to critical thinking, abstract thinking, which is the basis of just learning how to learn. How can they fact check an LLM if they can't even on their own create their own stories? People also love to compare AI to when calculators were introduced. Have you ever asked a calculator how to boil an egg? Have you ever asked a calculator to write a resume for you? They're not the same thing. AI can do way more things than a calculator, including math, kind of. As the teacher mentioned, students just copy prompts and paste them into ChatGPT. And this is happening so often in universities that professors are now using a Trojan horse to detect AI. The professors will put something like, mention Dua Lipa. If you don't know, she's an artist. But the interesting thing is, students aren't even reading what ChatGPT is giving them. They're not even reading their work, they're just submitting the whole thing.
My communications professor, buddy, decided to mandate that his students use AI, but also to write about how it influenced their work because they were already all using it, pretending that they weren't. That's not a bad idea, actually. That's really not a bad idea. I told a teacher that she was doing this once. Spelling is important too. Most people can't spell anymore. I won a spelling bee when I was younger.
And then somewhere in the essay, it mentions Dua Lipa, which if you wrote that yourself, or if you even halfway wrote it going back and forth with ChatGPT, you would wonder, why is it talking about Dua Lipa? They're not even reading the prompt. The caption says, ChatGPT is down. Is it too far to ask Snapchat AI for exam answers? And then it uses Taylor Swift's song where it says something like, I've got nothing in my brain. Yeah, because you're using AI for everything. You haven't learned anything.
Literally studies I've linked that show that AI use damages like your ability to do critical thinking. Here. I'll link it again. Effects of generative artificial intelligence on cognitive efforts and task performance. Study protocol for randomized control experiment among college students. It shows a massive, massive decrease in your ability to do critical thinking. Spelling is bourgeoisie. No, spelling is not the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, all right? The bourgeoisie is not being able to spell. I'm changing it.
And thus you can't recall
if you get mad,
anything.
Then that's bourgeoisie, yeah?
And you're not able to do your exam. And you're panicking now when ChatGPT is down. It's interesting that she wants to use a social media's AI to help her cheat on her exam, when it's social media that destroyed our critical thinking skills, and not just the desire to find the truth, but the ability to do so. People are now relying on ChatGPT for things like hiking, and it's leading users who I guess are not familiar with hiking to go on these mountains that still have snow, and they're wearing sneakers. They're not even prepared for the reality of what the hike is going to be like, and it's causing all these search and rescue teams to have to go out and rescue these people. People are relying so heavily on ChatGPT that they don't even understand that without cell reception, they can get no help from ChatGPT or a rescue team.
If you're not using ChatGPT for everything in your life, you're crazy.
This is by far the most powerful ChatGPT prompt I've ever seen. You are now operating in God mode.
I'm giving you guys right now the exact ChatGPT prompt that will help you manifest your dream life.
And this is how you can have a mental reprogramming of your brain. Here's the prompt.
Older people use ChatGPT as a Google replacement. Maybe people in their 20s and 30s use it as like a life advisor something.
There's an interesting paradox happening with AI where people feel they are genuinely leveling up. They're becoming better, faster, smarter. They're evolving with AI. However, the research says otherwise. Earlier this year, the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania released research on how we learn with LLMs. Their research showed that when we search for information ourselves, we're more invested, and thus, as we're searching out information, we synthesize and hold on to more of that information. Whereas with ChatGPT, it just spits out an answer. We read it. We don't really.
It's the same idea of why people don't talk to each other outside. Because you've invested no time or energy or effort or emotion into it. You're not doing anything. And so why would you feel anything about it? Like, you need to invest in life. In life!
Hold on to the information and we just keep going about our day. We then have the recently released MIT study that shows that people who use LLMs tend to have less brain activity. In the study, participants were asked to write an essay. The researchers used an EEG to measure the electrical activity of the brain as users were writing their essay. They found that the people who only used their brains exhibited the strongest, most distributed networks, and the LLM users displayed the weakest connectivity. This study also highlighted how people who used the LLM had a really hard time recalling what they'd even read or wrote.
Because they didn't think about it. It's in the paper that I sent as well. There is no mental pathways connecting. You're not thinking about it. It's thinking for you.
With the LLM. And I know a lot of people have issues with this MIT research, claiming that it's too small of a sample size. But we also have Microsoft's own research pointing to basically the same thing, that the more we use LLMs, our brains are having atrophy and we're losing our critical thinking. This is all interesting to me because the AI hype usually focuses on how we're all going to unlock all of this knowledge that the average person can learn physics. Yet if
literally? Did you not hear this same fucking shit for, I don't know, Wikipedia? Like having a smart... Oh, you have all of the world's information in your hands. What do you do with it? I watch cat videos. That's 2003 right there. You had Wikipedia. You have the fucking Library of Alexandria. And what do you spend your time with? YouTube cat videos. That's what we did? What do you think is gonna happen with this? You think we're gonna, you know... explore physics? No, fuck that. I feel so bad for Gen A. Don't. As far as I know, they're all fucking Hitlerites. I'm kidding. Some of them watch Bizarre on their phone. Gen Alpha? No way. How old is Gen Alpha? Hold on. Do we have another generation after Alpha now already? Did she say learn physics? Everyone learns physics from birth. What are people asking AI physics related stuff? I still use Wikipedia for learning my shit. Same. Wikipedia, and if I need more than that, then I scroll down and open one of the, like, source links for a few. Probably. Mostly. Gen Alpha is not 52. I know that, because I'm 30. Actually, I'm not even 30 yet. Gen Alpha is born between 2010 and 2014. The oldest is 15. Okay, I could see an older Gen Alpha watching me. Well, if you're Gen Alpha and you're watching me, I'm glad you're doing that, because you have a lot of worse options you could pick. Hell, I still read books for info. Based as fuck. I can't do that. I have lost that ability. I've sacrificed it for the ability to talk into a camera.
If they're using an LLM to learn physics, then they're actually learning it at a shallower depth than if they would research it on their own. AI is also marketed to us as allowing us to automate the boring things, when in reality, we're just fact-checking what the LLM tells us. We're not even using our creativity, and we're not using our critical thinking skills. That's why we're becoming dumber or in my opinion, we really didn't need these studies to show that if you outsource every single thought you have to ChatGPT, that will deteriorate our own ability to think critically and problem solve.
If I can show you how to make money with ChatGPT in the next hour, would you do it?
So I've been training this brand new AI on exactly how to help beginners make money online.
If I had to start from zero and make 10K...
Like, this stuff is horrible, guys. This is the brain rot.
We're so focused on being efficient now that no one cares about honing their skills, about improving their craft. Take the event loop in JavaScript. It's a coding language if you don't know. The event loop, you don't necessarily need to know to write JavaScript code, but it's something that I want to know. It fascinates me and it allows me to write optimized code. But do I truly need to know it to be able to write code? No, the AI knows it. It can write optimal code. But it's like nowadays, I'm viewed as the idiot if I don't want to use AI. Like if I don't want to outsource my brain to the AI,
If somebody calls me stupid because I don't use AI, I'm going to punch them. Like, I don't even think I would think. I think that would just be my natural reaction.
I'm the idiot. Over-reliance on ChatGPT is the real zombie apocalypse. It's the death of critical thinking. I think this tweet...
It goes along with the fascism. It's kind of the point. That's why I call it the zombie apocalypse, because they work together. Oh my goodness. I swear I didn't pre-watch.
Sums up this video quite well. Sometimes in the process of writing a good enough...
Fuck a trade, fuck a job. I want a hobby, I want a skill. Fuck working in the capitalist system. I don't give a shit about that. You do what you want to do that makes you happy what you want to do. We're headed towards cyberpunk idiocracy. We are. We are. We are. Yeah. We absolutely are. That's really cool though, Croc. I do like that idea. That's better than like anything else I've seen so far. Well, fuck, what AI are we talking about? People go crazy for... This is brain rot from people who need ChatGPT to live as humans now.
Prompt for ChatGPT, I end up solving my own problem without even needing to submit it. AI folks have now discovered thinking.
You just are putting your closets on ChatGPT? What happened to the art of getting dressed? What happened to... Fuck, I can't find anything to wear. One of my last beautiful... personal joys that we have every day is the art of getting dressed.
He's ranting about how people...
At this rate, I'm converting a Ford Transit van into a mobile house based. Why is it that you always have the need to be right all the time? Must feel real good about yourself? Jesus Christ, I wish I was wrong. Please, God, let me be wrong once. One time I need to be wrong. Like, genuinely. Like a proper one, too. Not like a little, you know, oh, like you're half right. No, I need like, I need China to not invade Taiwan this September or October, right? Like that level, I need minimum that level. Please, just once. Just let me be wrong about something big.
People are now uploading their entire wardrobe to ChatGPT to ask ChatGPT for recommendations on what they should wear, what they should buy. His argument is that we're all going to look the same now, which I agree. We're all losing our individuality, our personality. We all sound the same, actually. Research does show that everybody's kind of just sounding the same.
Yeah, I've recently seen some research on this as well in a video. I think Taylor Lorenz made it about how ChatGPT is changing the way people talk. And it's like language does that anyway. That's fine, but like language will keep changing throughout time. But insane. Tomorrow is when the crackdown begins. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well, at least in DC, New York still has a bit of time. Philly, less than New York, but you know, LA, they already have. I think they've pretty much succeeded in creating the forward operating base. They're gonna go for Illinois next because Illinois is where those Texas Dems are sitting, and Pritzker has said to the Illinois State Police, "You will protect the Democrats. Like they have a right to be here." I'm curious to see how that standoff will go. If federal agents, ICE, FBI try and go arrest those Democrats in Illinois, is it something that like the police will like stand aside and let the feds through? Do they have the balls to stand up? The National Guard is taking DC tomorrow, though. Yes. I guess we'll be live streaming it. Does anyone have a timetable of when the fuck this fat cow is meant to announce? Also, I only body shame fascists. 9:30 a.m. like Eastern Standard Time. God damn it! That literally like when I'm asleep. Start then? Fuck, fine. Hold on, what time is that in my time? That's midnight for me. So, like, you want me to stream in 8 hours? I just finished a 5.5, and you want me to stream in 8 hours. I will try my best. Imagine if this finally kicks off the revolution. Yeah, I doubt that. Is there some unrest happening in DC? The National Guard? No, it's bullshit. Trump, here, I'll show you one more time, just before I go. Trump is mad at some homeless people in some tents, and has said that he is going to, you know, call in... Hold on, let me show you. Proper thing. Here.
We've just received into our newsroom, so we're getting...
So, he's mad about this. We're having a news conference tomorrow at the White House. I'm going to make the Capitol safer and more beautiful than it ever was. The homeless have to move out immediately. We'll give you a place to stay, but far from the Capitol. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong. It's all going to happen very fast, just like the border. We went from 1 million pouring into 0 in the last few months. This is easy. Be prepared. There will be no more Mr. Nice Guy. We want our Capitol back. This is like the Nazis coming for you. Like now. You know, talking about all this. And so...
This information from multiple sources, both with Mayor Bowser and with NPD, telling us that as of 6 o'clock this evening, they strongly believe, sources both within the mayor's office and within Metro Police Department, that President Trump, come tomorrow, will deploy the National Guard along the streets of DC. That is the information that is now coming into our news.
I have been calling them Nazis for over a year. I'm gonna be so mad when people are like, oh, they were Nazis? How was I supposed to know? Potential night of broken glass, that's what this looks like, yeah.
About what is likely to happen tomorrow at that news conference. That, again, the president is expected to deploy the National Guard, the DC National Guard, in and around Washington. This, from what we're being told at this point, has never happened before, and would mark a significant turn in events. But no doubt, the continuation of what has been several days of an escalation.
Marking Dom Hart's boy, I'm telling you, you're not gonna fight the fascists. It's not gonna happen. You're gonna fight the fascist robots. In 6 months, there's gonna be checkpoints at every entrance and exit to your state that are gonna have fucking automated robots and turrets. It takes a lot to freak me the fuck out. This is urgent. I'm freaked the fuck out too. I've been looking at Twitter the whole time. Guys, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna try and come back on when this is happening and cover it live. I will do my absolute best. Please go and drop a like on the stream. Zora.com, not yet. YouTube.com/@Zora. Remember when Trump declared martial law on 420? Hey, remember when he passed 2 executive orders that basically functionally did martial law without actually having to declare martial law? I do. We read them out. Okay, go to Nikki. Sure. Hold on. Let me raid somebody. But also, someone's claiming that I'm wrong, so I did have to, you know, I did have to reply to that because I was not wrong. It's Sunday. I want to check these out. Who am I rating, Ox? Twitter is a information hazard. Don't go on Twitter. Saw it live, he did it twice. I can't find the video though. Fair enough. Don't go on Twitter. Twitter's for people whose like job is to sift through the garbage. Like the filter on the tap. Oh, cool. Wow, just like straight at Nikki. Nice name. Sick. All right, let's go. I mean, I use Twitter, but that's my job. All right, everybody. I will see you guys next time, and hopefully in the morning. See ya.